I'll be starting in a minute, just getting the last couple things set up. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good morning. How are all you doing today? Look, first things first, I just want to say thank you. Like, massive, massive thank you to all of you for 600 followers on Twitch. We're just about at 600 on YouTube as well. Don't forget to go and drop a follow on YouTube if you haven't already. It's been a big, big weekend. I did want to stream yesterday, but I was a little sick. I was very sniffly and sneezy. Wasn't great. So here we are today. What's up, Sister to All? What's up, Jump J? Simply Steve, good to see you. I've seen enough. I'm getting out of America as quick as I can. Honestly, not a bad idea. You all probably should if you can. Literally have a 5-year-old running the country. I'm getting out before he burns it down. Hopefully, you do quickly. I would work on that as soon as possible, actually. Aye. So we got some a lot of news to cover, but I do also want to start it off kind of nice. So let's start with a little meme video that's been going around that I think is pretty on point. This is a what if Donald Trump was president in 1940? How could this have gone? Whoopsie, very loud.
The spotlight of world history swings to the White House.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very serious, Mr. President. I'm very serious.
You're gambling with the lives of
war.
millions of people.
You think
you're gambling with world wars? You're gambling.
What are you
with world
talking about?
wars, and what you're doing is very
How do you think this would have gone back in the day?
disrespectful to the country, this country.
I'm with all respect to your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said.
I'm very
they should
respectful.
have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No.
Even today.
We're gonna go into all of that, but I just do really want to add in, J.D. Vance is so annoying. Like, fuck this man. Have you said thank you even once? Motherfucker, the guy's said thank you more times than I can count. What have you done for the country? What are you even here for?
Even today.
Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Man was sitting there with the tie so long that he sat on it and it looked like he was buckled into a baby seat.
You think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
will
not
just...
speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly.
I'm
Your
speaking
country
loudly.
is in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No,
Can
you've
I
got a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying.
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President,
I mean, you're not
we are
wrong.
staying in our country, staying strong.
Just to be clear, they are winning. Am I early? I just started Lanky Sapien, so yeah.
At the beginning of the war, we've been alone.
If you didn't have
First
our
to YouTube.
military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks. It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I can tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times.
They're kicking the Russians' ass even now, but we'll get to that in a bit. Here's an excellent political ad that honestly we need to start doing shit like this more. Now this obviously is not an actual political ad. Somebody did this. Whoever this pilot is, congratulations, you're my favorite pilot now. But
This is your pilot speaking. They tell me
I would die right there, like instantly. I'd be like, oh no.
the plane is malfunctioning. I'm not surprised. They were very unfair when they gave me this plane. They're giving us bad planes, nasty planes. I think I know a lot more about flying planes even than a lot of the engineers do. I look around and see all the beautiful lights.
How many MAGA people are there in this plane, do you think, are thinking, like, the cognitive dissonance between, well, you know, like, Trump is saying this, it sounds like Trump, you know, and how many people are thinking about the fact that, like, this is the kind of shit that he says, and then you're now living the consequences of the things that are said on TV.
Switches.
None of them, really.
Nobody
They're not
knows
smart
what they
enough.
do. They said flip that one and maybe this one. I said let's flip all the switches, but nobody listens. Can I get some pretzels, please?
Can I get some pretzels, please? Very, very funny. In the end, this is so good. This puts a fire under Europe to go full bore at Russia. Now the UK is most likely going to send troops. Yeah, we're going to talk about what Europe has said, but even Canada has been on board with that. I'm just trying to get, like, some of the more chill stuff out of the way before we jump in, because then we have Europe, and then we have America. By the way, this is what it feels like talking to MAGA people, if you don't have any around you, or maybe you're from Europe.
Dad, who started the war in Ukraine?
Zelensky started the war so that he could clean up.
Okay. How did he start it, Dad? I'm curious what you think. What was the first action he took to start the war?
He went and got all those missiles and shit from the United States of America and prompted
Good,
Moscow
Simply
to
Steve.
defend itself.
They should.
By invading his country.
No, he had already started the invasion behind the curtain.
Notice
He
how
started the
certain these people are with what they believe and what they say, yet they're constantly going to change what they say and believe even throughout the course of this conversation.
Invasion of his own country?
Yes, he doesn't give a shit about.
Wait a minute. How
Ukraine.
you're saying Zelensky, somehow conscripted Russian troops to invade
No, he
his
didn't
country?
conscript them. He set up the stage for Moscow to have to take action in order to stop him from Hell, he was bombing the shit out of Moscow.
Okay.
Where
I'm
in the
very
hell do you get your news?
Where do you get yours? And I know the answer. It's Newsmax.
Yeah. Lanky Sapien, I work on the trades. I have plenty around me. It's an interesting balancing act that I have to perform daily. Speaking of the trades, the stock market's not doing all that great right now. We'll have a look at that in a second. What's up, Oxyander? Good morning to you. Hassan got banned from Twitch. Now, just this morning, apparently he wasn't even online when they banned him, but they banned him because of what he said about Rick Scott. Basically saying if Rick Scott cares about, if you care about Medicare fraud, then you should do something, do a Fed post to Rick Scott, to which he got banned for. I'm sorry, I'll choose my words more carefully next time and say if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicare and Medicaid, he'd call for the maximum punishment for current Florida GOP senator, former GOP governor Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in history. Hassan would lose suing Twitch. That's the thing. Like, Hassan should sue Twitch. He should win, but that's not how the system works, you know? You're suing Jeff Bezos. They're gonna have more money than you and have a team of lawyers. But yeah, Rick Scott tries to rewrite history on the $1.7 billion Medicare fraud controversy. This was May of last year. 2003, Rick Scott's company, HCA, the largest private hospital chain in the US, was found guilty of defrauding Medicare of $1.7 billion. How long is the ban? Do we know? No, we don't. It's no idea. I have honestly no idea. It could be a week, it could be permanent. Like, they're going to come for all of us soon enough. Even the Majority Report is talking about how left-wing media isn't safe. What's up, Solitaire? And yep, it is Mr. Medicare Fraud. Rick Scott is pure evil. But, like, the thing is, Hassan could be banned for a week, he could be banned for a day, he could be banned forever. Tomorrow, we have the State of the Union, and Donald Trump is talking about how he has huge, huge surprise announcements to make. He could just purge all of us tomorrow. Who the hell knows? At least we have AI. Yes, exactly. You saw the one lawyer who used AI to form his defense? It was very funny. There were sightings of cases that didn't exist in the AI's answer. Anyway, speaking of the market, so market crash, pretty bad today. They managed to clean it up a bit towards the end. It's going to crash even more tomorrow. The Dow at some point was down 800 points. So that's not great at all. Like, what happened today is in 1 hour, the market crashed more than during 2008. Like the initial 2008 crash. That was less severe than what happened today. And even though they managed to like get the Dow back up to like the 600s, it was down 8. The S&P erased every gain that it made in 2025 and crashed lower than it was in December of last year. All of these will continue. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have the Asia markets start reacting and they'll crash as well. People are cashing out. Yes. So most of the selling is coming from long-term put holders, as in like they're the main large investors in the company. You buy put stocks when you don't intend to sell them quickly. You're saying I will buy this stock and I will not sell it until it hits this price, basically. Whereas like a regular trade, the price will go up and down, and that matters. You know, your put stocks are put in as even if they go below this price, when I sell, I get this price. So they're also kind of stealing from you as they do that. Here, hold on. Go put option manipulation. You can have a look and see how they're doing it. So this was NVIDIA just a couple of days ago. What you can see here is you can see a large volume of sales happening in conjunction with it, the rise of the value and the lessening of its price. That's kind of the plan here. The value of the goods stays the same or rather it goes up because the price goes up, but the value in and of itself does not change. The stock for the company is not moving because of the company's actions. It's moving because of outside actions affecting the company. And you can see all of the sell-off in the red and a major put into buy right before. This is how put stocks are kind of manipulated in a way. I could explain that further, but I'm not an economist, so you should probably get a economist to explain you that. This is very bad. This is like everything's more expensive now. This is I mean, Dow tumbles more than 600 points. S&P posts biggest loss since December as Trump tariffs proceed. All of this comes from the fact that we announced that the tariffs on Mexico and Canada do begin tomorrow. We've added 20% tariffs to China, and apparently we now have new tariffs on exports for agricultural goods starting in April. It's like how eggs would go from $3 a dozen to 10. In New Jersey right now, Maddie Holmes, it's more than $1 an egg. So it's the canary in the coal mine. This is our Brexit moment, yeah. The market will crash way worse. I see the line go down, so the price of eggs clearly goes down with that. It should, realistically. That's, you know, how it would work. The Fear and Greed Index is projecting that the market is being driven by extreme fear. Not something that you really want to see. This is like if you're in Australia and you see the fire risk rating thing and it's on catastrophic all the way over here. One of the biggest brands of eggs in my town is $10, and I'm not even in Kansas. I'm on Kansas, not even a major metropolitan area. Yeah, look, it's gonna get bad. Turkey is shipping, I think, 11,000 tons of eggs to the United States to help aid the egg prices there. But market momentum with extreme fear. Made 3K today on S&P shorts. Good for you. Drop a dono, Kediers. Look, if you have money in the market, sell it now. Sell it now. If you have any crypto, sell that shit now too. Everything is crashing. Everything is crashing, and it's not going to stop for a little while. Again, just today, it was worse than 2008 in the amount of loss we had in the very first hour. What's up, Zomi? Turkey eggs. Yeah, you're getting eggs from Turkey. What's up, Tyler? All right, I suppose we should jump, I guess, into the main segment now, huh? So, Europe had some meetings after the embarrassing and disastrous meeting in the White House between Zelensky and Trump. Obviously, everyone in the world can see that America is now Russian. We're humiliated, except for, you know, MAGA, who thinks that we humiliated them somehow. Blah, 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 blah. Look, this shit's World War III. Like, I'm telling you right now, this is the map, man. We are allied with Russia, China, and Iran, and it's everyone else against us. Did you see one of Trump's advisors bought 200 million of crypto? All Trump said. I didn't realize it was one of Trump's advisors, but I do know that when the crypto reserve was announced, it was like $350 billion worth of crypto suddenly got bought. Like the money was funneled into it immediately following the announcement. They're setting up like a massive fucking rug pull. World War III twist, Russia and China, Russia and US versus China. China's on our ally side. China is our ally for the moment, at the very least. We might change that. World War III case best scenario. Like that kind of would be. China being on our side would be best scenario. So what's Europe doing?
Zelensky left the US for London, touching down this morning. His motorcade headed straight for Downing Street, a planned meeting with the Prime Minister.
Unfortunately, almost all Americans will never sell because everyone's retirement accounts are tied into the stock market. Maybe at least seeing all that shit's going to be gone in like a day or two. That's the thing. Like we saw this happen before. Everyone's savings get wiped out. Their 401ks, their retirement funds, everything tied to the stock market. We might actually see bank runs if it gets bad enough. Britain owns us, yet we are American lily pad, so we are two-spirited. That's the thing with Australia. I'm still not sure which direction we're going to lean into, but it probably is Europe, honestly.
Brought forward a move that speaks to the urgency and precarity of this diplomatic row. cheered by supporters on his way into number 10 for a choreographed show of support from the Prime Minister. Handshake after handshake from Keir Starmer, who is also trying to keep the US on side, and spoke to both President Zelensky and President Trump last night.
Okay, I'm gonna make this real clear right at the very beginning. All of the or we need to work with America rhetoric that you're gonna hear out of these European leaders, they have to say that. But at the moment, all security information, all sharing of anything like that, Five Eyes sharing, that's all gone. We're not giving them any intel. The behind the scenes, America is fully and completely on its own. Europe doesn't trust us. Why would they? Any intel they share with us, they're sharing with Russia. Now, thanks, Captain. Now, Five Eyes is something that's really going to have to be discussed. We're talking about leaving NATO right now. There's several people in Congress, there's Elon Musk, talking about leaving NATO. We need to get the fuck out of the Five Eyes. Australia needs to get out of Five Eyes, Canada does, New Zealand does. We need to leave it just America. We also need to take over American bases on Australian soil, like Pine Gap, for instance. But again, no one's sharing any information with the Americans. No one trusts the Americans because we're the Russians.
You're very, very welcome here in Downing Street.
Inside, the warm words you would expect between these two leaders, but ones which have taken on new meaning in the last 24 hours.
A lasting peace for Ukraine based on sovereignty.
I think you're wrong, Simply Steve. US is leaving NATO and we're probably invading Mexico next week, but we'll get to it. But you know, it's also possible.
So important for Ukraine, so important for Europe, and so important for the United Kingdom.
We are happy, and we count on your support, and really, really, we're really happy that we have some.
I wish I had a quarter of the strength Zelensky had in that Oval Office. The man's at war, you know? You're kind of used to being bombarded over and over and over again, which is what that feels like, you know? But I could not have resisted making fun of J.D. Vance with his fucking buckled-in baby car seat suit tie.
Such partners and such friends.
Fantastic.
Tomorrow, Keir Starmer will host a wider summit of European leaders and focus on attempting to calm the crisis caused by yesterday's events.
This is in Downing Street.
He's all dressed up today.
Belittled.
That was the entrance, by the way. When Zelensky arrived, that was how he was greeted. It was very clearly a planned out beforehand attack against Zelensky. Zelensky actually visited the zero line, unlike Trump, who's too pussy to step foot in Ukraine. True. And, Simply Steve, you might be right, but also it could just be the other side. From what I'm seeing, Russia wants America's help invading the rest of Europe. Is there a world in which certain states could secede from the US if they could guarantee military protection from neighboring states? California already has a secession bill that's being talked about that would be put up, but I'm not sure it will pass. Security guarantees from neighboring nations, not going to happen. Canada's already preparing for war because we're going to invade them. So is Mexico. They can do trade relations, but a state seceding will lead to that state being invaded by the United States. It would have to be a coordinated secession of California, Oregon, and Washington on the West Coast, as well as New England on the East Coast together. That might kind of do it, but at the same time, And no, you're totally, plausible, Simply Steve. Putin could just be leading Trump along, and then as soon as we're alone and we've lost every ally and we've put our military over, into other countries, we get invaded. I can see that happening. Now, is it gonna happen? I don't know. We'll find out. There's a lot that could... Nothing is sure anymore. As of today, as of tomorrow, really, who the fuck knows? I'm scared for this State of the Union, in which he has surprise announcements.
Berated.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm
Yeah,
very
you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
Every accusation is a confession. Fucking Marco Rubio is the only one here who looked uncomfortable, which, of course he is, because he's a neocon. Which is also very funny, because a lot of the tankies that wanted us to work with Russia are now going to have to deal with the fact that the neocons are on their side.
accused of being ungrateful for US support and shown the door.
Mr. President, is there no deal?
President Zelensky reacted with emotion, but today he was emollient. In 14...
Because they're not human beings the same way that you and I are, Indie Crab. They're not like us. They don't have a soul. Too real for this? Has the sky dropped yet? No, but we're getting closer and closer.
Social media post this morning, he emphasised his gratitude for the US's backing of Ukraine.
The man spent 4 hours thanking every single world leader after we, accused him of not being thankful enough, which is, cool of him.
In Russia, officials have reacted with glee to what Donald Trump called great television, though there has been no comment yet from Vladimir Putin as events have unfolded. European leaders are now...
we have an idea of what Putin's thinking.
Last night,
without delay.
Der gestrige Abend hat unterstrichen. Last night underlined that a new era of profanity has begun, a heinous time in which we must defend the rules-based international order and the strength of the law more than ever against the
You guys realize that TASS media, like Russian state media, was in that press conference and they weren't allowed to be. They weren't invited. They snuck in, got a clip of the President of the United States yelling at Zelensky, and then were kicked out. I wonder maybe if that was on purpose.
Of the strongest, because otherwise no free country can sleep peacefully anymore, which has a stronger neighbour.
Snuck.
This morning in Ukraine, the aftermath of drone strikes which damaged a hospital. A reminder of what is at stake as ties between Kyiv and its top military backer plunge to a new low.
Anyway, beyond just like the idea of that, because I don't need the talking heads. I'm the talking head. So here is Starmer announcing $1.6 billion and 5,000 missiles to Ukraine.
The priority of this government, of any government, is the security and safety of the British people, to defend the national interest, particularly in these volatile times. That's why last week I announced the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. That's also why I met President Trump last week, to strengthen our relationship with America, and indispensable partners in defence and security. And it's why this weekend I've been hosting European leaders here in London to work together for the security of the United Kingdom, Ukraine, and Europe as a whole. Through my discussions over recent days, we've agreed that the UK, France and others will work with Ukraine on a plan to stop the fighting. Then we'll discuss that plan with the United States and take it forward together. The purpose of today's meeting was to unite our partners around this effort, to strengthen Ukraine and to support a just and enduring peace for the good of all of us.
Excellent.
Our starting point must be to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position now, so that they can negotiate from a position of strength.
Can we give them everything that they were begging for years? Because, they're kicking ass right now. Ukraine bombed another Russian oil refinery last night and lit that shit on fire. That's the 5th one. It was also the deepest strike into Russian territory Ukraine's done so far. The Russians are suffering heavy economic losses, let alone general soldier losses. We give Ukraine more. Ukraine can win this war. They've been winning. Russia has been making very, very little progress, even in their final push to try and take Provsk. We need to give them more missiles. 5,000 missiles? Excellent. I hope that they're the long-range attack-em ones.
And we are doubling down in our support. Yesterday evening, the UK signed a £2.2 billion loan to provide more military aid to Ukraine, backed not by the British taxpayer, but by the profits from frozen Russian assets.
Yes! Honestly, fuck the profits. Just unfreeze the assets of those Russians, take them and give it to Ukraine. What are they going to do? It's war. It's war. What are they going to do? Are they going to attack you?
Today, I'm announcing a new deal which allows Ukraine to use £1.6 billion of UK export finance to buy more than 5,000 air defence missiles, which will be made in Belfast, creating jobs in our brilliant defence sector. This will be vital for protecting critical infrastructure now and strengthening Ukraine in securing the peace when it comes. Because we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. We cannot accept a weak deal like Minsk, which Russia can breach with ease.
Yeah.
Instead, any deal must be backed by strength. Every nation must contribute to that in the best way that it can, bringing different capabilities and support to the table, but all taking responsibility to act.
France arming up, Turkey arming up, the Baltics arming up. Europe is ready for war, or getting ready.
All stepping up their own share.
Because the war
of
has
the burden.
started. You understand that, right?
So we agreed.
We are living in World War III right now. We have started the war. France will move nukes into Germany as well. France has also put forward a proposal to have a shared European nuclear defense, which is excellent.
Some important steps today. First, we will keep the military aid flowing and keep increasing the economic pressure on Russia to strengthen Ukraine now. Second, we agreed that any lasting peace must ensure Ukraine's sovereignty and security, and Ukraine must be at the table. Third, in the event of a peace deal, we will keep boosting Ukraine's own defensive capabilities to deter any future invasion.
And yes, Matty Holmes, but better late than never with the Liberals, right?
We will go further to develop a coalition of the willing to defend a deal in Ukraine and to guarantee the peace. Not every nation will feel able to contribute, but that can't mean that we sit back. Instead, those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent.
This isn't an invasion. We're not. Europe's not invading anything. Europe is forming defense from invasion. You know, who knew the old man Mitt Romney was right? I mean, I kind of did, at least in the last year. I blame America for turning Russia capitalist. Genuinely, that is kind of the issue, Zach. The fact that we did that. What's happening right now to America is what America did to Russia following the end of the Cold War. Like that's what it is. We're doing the same economic shock therapy, the privatization of public programs, the stealing of the country's wealth. Yeah. Then go and fight in one Hollywood pitch. You're a fucking troll, aren't you? Can't remember. You have 5 messages that you've ever posted in my chat, and one is Ukraine is a corrupt mess of garbage. Trump is the greatest president of all time, and the U.S. and Russia take over Europe. I can kind of maybe tell that you might not belong here. So out you go. Lots of Russian bots and trolls on Twitch. You're going to see a lot more of them because now the U.S. government's funding the actual Russian bots too.
And to succeed, this effort must have strong U.S. backing.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
We're working with the US on this point.
At that point, it doesn't matter. The coalition of the willing is the important part here. That sounds very much like NATO, but without America. The boots on the ground thing is excellent. The right-wingers think he's insane. Trudeau is open to sending troops to Ukraine as well. Romney was calling out Russia's bees 15 years ago. Obama and everyone mocked him for it. Yeah, I know. You're not wrong. The thing is, like, Mitt Romney is the kind of Republican that used to exist. He's a neocon. He's just religious and he's weird and he's crazy. Like, he's not good. I didn't like him, but he's been correct on the Russia stuff, on the Trump stuff. He's been vindicated. Also, we have Turkey. Turkey will not support any peace plan that includes a territorial concession from Ukraine. 0. No territorial concessions, which is great. We talked about how Erdogan needs Crimea and wants Crimea open in the Black Sea. As well as we have Turkey now considering sending peacekeepers to Ukraine, which is also excellent. Yeah, so they would be straight up NATO. Or would they be straight up Turkish peacekeepers? The idea of multinational peacekeeping force. Right, fair enough. Erdogan support is so significant. It's massive. Erdogan support is crucial here. So, yeah. I talked about this last stream in that Turkey's necessity in picking a side could go either ways, but it seems like they're leaning Europe, and that's what we need. Why can't Russia just chill out and have a compot? Because they can't. They can't. They're incapable. Tyler, well, Turkey should just give back the Armenian lands then. You should worry more about Azerbaijan right now. They're the ones trying to genocide the Armenians this time. But, like, again, this is how Canada feels about us. And yeah, Turkey always plays for the middle. Turkey wants whatever benefits them. Turkey does weapons trading with Russia. No, like, yes, they do. But they're not going to now. Turkey wants control of Crimea. Turkey wants no territorial concessions for Ukraine because they want Russia out of Crimea. They're also going to make much more money by trading weapons with Europe. Turkey has declared that they're going to start developing more weapons for Europe and sell them there. Turkey's really good at drone development. Yes, Trump is a Russian asset. Like, just, I mean, to be fair, whether or not he was in the past, the whole, like, Krasnov shit, none of that matters, California King. He's objectively a Russian asset because of we're supporting Russia. We are now forming military and trade alliances with Russia. So, yeah, it's out of the bag. There's no denying it anymore. They're literally talking about setting up trade deals with Russia. Erdogan has never been scared of Putin. It's easy to tell when they shot the Russian plane down. The Russians decided to play. Yeah, that's the thing.
The country to the north. Oi! The country to the north of us, their citizens have been trying to get us a message. And due to the new censorship that we've been experiencing, we've largely not been hearing about it, and I need your help getting this message out. They are openly preparing for—
Except as an alcoholic and an idiot, the U.S. Navy could, like, the Russian fleet, the Black Sea Fleet, was annihilated by Ukraine, who doesn't have a navy. Think about that. The fact Ukraine does not have a navy, and they took out the Black Sea Fleet. America's Navy could take any navy in the world. Could take the entire world's Navy combined if led by competent people. Genuinely, if we're going to side with Russia now, then when are we lifting sanctions and restrictions? Probably next week, Captain Buggy. They're already talking about that. That's the thing, you know. The tankies are in the government now.
For conflict with our country. That's right. They are openly preparing for conflict as a result of our president's threats. They are looking to cut us out economically.
China does not have a better navy than the U.S. China is building their navy. Their numbers, I believe, have passed us, but their quality and the capability of their naval fleet is not up to the level. And also, like, we're America. We have fucking lasers and shit. We just, I don't know.
Economically, they have been boycotting us on huge levels, and even government contracts that are coming up for renewal, they will look to someone else in order to do business with.
They're getting there, Captain Buggy. They're getting there. It's very funny because the tankies are now working with people like Marco Rubio, the neocons. When they're not on the left, it isn't just called fascist, it's called tanky. So when they're on the left and they want authoritarianism from the left, like when they say we like China and Russia, those are tankies. Tankies are authoritarian fascists, but pretend to be on the left. They're just red fash. Genuinely curious how Ukraine defeated their navy without their own, but I guess running a dictatorship is drones, man, drones. Dictatorship isn't really the best for developing and training wartime competency. Most of Russia's military is run by conscripts. Anyway, like, pay attention. Like, this video is about how Canada feels about us, guys. Canada.
They are openly preparing for conflict with our country. That's right. They are openly preparing for conflict as a result of our president's threats. They are looking to cut us out economically. They have been boycotting us on huge levels, and even government contracts that are coming up for renewal, they will look to someone else in order to do business with.
This shit's gonna hurt America.
Our president's threats are going to cost us one of our dearest
California
allies.
King, why doesn't Russia become more democratic? They have the most natural resource in the world. They supply oil, replace the whole Middle East, because they don't want to. Becoming democratic means the wealthy are less wealthy or can steal less wealth from you. And it means then the people in power have to give up power. People in positions of power never get rid of their own power. That's just not how it works. And I did say the Black Sea Fleet, Tyler the Flower. Yeah, 100%. I'm going to keep preaching this. We do not trust the US. We are untrustworthy allies, period. Again, like, we are literally Russia. Any information that we share with America is being shared with Russia.
Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni...
Even this fascist is on board. Meloni's also a fascist, and she's on our side.
Her British counterpart, Keir Starmer, ahead of a summit being held in London on Europe's role in securing an end to the war in Ukraine.
I mean, to be fair, it's basically everyone's
Echoed a
fascist
statement
now.
also made by Starmer on building bridges between Europe and the United States.
Simply, Steve, nobody in the world ever will trust the US again. Like, that was the death of US hegemony. That meeting in the White House was the moment that it happened. That was the turnover. And she does kind of look like the chick from The Boys. I know the one that you're thinking of, but I can't remember the name.
I think it is very, very important that we avoid
firecracker
the risk that the West divides. And I think on this, UK and Italy can play an important role in bridge building, let's say.
Yeah.
So you know that I've been also proposing a meeting between US and European leaders for if we divide ourselves, that will make us all weaker.
But Meloni is one of just 3 European...
Do you think Europe moves to militarize aggressively now that they don't trust the US for defense? Yes, absolutely. Kediris, that's what we're watching. We're watching Europe, like, arm up. We're watching them form their own defense boundary. America's leaving NATO. They need to protect themselves because Russia wants to invade Europe as well. So, you know, Meloni is a fascist, by the way. Meloni is a fascist. But she's a fascist that is on Europe's side. The assistant lady, I forget her name too. I know the one as well. God damn it. Is Putin the richest man in the world, or Musk? We don't know who that is, and like the people that we know as the richest people in the world are the people that we know of. There's lots of people who have more money, or even just amounts of money that are unfathomable that have just never been accounted for. The Forbes list of top 100 is just people who Forbes can find and reach out to. A lot of the like uber wealthy don't advertise who they are or how wealthy they are. It was Ashley, the world is bad. Thank you. The Saudi family are the richest people in the world at the moment. I do believe that is the truth. If you think if I was richer than Musk, then I wouldn't have used that money to maybe do something. I have like $10. That's how much money I have.
European leaders not to have shown public support for Volodymyr Zelensky after he was publicly berated by Donald Trump and his vice president, J.D. Vance.
So, I do like, you know, seeing Trump wants South Park off the air. That's so funny. So here's the 4-step plan of Starmer to combat Russian aggression.
The plan has 4 clear principles, which I'll now share in full with the House. First, that we must keep the military aid to Ukraine flowing, keep increasing the economic pressure on Russia, and to that end, alongside our partnership on air defence, we're doubling down on military aid. Already this year, we've taken our support to record levels. But on Saturday, we also agreed a new £2.2 billion loan for Ukraine, backed not by the British taxpayer, but by the profits from frozen Russian assets. Second, Mr. Speaker, we agreed that any lasting peace must guarantee the sovereignty and security of Ukraine. and that Ukraine must be at the table.
Oh, Dan did so. Good timing, because you're the South American expert. We're gonna move on to South America in a second.
When negotiating their future, that is absolutely
What was that noise
vital.
they made?
Sovereignty and security of Ukraine. And that Ukraine must be at the table when negotiating their future. That is absolutely
What's up,
vital.
Amanda Borealis?
Third, we agreed that in the event of a peace deal, we will continue to boost Ukraine's defences and Ukraine's deterrence. And finally, fourth, we agreed to develop a coalition of the willing.
That sounds
ready
awful, Dan
to
did
defend
so.
a deal in Ukraine.
It's not even worth it.
And guarantee the peace. Mr. Speaker, after all, the Ukrainian position is completely understandable.
I'm just curious, because we've sent more people. Like, what's the word in South America? What are people thinking? Because we just sent another 5,000-ish soldiers to the border. We have about 20,000 now. America's talking about how we'll airstrike Mexico by the end of next week if they don't like do what we want them to do, which they can't do. It's like an impossible task. We're getting ready to invade, man. Like, I'm hoping that South America's aware of that.
For them, the war did not begin 3 years ago. That was merely the latest and most brutal escalation. They have signed agreements with Putin before. They've experienced the nature of his diplomacy and the caliber of his word. We cannot accept a weak deal like Minsk again. No, we must proceed with...
That's excellent. That's the kind of mentality that I want to see. I mean, look at this. Even Nigel Farage is on our side. You know the world's on fire when Farage makes fucking sense.
The mineral deal is not enough on its own. But can I just remind him, Russia is the aggressor. Zelensky is a war leader whose country has been
Farage
invaded.
is agreeing. The Brexit guy is nodding along like, yeah, no, America's fucked. Russia is with America. We're on, like, if Farage is making sense, I might as well just check myself into an asylum now. Literally. Breaks my brain.
Aggressor. Zelensky is a war leader whose country has been invaded. And we should all be supporting him and not fawning over Putin.
America's so fucking evil, we united Britain. Yeah, I know, honestly, this might be good for the world. It looks like we united Canada. Maybe if there's enough time, Australia could benefit from this. Amanda Borealis, Trump voters are the ones who are going to suffer the most from Trump removing Medicaid tariffs and as China. Yep, we're going to go into all the economic stuff in a bit, Amanda Borealis, but yeah. Look, you're all going to suffer, though. Do not think that this is just going to hit Trump voters. Just today's losses in the market was worse than the first day of the 2008 financial crisis. It was just one day. First hour, actually. There's a few pro-Trumpists like Milei, but his problems back home, particularly with the Bitcoin crisis, he brought on himself. That's true. I just mean, like, is South America somewhat concerned, at least, that we're going to start invading South America? Farage does wear a lot of hats, and that's like the one thing that I like about him, because hats are cool. I like hats. We have the UK newspapers. Look at this. Jessica Tarlov, like the Fox News host. Definitely not his intent, but Trump is making lefties popular all over the world. Based? Jessica Tarlov is talking about how Trump is making leftists more popular. Because then you look at the UK news. The Sunday Telegraph, you are very welcome to number 10. Then you have The Mirror, we've got your back. Then you have the Sunday Times. Reeves unlock billions for Kyiv and UK defense. Then it's The Observer, royal welcome for Zelensky after White House meltdown. People, Sunday People, hug of hope. Like, the right-wing media is on our side. Now, stop the state visits for bully Trump. From the Daily Mail, from the Sunday Mail, rather. Like, this is British media, which is very conservative. This is Jessica Tarlov, again, a Fox News host, talking about we're making lefties more popular in the world because of these actions. What'd you send me, Zach? In the first 5 seconds of this video is all my knowledge on South America. Let's find out.
Communism is on the march in Brazil.
Base, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Indie Crab, I can't even see Trump as POTUS anymore. He's a spokesperson. Elon and the vice president. Putin is the president. Elon is the vice president. And Trump and Vance are the press secretaries. That's kind of how it works. Amanda Borealis, I work in finance, and today was pretty horrible to witness. Number one is getting more cucked by Trump than Pierre Poilievre. True. Look, Amanda, tomorrow's going to be just as bad. If today was this bad and they just managed to save the 800-point loss in the Dow to 6 in the very last couple minutes, as soon as the Asia markets open, they're going to like fall, and then tomorrow America's market's going to continue to fall. Good morning, Erratic Cookie. Yes, it is morning. I'm so glad I told my husband to remove all the shares and put money into a safer account. I'm glad you did too, Sister Tall. Look, I'm not sure what the dollar's going to do, because it seems like the dollar stayed pretty consistent, but you might want to consider finding a different currency and putting your money into that currency in case, you know, the rug pull with the crypto shit and everything else crashes the dollar. You might get to keep some of your value if you have your money in something else. You have your money in gold and silver? I mean, cool. Gold has gone up in price significantly lately, which is always a good sign. I need this momentum to flow through the Australia election. Me too, but just to cut off some hope for you, I've checked the Australian election polls today, and from 24th of February to March 2nd, the LNP is at 40% compared to 28.5 in the ALP. It's not looking good for us, and we might have this election in April, so who knows? I found out about this today, though, thanks to looking at this. Trumpets of Patriots. This is Clive Palmer's party. I'm such a leftist, I don't even write with my right hand anymore. Based. For us, we know that we can make his military interventionism a second Vietnam. We don't want war in Central and South America, but we won't shy away from it. Good. I'm glad. Y'all be ready, because it's coming. Everyone here with a car, please drive super carefully. Car prices are going to spike at 10K at least. I did see that as well. Next week is going to be a nightmare. Oh, yeah. I've removed 10,000 in stocks just because of how terrible the market is. It's going to keep going down. I would see whether or not defense contractors are going up. Like, what's Lockheed stock looking like? See, Lockheed went up, which is also unsurprising. It's only been, I mean, to be fair, it's been more than a month now. It's been slightly over a month, and we are worse off than we could have been in, I don't know, the entirety of Biden's administration, for one. If I have money in the bank in Australia, should I be moving it to gold? No, not necessarily. I was talking about American dollars. You're like, because the American dollar is what's going to crash with the crypto stuff. Your Australian dollar is fine. China holds too much US bonds to allow our dollar to crash. That's only if we decide to continue to pay the debt, which we're not going to, Tyler. By the way, right-wing subreddits and communities, they're splitting over the Ukraine thing. I think it's the nationalist versus the conservative split. They're going to continue to do that, but we'll see. I'm German, and we elected the Conservative Party here this time, which is aggressively pro-Ukraine and hawkish. There's a difference. Yeah, like, I'm glad with the German election. We did cover it a bit. The AfD did gain way too much ground, but the left also gained some ground, and the people who won are actually the people we need right now. The conservatives are really fucking annoying, but they're really good on military spending. Trumpet of Patriots, not even hiding it. No, of course not, ADH debater. Watch this. Look. That's gonna be copyright music, but yeah. I do kind of see a shift in the defense industry, in like not only Europe's industry rising, but the defense industry in America being changed. Like we're not focusing on the same companies in the same way that we used to. There's a shift there. But again, like the fact that even Fox News is aware of this is insane. Now, moving on from that, this is my personal analysis of what's happened. The entire meeting in the White House, I think, was this, and I've been assured by a Romanian sex trafficker that this is indeed how politics works. So I was talking to this with my buddies, and it's insane. Trump really took over the Pentagon. I always assumed that at the end of the day, those guys would stop the shit he's doing right now. No. He did it. That was the plot twist, you know? Proudly displays. Yeah, I mean, like, this is what I see what happened. And it's kind of true. I mean, like, obviously it's the meme, but it is also pretty fucking true. Hold on, I'm looking for video because what you just mentioned tracks very well. Where are you? The biggest surprise to me will always be the fact that the CIA didn't just remove Elon Musk.
Y'all know what the fuck is a plot twist for the ages? The fact that the CIA walking around and get dismantled by Elon Musk. The old CIA would have had that nigga in the back of a burning car at this time tomorrow. And his kids. And his mama. And everybody else who the fuck could do anything about anything that had going on with that. Fuck that.
That's true. The old CIA would have. Evil monkey, somebody should tell Trump messing with the defense bag is what Kennedy got. I mean, true, but at the same time, he's already successfully did it. He took away the bag from some of the people and gave it to other people. Base Denim's post. True. I'm working on a project with Rheinmetall where they are trying to get AI into drones. I really wish the deep state actually exists. Look, the AI and drone shit I fucking hate, Amanda. We've covered it before. Amanda Borealis, you're like in the industry of the devil. I don't know how you survive that. Like, that shit's terrifying. AI with drones is that's end of the world shit. Like, you guys understand that, right? And like, we've seen videos of what that looks like. We've seen the suicide drones. We're creating hunter-seeker drones from fucking Dune. Someone needs to like cut off all of the access to television and video games to these oligarchs, because I really feel like they're just playing cyberpunk and watching like dystopian futurist movies, and then like, I like that, let's do that. This to me though was the most unhinged moment of the actual meeting. This shit was insane.
What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay?
Like, what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? You're talking about the security of another country. It's insane. It's insane. I did see the Vance skiing shit. Thank you for the sub, Jump J. I really appreciate it. Like, look at this. Mitch McConnell again, the people that are on the right side right now, Maloney, McConnell, and Farage. I feel like I'm going insane. There's already they're already given a number of orders of unarmed drones over Mexico that signals the strike is going to happen. We've already said we will be airstriking Mexico like next week if they don't do what we said. And again, it's like an impossible task, so don't forget Rubio. Oh yeah, well, I mean, Rubio's on their side. He just doesn't like it. He's too much of a pussy to actually do anything. He just sank into the couch like that.
I bet is you heard something or something.
I mean, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to listen to Jen Psaki right now.
Saw something about what happened between Donald Trump,
What's up,
JD
Arberlin?
Vance, and Vladimir Zelensky.
Were there any female politicians in the room? Not that I'm aware of, but there was Russian state media.
Lots of people were involved for good reason. Vladimir Putin was delighted, which tells you something. But it was something that the whole world kind of...
Farage, I don't know if he made a pro-Putin statement yesterday, but he got told, like, he was nodding along to Starmer talking about how we need to stop believing in Russian propaganda and we need to start being, like, much more defense-focused on Ukraine and Britain, and, like, they were all in agreement. Boris as well. But, like, the right is on, like, the neocons and the neoliberals are on our side right now. Now, will that stay that way? No, because they will always betray the left as long as they get to keep money. But for the time being,
kind of stopped and watched. I mean, in the aftermath of that horror show, the UK and France felt the need to develop their own peace plan with Ukraine.
We've declared the cartels as foreign terrorist operations, Lanky Sapien, and Mexico is forming a lawsuit against the U.S. because 70-something% of the cartel's weapons come from us. So that means we're selling guns to a foreign terrorist organization.
And to us. The front page of one of the biggest British conservative newspapers called Trump a bully who is no longer welcome for his state visit. And here at home, protesters in Vermont lined up to greet Vice President J.D. Vance, carrying signs with slogans like, compassion is not transactional, democracy not fascism, and my personal favorite, go ski in Russia, J.D. That's creative. But hey, I guess at least someone was happy. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov came out and said today that Trump's foreign policy, quote, largely coincides with our vision.
Oh, look, Russia's entirely in agreement.
A statement, by the way,
and just like
that would have
Iran
made the
Contra.
skin crawl of former Republican leaders like John McCain and Mitt Romney and many others. But let's just back up for a second, because there were some things that happened before Friday, before that meeting on Friday, that just gave you a sense it was going to be a bonkers day at the White House. And I just want to focus on one of them just for a moment, because I think it's telling. Because earlier in the day, we started getting reports from journalists at the White House that a member of Russian state media had gained access to that meeting in the Oval Office. We also learned that Reuters and the Associated Press were left out. Now, just to be clear, to put a little fine point on this one, that means an outlet that literally takes direction from the Kremlin briefly had access to a meeting between the sitting U.S. president and the president of the country that their bosses invaded. It also means two global wire services known for reporting straight news around the world were denied access.
You guys see the fact that, like, the Nazis are bots as well now? We have Nazi bots. One just came in and called me Jewish for some reason. Look, it's getting bad. Like, it's getting real fucking bad. We might assassinate Zelensky.
Everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It could be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long. Because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody. Everybody
like,
has
that's a threat right there. Captain Buggy, I still can't believe how fucking right Hillary was. No, she was right. Everything about Russiagate was correct. Everything. And by the way, so was I. I was right too. The entire Russiagate thing was 100% correct. Dan did so, but if Scheinbaum allows military strikes, it's going to be Felipe Calderon all over again. Well, it's not about allowing the military strikes. It's just like, we're gonna do it. Oxyander, yeah, online is a battlefield, and we're in the fucking trenches, y'all. Get ready, because it's war, and we're in it. We're fighting right now, in the war. At least in the psychological battlefield. Lanky Sapien, it's insane that any president is saying something like that. Amanda Borealis, I don't know, but have you guys read about Herbert Hoover? Yes, we've talked about Hoover quite a lot. We talked about the fact that we got FDR following Hoover. My cat's name is literally Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It's just, I'm not sure we're gonna get a Hoover-esque economy, but we might not have a Hoover-esque social system. Anyone else getting an uptick in spam calls and texts after Hegseth's cybersecurity announcement? Me? Everyone, I would assume, but like, yeah. That clip was similar to the J6 speech. It was. It actually was. One more time, actually.
has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make.
This does sound like the J6
very
speech.
fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal.
Before we actually continue on with this, I just want you all to know, in case you didn't, that Donald Trump shits his pants every day. And I'm not joking. Like, that's you can go look that up. He wears a diaper. He has bowel incontinence. That's what you get for being 80 billion years old and eating only McDonald's and having, I don't know, decades of cocaine use in your history. You can't hold on to your bowels anymore. So just for all of you, I wanted you to know that for sure. Now, here's some scary shit.
And Victoria Coates, she is the vice president of the Heritage Foundation's National Security and Foreign Policy Institute. Thanks, Victoria, for being
Literally
here.
just like the demons.
Is it on, as the NATO leader has suggested? Is it on?
Oh no, as stuff. Trump was a Hollywood actor. Of course he was doing. He was a Wall Street billionaire, a real estate billionaire in New York and in Hollywood. He was doing lines of coke up the ass. That's why his son is a coke addict, because he probably got it from his dad.
Zelensky's shoulders to try to fix this situation?
Well, good to be with you.
Erratic cookie, we are getting Hoovervilles. We're getting homeless encampments. Trump already announced that before the election even.
Thank you for having me on. Yes, I think it quite frankly is.
Yeah, they're the demons.
The Secretary General, Mark Rutte, is not a natural ally necessarily of President Trump, but he recognizes the simple reality that the United States is the nuclear umbrella over Europe. We are the ones who provide that security, and without it, there's not much Europe's going to be able to do against the world's largest nuclear power, which is Russia. So that is the reality that I think President Zelensky forgot yesterday, that this is a bigger situation than just Ukraine, and that President Trump is an indispensable and necessary partner to Europe. And just really quickly, I would point out he had 2 excellent engagements with European heads of state last week. This was in no way...
We are literally the laughingstock of the world. People who are on the right, people who watch this don't realize it, but we were humiliated. Donald Trump humiliated the United States. There was not a single source of good coverage outside of the US, Russia, and Israel about this. I don't know if he's going to lose it if he continues. I am not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, he really did cuck the US. It's bad, guys. And by the way, he cucked the US, but we were pretending that he didn't. Here's Jesse Waters.
We run the world. This is America's world. He's our proxy. This ends when we say it ends. It doesn't end when Zelensky, if he wants to go it alone, go it alone. I'm glad we helped him. Russia invaded. We got his back. At first, it was the right thing to do. But now it's not. Now the war's over, and he doesn't recognize it's over. And reality is going to eat this guy alive if he doesn't recognize this.
So, that's kind of what they think. What's this? We got... Come on. Wall Street reports that the U.S. is hitting the brakes on sending arms to Ukraine. We've officially stopped sending arms to Ukraine now, I believe, and then we're going to drop the sanctions on Russia probably tomorrow during the State of the Union speech, I would think, actually. 100%. This guy's kids hate his guts. Slimy motherfucker. Gringos and MAGA are now pro-Russian. 100%. Yeah. Entirely pro-Russian. There was a German tourist. Yeah, we're going to talk about the German tourist. That's on my list. Sorry, guys. I have so much news to cover because I was away for the weekend.
For us, kind of, talking about the details and demands
it's been blitzkrieg on us for a while.
Before, as President Trump said, look, I don't know that we can get both sides to the table at this point. And, you can't kind of trash the other side going, litigating through the history of this conflict if we're going to bring both sides to the table. And further, coming to the Oval Office, with the body language, the shaking of head, the kind of
I'm sorry.
Arms crossed.
Did he not look perfect for you? Again, this is all they can come up with because they don't actually have anything. They don't actually have any point to make. Here's fucking Newsmax.
The big question was Zelensky ready for peace when he went to the Oval Office? But do you think that Russian President Putin is ready for peace? And would he be open to that?
Yeah, I think that Putin was waiting for an America that was willing to actually bring Zelensky to the table. To be clear, the Ukrainians never had a plan of actually winning that war. So
we're so fucking cooked. But again, by the way, Ukraine has been winning this war.
I don't know, billions of dollars over there. Then we also find out that they're also getting our Social Security checks. This is absurd. And then to come to the White House and to demand what they did, frankly, a good leader, any leader would tell you, especially those with a military background, that you do peace through strength. And that should be your first point, and that you would want to actually not want to put your
Hi, I'm from Denmark. He attacked us here in Europe today again with his liars social. I guess he's got a Happy Meal from McDonald's and was, yeah, look, we're attacking everybody, guys. We are the Hitler country. H.H. Madison, we're going to invade Greenland, which is yours. Denmark owns Greenland. So, you know, we're insane. We've lost the plot. Pete Hegseth ordered U.S. Cyber Command to stand down all planning against Russia, including offensive digital actions, records say. We kind of know this one. They never have anything, never a single original thought or idea, never really the truth even. Tangoratators, are there any securities in place if a leader is found mentally insane? Yes, but the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. So, like, no. They got rid of the Constitution. It was in the Constitution. It's just, you know. I honestly think it will get bad, but I don't think it'll be catastrophe bad because inflation is going to cause him to lose the popular vote. Amanda Borealis, we are not going to have a free and fair election. We already have gas chambers, guys. We've built gas chambers. Like, we're the Hitler country. By the way, here's Putin offering a mineral deal for us. Wait, you use X? Yeah, I get most of like the news from general sources, then I go look at what's being talked about on X, and then I tie in together like what the right's thinking, what the left's thinking. It's useful for my purposes. It just means you have to spend an uncomfortable amount of time on X.
У нас, безусловно, на порядок, я хочу это подчеркнуть, на порядок больше ресурсов подобного рода, чем в Украине.
It's important to emphasize that Russia possesses significantly more rare earth minerals than Ukraine.
Россия является одним из безусловных лидеров по запасам этих редких и редкоземельных металлов. Они у нас имеются и на севере, в Мурманске, на Кавказе, в Кабарде-на-Балкарии, на Дальнем Востоке.
So, like, yeah, they're pushing. They want this trade deal too. Like, this would profit Putin and Russia quite a bit to make this trade deal. But that's where we are. A transactional deal with America and Russia. We're talking about dropping the sanctions. You know, it's research for my job. Exactly. I have to use Twitter because I have to confirm things. And I also use Blue Sky. I get my news from literally every source that exists for news at the same time. Here's Tulsi Gabbard bashing Zelensky. Again, Russian agent. Again, Hillary Clinton was 100% correct.
Also, though, think that
On
they're
her, at least.
in more alignment, and they should be, with the U.S. when it comes to those freedoms and things you talk about. Certainly, those are not things that you would say that Russia or Putin celebrates or bestows on his own people.
That's correct. I would not make that claim, and it's clear that that's not the case, nor does President Trump. But that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about many of these European countries and Zelensky himself, who claim to be standing and fighting for the cause of freedom and democracy, when we actually look at what's happening in reality in these countries, as well as with Zelensky's government in Ukraine, is the exact opposite. You have the canceling of elections in Ukraine. You have political parties being silenced or even...
Yes, it's literally war. The elections are canceled because it's war and it's hard to conduct a free and fair election while you're being bombed to shit. And at the same time, your political parties are being overrun by Russians trying to do exactly to you what they did to Georgia. So, of course, maybe holding an election when there's a high risk of fraud in the election might not be a good idea. What she's saying applies to Russia when they aren't in war too. What she's saying applies to America.
Criminalized or thrown in prison. You have the freedom of religion, churches being shut down. You have political opposition being silenced. You have total government control.
We're getting a dictatorship, Amanda Borealis. We already have a dictatorship. It's unitary executive theory now. The Congress doesn't matter. The courts don't matter. We've been ignoring them entirely. The courts have no power. It's just the fact we have the king now. We have the king and we have Russia. We let Russia gaslight on us, never again. You guys did. I've been saying this for years. I've been literally saying exactly this for years. And every single person that disagreed with me, that said, no, that's a conspiracy, like, all of that was just Russian gaslighting. This has been the case since, like, QAnon was a Russian psyop. That was a decade ago, guys. A decade ago. Russiagate was 100% real. As I've said before, the only reason that Russiagate did not prove that Donald Trump was 100% guilty in coordinating with Vladimir Putin was because of an FBI agent who then was, at the time, saying, no, there's no evidence, which he then later got arrested for being a Russian agent. Like, that's what I mean. Sure, you know, like, I follow a lot of people.
Media, we could go down a whole laundry list of issues that are against.
Oh, there you go. The Ukrainian
values.
constitution doesn't permit elections during wartime. Like, they just make shit up. They do. And again, like, none of this would ever be applied to anybody but someone they, you know, are enemies with.
What happened in the White House after close to an hour of conversation when President Zelensky directly challenged President Trump and Vice President Vance in front of the media and the American people. He really showed his lack of interest in any real good faith negotiations. I can tell you there were a lot of conversations that were happening through different emissaries, both for Zelensky and for President Trump, leading up to his visit there to the Oval Office. And President Zelensky's immediate escalation there was frankly quite a surprise. This has created a huge rift in the relationship. President Zelensky, as you point
Shapiro is now criticizing Trump. That's when things are getting bad. Like I said, the neocons and the neolibs are on our side now, at least temporarily. Captain Buggy, pre-Ukraine, I defended Russia so hard against the Russiagate shit. I was blinded by my hate for Hillary. A lot of people were, but like that shit was real. Again, like I never want to hear about how the Steele document is fake ever again. Ever again. Every single thing that was about Russia, all of Russiagate was true. Stuff, how did Ukraine break free from its Russian puppet president before Zelensky? They had a revolution. Like, it was, I believe, called the Revolution of Dignity. The Euromaidan. Yeah, there you go. They had a revolution. Also, tampons was trending on Twitter earlier, and the top tweet that came up, I clicked, oh my god. Literally, they're still on Tim Walz. That's because, like, this is what I mean. When the right does bad shit that hurts their constituents, the only thing they can offer as a salve is hatred of another person. That's all they got. And like, look, guys, I want to start seeing protests like we see in Greece, in America. Nothing less than this is good enough. Here's Elon Musk retweeting Tulsi Gabbard.
Here is something that the political establishment and propaganda media don't want you to know. Ukraine's President Zelensky has just banned yet another political opposition party, one that questioned his legitimacy as president. And
Russian
used
bots
Ukraine's
and
Department
spies.
of Justice to mandate the seizure of this
Oh, I know
party's
there's
members'
protests going on, friendly neighborhood Mexican. I've seen some. I just don't, they're just not like Greece.
assets. Now, this is just the latest of Zelensky's actions to do this sort of thing. He began banning major political opposition parties in 2022, when he also started banning TV channels that were associated with his political
Thanks for the follow.
opponents.
All right, fuck you and your Russian agents. This is what Greece looks like, and nothing less than this is okay. Nothing less than this. 3 months? I want it now. Right now. We need that. Right the fuck. We need this a week ago. A month ago. Guys, like, grow a pair. Protest with dignity. By the way, speaking of protests, real quick, we're going to touch on this more in a minute, but guess no one told Portland police that they just have to shoot everybody when this shit happens? MAGA wants protesters shot and killed, just so you know. Now, I'm not sure what the date of this is. I'm not sure. I don't think that this is recent. This looks like it might be, you know, an old one, but like they want you to die. This, and you still have the Second Amendment, unlike Greece, for the moment. Germany had hundreds of thousands in the street before the elections because they knew you have to do it with this. Literally, that's the thing. They make stuff up, they omit stuff, they exaggerate stuff. We need this. I want that. Protests, guys. Like an actual fucking protest. By the way, this is how Democrats used to talk about Republicans. If you vote for Nixon, you ought to go to hell, says Harry Truman. That's literally what Harry Truman said. If you vote for Nixon, you ought to go to hell. If you vote for Trump, if you support MAGA, if you support Russia, if you support Elon Musk, if you support Donald Trump, then I hope you burn in hell for all fucking eternity. I hope the Christians are right and God's real. Just for you. Anyway, back to Ukraine. We keep hearing the right-wingers talking about how Ukraine is doing poorly, right? Here's another Russian oil refinery on fire because of Ukraine. This is like the 5th one. 1,300 kilometers behind the front line. Like, this is a big deal. Again, Russia's money, their finances are dependent on this. And Ukraine keeps lighting up their oil facilities. By the way, that's how far that strike was. I mean, like, they're scared. This is what I meant by, like, Russia's win condition was only the fact that they needed to convince the United States, they needed to, you know, overthrow the US, and they needed to stop aid from the US to Ukraine. But they needed to do this without hyping up and militarizing Europe. That was the win condition. And they failed. Now, they've got rid of US support for Ukraine, but Europe is arming up. I'm not sure they actually succeeded. And they can't win this war otherwise. That was the only way. If we keep giving Ukraine guns and weapons and money, then they're going to keep fighting, and the Russians are going to keep losing. Which is good, you know? But at the end of this, I just want to remind you all what Nikolai Patrushev said before the election, you know, or rather immediately following the election. Nikolai Patrushev, who's important Kremlin asset. Trump to rely on forces that brought him to power. Russian presidential aide Nikolai Patrushev agreed that Trump, when he was still a candidate, made many statements critical of the destructive foreign and domestic policies pursued by the current administration. Quote, the election campaign is over, Patrushev noted. To achieve success in the election, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. As a responsible person, he will be obligated to fulfill them. Obliged, rather. Like, it's not like any of this was a surprise. Why the U.S. president would choose the Kremlin over America's traditional partners remains the subject of intense speculation. Much of it, like the frequent suggestion that Trump is somehow a Kremlin asset or beholden to Putin, is without evidence. Sure, yeah, Taz Media. Love that. Thank you. Very helpful, the Russian state media. Did you hear Hegseth last night told U.S. Cyber Command to stand down on investigations? Yes, I did. They're not trying to hide at coherent screams. We're literally going to make a trade deal with Russia in a hot minute. Like, we're dropping sanctions. We're their ally. We have dropped our allies. By the way, while this is happening, right? While all of these conversations are going on, Russia used missiles to sink a British ship carrying weapons to Ukraine. A literal British ship, you know? That's a big fucking deal. Understand that, like, you can't just do that. It's a bit more complicated than you just launching fucking missiles at any one ship. That's that is a British ship. A cargo ship, amid unconfirmed Russian claims it was carrying British weapons for use by Ukraine. 2 Iskander-M ballistic missiles hit the Panama-flagged container. Oh, sorry, Panama-flagged. Never mind, it wasn't a British ship. Either way, like, it doesn't matter, though. Reported Swiss-owned soon after it arrived in Odessa on March 1st, making a stop in Turkey. 2 port workers were believed to have been wounded in the strike, which also damaged infrastructure. Well, I mean, like, sorry, I was wrong that it was a UK ship. I missed the Panama-flagged bit. So no, it's not really an attack on the UK exactly, but I mean, the UK is ready to put troops on the ground. So this isn't going to help with that. The report of the attack comes as the British PM Sir Keir Starmer today hosts Zelensky and other European nation leaders to discuss the future of Europe. The US aren't cool with Panama as much as I know. We want to invade Panama. Did you hear what the UK said yesterday? Yep, I covered it at the beginning of the stream.
Russia launched over 80 drones towards Ukraine overnight. That is according to...
This was right around the same time that they had their oil refinery lit on fire.
Ukraine's Air Force. They said 46 of those were shot down and 31 were lost without causing any damage. One of the drones struck an apartment building in Kharkiv, injuring 8 people.
Yeah, this was last night. Like, it's pretty bad. But, like, understand here, right? that the Russian forces are down to advancing an average of 5 square kilometers per day, while the Ukrainian forces just gained 4.15 square kilometers, pushing Russians back near Kupiansk, entering the northwestern outskirts of Petropavlivka. This is the Kharkiv region. We may be nearing net zero gain situation despite Russian assault ongoing. They're not doing great. I hate drone warfare so much, it's dystopian. We literally reinvented, like, trench warfare from World War I. It's the Daily Mail, not known for accurate reporting. I know that it's the Daily Mail, but at the same time, right now, all of Ukraine's media is violently anti-Russian, and so I believe them about, like, anti-Russian media. That's the thing. You can, like, because I look at all of the media, all of it. I know which ones are unreliable. I know when they're lying. We just watched Fox News a hot minute ago. Like, it's not necessarily a trustworthy source, but on the subject that we're talking about, it is likely to be. Zomi, Ukraine is actively counterattacking in the city of Toretsk, taking back some of the high rises in the center and cutting off the Russian garrison in the north of the city. Cool. So this would be a Ukrainian drone attack. More Ukrainian drone attacks. Okay, yeah. So, like, not bad. Making gains. At least the Russians are not making gains. It is pretty close to Donetsk, isn't it? I mean, again, guys, like, the front lines have barely moved since the start of the war. Barely. The Russians ain't shit. The Russians ain't it. All right. So we're gonna move on to the other wars that we're getting ready to start.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth implemented the changes earlier this month while meeting with senior U.S. military leaders in Germany. Hegseth confirmed to CBS News' reporting on Friday, sharing the story on X with the message story, and joins us now with more on this. So James Laporta broke this story and joins us now with more on this. So James, what was the process for authorizing raids and airstrikes before these changes, and what does this process look like now?
Sure. So broadly speaking, airstrikes or drone strikes fall into two different categories. There's deliberate airstrikes, and then there's self-defense airstrikes. And quickly speaking, deliberate airstrikes is you're strategically selecting targets inside a terrorist organization. You're developing intelligence, and that intelligence is going up several layers of the U.S. government. It's going from the combatant commander to the joint staff. It could run through the Secretary of Defense, through what's called the Principals Committee, and finally, you have sign-off by the President of the United States. That's the more deliberate approach, and that's really the approach that former President Biden had in place. It was kind of modeled after what former President Obama had put in place during his second term. Self-defense airstrikes, real quick, is basically a new threat stream has come in, and you don't have, the U.S. government doesn't have the time to really go through those layers in days and weeks to develop that intelligence, and so they strike very quickly. Those are self-defense.
And what we're going to do is, because we keep claiming self-defense, we've already claimed that cartels have shot through the border at Americans. Like, obviously, the changing of the criteria necessary and the setup for how to go about doing a drone strike, we're not gonna do the long way. We're just gonna strike wherever the fuck we want, whenever the fuck we want. We're children now.
Those deliberate airstrikes is what they try to do because there's multiple layers to it, right? What President Trump has done is
the Israel playbook. Exactly, the world is bad.
Those multiple layers of.
Speaking of, did you guys? I don't have a link for this one. If someone has it, and they can send it to me, and we can have a look at it. But Israel dropped a bunch of flyers all over Gaza saying, "Leave now, or you're all gonna die." Like, America's will be implemented. Gaza will be, like, entirely cleaned out. Like, it basically said, "Stay here, or you're gonna die." The EZLN did a pretty good job at clapping the cartels. Those dudes don't fuck around with the indigenous land being fucked with. Well, I really hope the cartels fuck us up, man. Like, they have access to drones. They have a submarine.
Approval that President Biden had put into place.
I want attrition on the Americans.
President Trump has the authorization to do that. As commander-in-chief, he has the ability to delegate down to his combatant commander. So what he's done is he's given the combatant commanders the authority to target how they see fit and to strike how they see fit.
As in, like, there doesn't need to be an infrastructure of going to a superior officer to get confirmed permission to do an airstrike. You can just kind of do an airstrike.
Who are the potential targets, James?
Didn't the cartels offer to pay off the U.S. debt like 5 years ago and then also paid again? Yeah, literally, the cartels offered to pay off the U.S. debt in its entirety and then pay the same amount again to give us a surplus of that much money if we legalized drugs and made a trade deal with them. Which, by the way, was a based idea because that would be good. Like, obviously, cartels are bad, but legalizing drugs and making a deal with the manufacturers means they get to have, like, oversight. We have regulation. They don't have to do black market shit. And now they have America's backing, so they don't have to use the cheaper chemicals. Like, we could have made that better. But that's how much money they have. I mean, they offered to pay off the debt, guys. Double the debt. Leave. Also, you can't legally immigrate anywhere as well, so die. Basically, yes, Astolf. The cartels have better submarine program than AUKUS. We need to drop AUKUS right the fuck now, Oxyander. Trump didn't even know what AUKUS was. Wait, what? Is that real? Yeah, look it up. Hold on, I'll look it up. Cartels to offer to pay off U.S. debt. This was in 2014. More and more Mexico drug cartels are partnering with American small businesses. U.S. companies don't ever come into contact with drugs. Instead, they help the cartels launder money, blah, blah, blah. How much should they buy? Come on, this isn't the right link. God damn it. Had it. I don't know where I can find that. There's like definitely not a proper news article written about it. Twice. I distinctly remember this happening, but I might just be in my head about it. I don't know. Who knows? But like again, so what he just said here is that there doesn't need to be any infrastructure for a soldier to ask higher commanders for permission before launching an airstrike. Again, listen to this.
He's giving the combatant commanders the authority to target how they see fit and to strike how they see fit.
Who are the potential
deeply
targets,
concerning.
James?
So from my reporting, when Defense Secretary Hegseth met with leaders in Germany, he was meeting with leaders from U.S. European Command. He was meeting with leaders from U.S. Africa Command. Those were the combatant commands that I was referring to before. The two groups that I was told were brought up were the Houthis in Yemen, which they're backed by Iran.
Blah, blah, blah.
Merchant ships and commercial ships navigating through the Mediterranean.
Are you going to mention the Mexican cartels?
That was one of the groups that was brought up. The other group was Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab goes...
Didn't mention the cartels, but yeah, removing the chain of command for airstrikes is literally fucking insane. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly warned Mexican officials that if Mexico doesn't crack down on government cartel collusion, the U.S. military is prepared to take unilateral action, a direct military intervention in Mexico. Here's Fox News lying to the people about how cartel operatives are living in fear amidst Trump's crackdown, which is kind of hilarious to think about.
Cartel operatives in Mexico say they're worried about being arrested or even killed as Trump cracks down on our southern border.
Maddie Rivera is in Washington with more. Maddie.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Yeah, the New York Times reports the Sinaloa cartel in particular has been disrupted because of President Trump's threats and Mexico's crackdown on cartels. Cartel operatives have reportedly had to move labs to other parts of the country or temporarily stop production. Other cartel members are becoming more afraid of being arrested or even killed. One person telling the New York Times, you can't be calm, you can't even sleep because you don't know when they'll catch you. The most important thing now is to survive.
Motherfucker, these people are in the drug cartels. That's literally their entire life. They believe everything like that. They know very well that that at any point in time they can be arrested. Are you kidding?
After President Trump threatened to impose 25% tariffs, Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum deployed 10,000 National Guard troops to the border and hundreds more soldiers to the Sinaloa state to curb the flow of fentanyl. The pressure against some criminal groups appears to have ramped up since then. Mexico's security minister says there have been arrests and seizures every day. Last month, the Trump administration also designated 8 Latin American organizations as foreign terrorist organizations. On Friday, 29 Mexican cartel members were extradited.
This is just us getting ready. This is drawing some really close parallels to the first Central American war in Cyberpunk 27. Friendly Neighborhood Mexican, a lot of what's going on is drawing a lot of parallels to Cyberpunk 2077 lore, and it's weirdly funny. When are we getting the Eurodollar, y'all? I want the Eurodollar. Bro, living in fear, they spend massive amounts of money buying weapons, and they buy their weapons from us too. These people have an air force that's better than some NATO allies, probably. Give me the Eddies, yeah, I want my Eddies. I want to start using some cyberpunk lingo, like preem. I really like that. That shit's preem. That sounds nice. I like it. Material conditions are why they decided to join the cartel. If we legalize the products and they make money off it, they would just work in a legal, less violent capacity. Exactly.
The United States. The Wall Street
and they
Journal
probably
also
do have
reports
at least a
Secretary
missile.
Pete Hegseth warned the U.S. military was preparing to take action against drug cartels if Mexico did not do more. The Defense Department reportedly declined to comment. Lauren, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
All right, so there's a couple horrific things to go over, and I'm trying to decide how we should go over them because they're really bad. All right. Well, first of all, this terrifies me because tomorrow's the State of the Union. Tomorrow will be big. I will tell it like it is. Elon inserts his Saburo, unfortunately. Yeah. Look, all I know is we need a Johnny Silverhand somewhere. Tomorrow, this is scary as fuck. What the fuck is he gonna do? He could declare war tomorrow. He could purge the Democrats. He could literally just order the military to come and just pick up all the Dems tomorrow and take them away. He could declare that that's war and that because of security concerns, we need to get rid of all left-leaning media. He could declare that he's creating the Trump's youth and they all have to wear like the same colored shirt. Who the fuck knows? I want every Democrat to stay home tomorrow night. I want half of U.S. Congress empty. That would send a message. True. State of the Union is tomorrow. I'm not going to miss it, even if it's 3 a.m. Danish time. It'll be in an hour and a half from what it is now, H.H. Madsen. I'll be doing a panel before the State of the Union. It'll be with Wick, Captain Gibbs, and Irrelevant, whatever their name is. I don't know any of those people aside from Wick. So like I'll be on that panel. We're gonna talk about the State of the Union, and then we're gonna cover the State of the Union tomorrow. But it's not going to be fun, guys. Also, did Putin write this? Because Trump doesn't sound like this. We should spend less time worrying about Putin and more time worrying about migrant rape gangs, drug lords, murderers, and people from mental institutions entering the country so we don't end up like Europe. Sounds like maybe Putin might have had a hand in writing that. New merch announcement, make Russia great again. Jesus Christ. You should probably get ready for Gibbs. I'm well aware that I'm probably not gonna have a fun time in Fallible Foul, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, I'm right. You guys understand that, right? I have been correct on my assumptions, especially when it comes to foreign policy, but in the same way in Trump's domestic policy. I've yet to be wrong on what they plan to do. I've just been wrong about when they're going to do it. That's the only difference. Hey, how long do you think it'll take for American citizens that don't stay informed to wake up? They're awake. They're awake. There's plenty of people out, like, protesting right now. Did you go over Russia's cybersecurity threat thing already? Yes, I did. I did indeed. We're on to Mexico now. We talked about Russia and Europe and all that stuff before. I think Elon's unironically running Trump's accounts. Probably. Look, all I know is all of Europe has come together. They're willing to arm up. They're willing to go to war. We're doing some scary shit. I need to pee. I'll be right back. And then, actually, hold on. Let me find a video to put on for y'all before I have to go pee so that your attention span doesn't hate me. There we go. Good one.
after he left the U.S. The UK Prime Minister announcing a multi-billion-dollar aid package now for Ukraine.
I'll be right back.
UK and European allies seem to be racing to try to fix this fracture between the U.S. and Ukraine. Will that work?
I don't know. It's hard to say, and fixing the fracture to what end and to how far, right? So they had I think, a very good meeting. For anybody who cares about national security for Ukraine in Europe, they came up with new aid and an idea perhaps for a ceasefire and a peace agreement. And the Trump administration should be happy about that. They keep saying the Europeans need to do more. They're doing more. Number two, when it comes to repairing our bilateral relationship, of the 3 points that Gary just laid out, let's just be clear. Two of them are points about personal differences. It's about the personalities, the whims of our president. That's not his job. His job is to represent American national security interests and leave his own personality out of it. And moreover, the notion that Zelensky needs to say thank you to the president and the vice president. He needs to say thank you to the American people. He's done that 1,000 times. But what have they done for him? Remember, they are giving Putin everything he wants.
I'm back. So Project 2025 is the real deal, I guess? Oh, yeah, absolutely. H.H. Madsen, even like they've already admitted that. They've been talking about Project 2025 openly now. Why are we going to war with Mexico, Canada, and Greenland at the same time? Is because we're insane. Canada, at least, there's like something that America wants, but like we could gain access to that much easier by I don't know, working with Canada because they're our closest ally. But you know, look at all those flags. The USA is not there. Where? Oh, here. Oh yeah, of course, because this is the new NATO. Again, look, there's a NATO flag. This is new NATO. It's whatever the Europeans end up calling their alliance. It's been the real deal for a long time, yeah. He put Russell Vought in charge of the OPM, that's true. He wants Greenland because our PM told the orange guy that we wouldn't sell Greenland. That's not why he wants Greenland. He wants Greenland because it has access to rare earth elements, trade routes that would be going through the north, as well as oil. But yeah. Is that the Turkish flag? Yeah. Turkey's the largest military in NATO now that America's out of it. Turkey is fucking crucial to this entire situation. Without Turkey's support, then all of Europe is dependent on Russia. Not Russia, on Germany, rather. And Turkey has definitely come down on the side of Europe, which is good. That's what we want to hear. Did you guys hear at the same time as we cut all funding to Ukraine? We pulled a Biden. $4 billion to Israel.
The U.S. Secretary of State has signed a declaration to fast.
And why does Turkey have so many arms? Because they have a large military. Conscription is still a thing for Turkey. If you're born male and you hit like I think 18 or 20 and you're not in university, then you have to go in the military for 2 years. But if you're going into the military, you can if you're going to like university, you can delay that. You can pay your way out of conscription. But we have several 100,000 troops, and so it's important.
Track the delivery.
Oh no! Tomorrow the Russian sanctions. Yeah, I see that happening.
Israel. Marco Rubio said in a statement that the administration uses emergency authority to expedite.
Erdogan isn't an idiot, Dan did so. Erdogan flip-flops, but he's not because he's an idiot. Erdogan doesn't care about what's good for Turkey. Erdogan cares about what's good for Erdogan. And that's why I think he's going to side with Europe, because Erdogan's kid has billion-dollar companies, industries that sell shit to Europe. So they need that, like, trade line to stay open.
Expedite the aid delivery, allowing it to bypass congressional reviews. The aid package includes.
Oh no, Kadiris, they all hate Jews. They like Israel. In fact, Bannon talked about this. Here's another Nazi just openly talking about this.
Where are you from? I was born in Jerusalem. Folks from USSR, so that expelled into real socialism. My question is to you is this: what do you think about foreign aid to Israel? Is it a strategic partnership?
Israel is a partner of the United States, but people in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support MAGA. Okay, MAGA and the evangelical Christians and the traditional Catholics and the
they support Israel because they think that, like, the Jews are all going to fight the Muslims, and the Muslims are all going to die, and then Jesus is going to come down and bring them to heaven and shit. Yeah. Coherent scrims, for those who do not know, Turkey has nukes, American nukes. Americans have the codes, but there are nukes at one airbase, and at least there needs to be used under circumstances I can't seem to understand. Those nukes are probably going to get withdrawn from Turkey, but their nukes are there in case Russia decides to invade Europe. Conscription was reduced in Turkey? Well, that's good. I didn't know that. But yeah, no, that's why they are pro-Israel, Kediris. So.
Bombs and armored bulldozers.
32% of Americans believe that, by the way. I'm not joking.
Trump has okayed nearly $12 billion in military aid.
52% of Americans believe angels are real.
To the Tel Aviv regime. The U.S. Secretary of State also criticized former President Joe Biden for imposing a partial arms embargo on Israel, saying that it has been reversed by the new administration. Now, Biden put on hold the delivery of 2,000...
Yeah, so, like, we don't need to hear about that. Like, obviously, we're just going to be slaughtering Palestinian babies for a while. You guys want to get infuriated a bit? Because let's talk about how things are getting real scary for women in America. Really fucking scary, actually. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 4, and then 5. So first things first. Apparently, the Tate brothers are advising men to break up with their girlfriends if they don't want to do porn. Now, first off, I thought we were banning porn. Sure, but like...
But if your girl won't wave her titties at a computer, when you're not with her, she's touching her pussy in front of a laptop anyway. If that girl won't do it for you to help change both your lives, that's a good test.
This is called pimping. Fetus trafficking laws incoming. Yeah,
straight away.
It's worse than that.
She ain't ever gonna help you do shit.
By the way, that's what they're trying to do. These are two sex traffickers talking about how to be sex traffickers.
Morals, blah blah. Because he was talking about how his wife would never do anything like that.
Yes, Coherent Scream. That's the timeline.
And I said, okay. So imagine you are financially broke and you fall on hard times, and you mean it when you say it. You tell your wife she's going on webcam and OnlyFans, or you're leaving her. There are two choices. One, she lets you leave her, in which case she doesn't love you. Or two, she reluctantly goes on OnlyFans. And he was like, I wouldn't ask her. I said, no, but if you did. He was like, oh, well, if I did, then she'd say no and I'd stay with her. I say, no, but that's not the question. If you were actually going to leave her. She went, well, she loves me. Of course she'd do OnlyFans. I said, so if your wife had met me, she'd be on OnlyFans too then. Bye.
I have a question. Would you go sell drugs for your wife if you were in a bad like financial situation and you had no other way of getting fast income? Would you go sell drugs? I mean, to be fair, they probably would. They probably would. Every time I see this fucking potato head, I want to punch my monitor. I understand that feeling, friendly neighborhood Mexican. Captain Buggy, bro, he's so creepy the way he talks. He's literally a convicted sex trafficker. H.H. Madsen, this Tata dude has testosterone problems. Is Andrew Tate on estrogen? I mean, he does wear women's clothing already, so like, you know, is he taking the E now? Is he pulling a Finster? Conservative thought leaders, true. The thing about these guys, like these guys are against everything the Republicans like, and yet they're still up in front and center in the administration. I don't really see a problem with doing yourself. That's my point, though, Corn Cob. You're a normal person. They're not. They're talking about using their partner as a tool to gain income while they don't do anything. We also just elected a convicted sex offender, just the wolves forming their pack. True. Also, we have 4 states now where abortion is either on a bill to make it illegal to the point of giving you the death penalty, or the law's already passed. North Dakota, abortion could soon be considered murder under fetal personhood proposed in North Dakota. This separate reproductive rights bill would allow abortions for any reason up to 15 weeks, which we'll see which ones pass. But yeah, this one gives you a murder charge for getting an abortion. Now, does this count miscarriages? The bill contains exceptions for miscarriages. That's nice, North Dakota. At least you guys aren't the worst of the devils. I was like, what's wrong with E? And then I realized you mentioned them. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. I think that the joke of Andrew Tate has testosterone problems is me saying that he might be on estrogen. South Carolina lawmakers refile proposal to make bill punishing abortions as homicide. Yeah, make her eligible for the death penalty. So South Carolina wants to give you the death penalty for abortion.
Well, new today, several state representatives, including many from right here in the upstate, are renewing their push for a piece of legislation that got national attention and criticism last year. The bill would amend the state statute so that prosecutors could charge a woman who got an abortion with homicide. It would change the language in the current laws to expand the word person to include an unborn fetus.
Is this, yeah, South Carolina. That is the worst Carolina.
This
It's also the one on
woman
fire
who got
right
an
now.
abortion could be charged with homicide, which would put the death penalty on the table since South Carolina is a death penalty state. The bill was pre-filed in the state house with 7 sponsors. Nearly all of them represent parts of the upstate legislature.
So then there's Oklahoma, which this vote didn't go through. The bill did not pass, but they're going to try again. Oklahoma lawmakers reject giving women death penalty. Abortion abolitionists vow that the fight is not over. This is fucking insane. Yeah, it is. It is actually fucking insane. Fetal testing. There are some states that are trying to block tests that can detect abnormalities that result in death, etc. Yeah, and again, like a lot of these include miscarriages as murder. You guys need to leave. Leave the states. I asked Nancy Mace about this and proposed a hypothetical about her situation happening to a child, which would she support executing that child for getting an abortion? Her staff hates me. Does she even answer you, Captain Buggy? So we really are doing the Handmaid's Tale. We're going to be smuggling women out of these states to get them to medical care. I can't believe we're here. Yeah, no, actually, we are. Coherent screams. You know, Project 2025 calls for not allowing women to cross the border without a male accompanying them. We're doing the Handmaid's Tale. Like, genuinely, that's what we're doing. We're legalizing, like, we're normalizing rape. We're not legalizing it yet. We're normalizing sex traffickers. Meanwhile, we're giving the death penalty for abortions. Wait till they backdate it and then go through the data and start rounding people up. They could do that. My reps don't answer me either. Then you should just continue to spam them. Get different phone numbers. Spam them from different emails. Everything. It's not surprising they would have been working towards this for decades. This was inevitable once Roe v. Wade was killed. I mean, yeah, but like this is the whole new level. This is the fight going up a level. Rape is legalized in child marriage loophole, by the way. There's still some on the books. Jesus fucking Christ. Indiana, women could be charged with murder for abortion under an Indiana bill, House Bill 1344, could get the death penalty. This one still needs to pass as well. So, like, there's 4 states now with a bill considering the death penalty for abortion on the table. Once off the table, bills to charge women who get abortions with murder get votes before failing. They're going to keep trying this. They're going to keep going, and they're going to get them passed, unfortunately. Like, that's the thing, right? They're kind of going to get these passed. Yeah, get the fuck out of there, y'all. Please, please, please. It's a big deal. But you know what the worst part of this is, really, to me? And I've been saying this for a while, but
the part that gets me is that they
now this is about the Zelensky meeting, but what he says here really does apply to everything.
You to thank them. They want you to thank them for letting you get fucked. He sat on that couch. He sat on that little couch in his little suit with his chubby little cheeks pointed at the president of a nation who has been under invasion for 3 years, that has had hundreds of thousands of its citizens killed, that is under constant shelling by a larger power that has openly stated that our nation is its enemy. He's pointed at him and said, why don't you thank him?
Yeah.
Why don't you thank that 78-year-old dementia patient who can't wait to leave this room and go back to his fucking iPad?
He's not wrong.
That's the part that gets me.
What do we do if we're unable to move out of here, leave and die in fear? Well, no. I talk about this a lot. You need to build community with the people around you. You need to be able to be Anne Frank. You need to get people around you to care. If you can't leave for whatever reason it is, then you need to protect yourself. You need to go buy a gun. You need to learn how to defend yourself. You need to go and talk to your neighbors and get them to do so as well. I've put out videos on this on YouTube, Taya, on how you can start doing this, ways that, you know, you can engage with people that might be less scary, how you can form groups that like a Article 5 group chat with your friends and family that you can just, it's a group chat where any message here means come help me. It's like calling 911 when you can't call 911, or when you can call 911, you should still do it anyway. You can build community gardens in like an empty lot in your neighborhood if you can get some money together with your neighbors so that you can grow food so that you can afford to eat. Remember to look up gun safety on YouTube, plenty. Yes, and also here is this. I'm not allowed to show this on stream because of the use of firearms in it, but I highly suggest you watch this video and you join this organization, Arming the Left. Yeah.
Because they're not even the ones doing the fucking anymore. They just hold you down as a train of people come through to fuck you. Billionaires, scammers, oligarchs.
It doesn't allow you to show actual firearms being shot.
Dictators. It doesn't matter. As long as they have a credit card that can fucking do a pre-approved.
You're also not allowed to be pro-gun to the point where you want some, like, you can't describe, use, or show firearms on stream.
Well, you can come in and have your fucking turn with whoever you want in
By the
this
way,
world.
that is
Have your
true.
fucking turn. Fucking do a.
That's true. They don't want to. They're not the ones doing the raping anymore. They're just holding us down while everyone else does.
It doesn't matter. As long as they have a credit card that can fucking do a pre-approval, you can come in and have your fucking turn with whoever you want in this world. Because the presidency of the United States is no longer the leader of the free world. No. He's the leader of the pimps. And all he wants to do, him and his chubby little fucking...
Hey, you're a 71-year-old disabled woman. Fuck, that's a hard situation. Cause even then at that point, like even if you can get out into a country that you don't know people and you're 71 years old, that shit's difficult. I mean, like I said, you gotta try and get your neighbors to like you, even if they're Trump supporters. Just don't bring politics into it. The answer is still community, yeah. Go knock on some doors with like some cookies or some cakes and talk about how food prices are getting expensive. That community garden idea is not a bad one at all. All of you should really be doing that. Find an empty lot in your town and try and start a fundraiser to buy it for the community to plant food in, because food prices are going to go through the roof more than they already are. That's a good start. And then once you start working together with people on something together, then the politics bit kind of goes into the background. You're now interpersonally forming a relationship.
Vice president just want to hold each of us down over and over and over again and watch us get fucked as they sit on the couch
He's
in
not wrong.
Their little pants and their chubby little cheeks, wondering, why didn't mommy love me more than the pills? And if you don't like it, that's fine. You don't need to like it, but you do need to thank them. Thank them every day. When you wake up, look up in the sky and say, thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, J.D. Vance.
See, like, I've been saying this for ages. They want you to, they feel like they are the most oppressed individuals on the planet. Yet they feel entitled to literally everything, and they want you to thank them while they take it from you. I don't have a car to get around, but I will do my best in my neighborhood. Thank you for the info. Taya, definitely stick around here. And, I mean, like, I don't know if you use Discord, but you can join the Discord. There might be people that live around you that may pop up in the community. But, again, just your very basic on your block, like somewhere that you don't need to drive very far with, those neighbors are a good start. But good luck, and I wish you the best. And if you need help, definitely reach out, because maybe somebody in the community can help you. Who knows? I don't know where any of you people live.
Thank you, Elon Musk. As the tuberculosis fills your lungs, As the measles crawls up your skin, thank you, RFK. As your job gets boarded up, as AI...
Oh, speaking of, did you guys hear that we are officially back to 1800? Because we got all the old-timey diseases. We got dysentery, tuberculosis, and polio and measles all spreading around. Dysentery, y'all. Fucking... This is the fastest I've ever seen a country become a third world country. Just... whoop.
It closes everything down. Thank you, Elon Musk. As the world gets darker, as the walls get thinner, and as the world just gets worse.
Speaking of schools, too real for this. The Oregon Trail 2025 Special Edition, true.
Shelby County Schools cafeteria worker has officially lost her job after receiving money that she says was benefiting students. The Shelby County School Board hosted a hearing on Monday night to discuss Yvette Dunn's future. According to the superintendent, Dunn violated protocol by not informing the school about accepting.
You should be scared, Taya. Okay, this woman got fired for fundraising money to give to her students. This teacher got fired for fundraising money to give to her students.
Donations intended for students who couldn't afford lunch, using the funds to help them pay. Dunn says that her own children attended Shelby Elementary, but her pleas falling on deaf ears, losing her job at the school.
She literally lost her job for fundraising to feed the students at her job. You guys understand that? Like, do you know what that means? Can you not see how much they hate you? They're disgusted by you. I keep running into the idea of, like, people are struggling to comprehend what exactly, the fact that we are in the Third World War, that we are living in the Fourth Reich, because they're not seeing the fucking tanks on the street, the bombs dropping from the sky. We don't have the like jackboots walking around hiling everywhere. Not yet, but like, this is what that is. This is what that is. They hate you. I went to poor schools as a kid. I remember a kid who was genuinely hungry, and a lot of kids would often give them their food because we understood the situation. We did that back when I was in school too. In fact, I often didn't like to eat lunch, and so I would often just give my lunch to one of the poor kids at school. We can finally call them the enemy. They are the enemy. And, like, again, you firing a teacher for paying for her students to eat lunch. Like, that's the most evil shit that I've seen so far. That's worse than Andrew Tate. Are you kidding me? Empathy is illegal. They're literally making empathy a thought crime. Lanky Sapien. Elon Musk is talking about suicidal empathy in regards to Ukraine, in regards to Palestine. Like, the left has a suicidal empathy, so it's going to try and help everybody else instead of helping themselves. And then, JD Vance was arguing with the Pope about the sin of empathy. They're making this a thought crime. And stop playing nice with them. It's so fucking, Captain Buggy, it's so fucked up children have to do this. Meanwhile, these scum fire the teachers for trying to feed their kids. Like, literally. SN, which state was that in? It was in Alabama. Christians, rather, are pushing the idea that empathy is a sin. Yeah, literally. Empathy, by the way, is the exact opposite of a sin. It's a virtue. I did look it up. Reynolds signs law ending trans civil rights protection. Iowa first state to repeal the law. So no trans civil rights in Iowa at all now. Zero. Transgender and non-binary Iowans will no longer be shielded by state law from discrimination in housing, employment, and education, and more after Governor Kim Reynolds signed a law on Friday removing gender identity as a protected class in the Ohio Civil Rights Act. So if you're trans and you live in Ohio, leave. Walter, the political troll guy, got some Republican lady to unironically advocate against empathy once. Understand, Captain Buggy. JD Vance unironically argued with the Pope about empathy. Argued with the Pope, saying that empathy was a sin. Literally anti-Christ shit. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. It's almost biblical because they are doing antichrist shit. Like, I'm not saying antichrist isn't like the being the antichrist, but they're being anti-Christ. And I mean, there was someone in one of my YouTube video comments quoting the Bible about like how bad I was or how bad the video I made or whatever that fuck was. You just quote the Bible back to them because they follow the same criteria in that you're going to fall for the demon at the end of the road. You're going to think that it's the savior, that it's Jesus. They wear a red hat with a mark on their forehead. Donald Trump has a big fucking goat in his house in Mar-a-Lago that's made of dollar bills that say "In Trump we trust" instead of God. That goat has golden horns and golden genitals. If I was a Christian, I'd be a bit panicked. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in that, but I feel like maybe they're just doing it for the lulz now. Like they're just following the exact criteria to see what happens. Clam Jammer, hey girl, I've been listening since the start of stream, but I'm door dashing, so I can't comment. But with Hassan gone for a while, it's even more important for your voice to be heard. Stay strong and thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna try my best. And speaking of, like, holy shit, yeah, Hassan being banned does make a difference because my view count's at 60. Hello, everyone new. Now, Corncob, pretty sure hating anyone that's different than you is super Christian. Yeah, exactly. Your boy John Doe, nice to see the states are moving as fast as the national government. Golden genitals. Dan to Dan reference? I don't know that one. So, like, the Russians have their own Christianity. But let's keep going. Here's some more anti-Christ shit. Here's a man pleading with ICE to call his pregnant wife and let her know that he's being detained. Hassan got banned because he posted about Rick Scott. This is literally anti-Christ shit. By the way, like, this New Jersey community, like, this is about like a restaurant owner detained by ICE. This story's insane.
Community members had their handwritten letters notarized and tucked in an envelope to send to the court.
The goal is for the judges, the politicians, and anyone locally with influence and power to know that the community stands by this resident.
This resident being Emine Emanet. She and her husband, Jalal Emanet, are Turkish citizens who were arrested by ICE on Tuesday. The federal agency says the pair are in the country illegally. The couple own.
First of all, they're not here illegally. Emine is waiting for a green card application. So is her husband.
Jersey Kebabs on Hatton Avenue. Jalal was released illegally.
The Jersey Kebabs
couple
here,
owns
right?
Jersey Kebab.
There used to be a sign on the door here that literally said, "If you are hungry, come in. You don't have to pay for food." This restaurant was known for letting poor or homeless people just come in and eat. You don't have to pay for anything. If you can't pay, you didn't have to pay. The restaurant owner was a large part of the community, was a fundraiser, was out there and helping the people struggling. This, like, was a absolutely very beloved and positive community center. Again, both of these people are here legally. The husband is like in the middle of getting his green card and the wife is still waiting for the ability to apply for her green card. Now, they released him. She's still being detained by ICE. But, like, again, they're going after members of the community here that help the community. Think about how many people this restaurant is feeding when they just, like, they don't make you have to pay if you can't do it. This reminds me of a song called Run the Jewels, Walking in the Snow. Listen to the lyrics when you have the time. It's actually crazy. I'll write that down.
On Hatton Avenue. Jalal was released from custody and placed on an ankle monitor. Emine remains in custody. Isis Williams is the president of a group working to bring.
Again, they only have Emine in custody because she's still applying. She hasn't applied for her green card yet, but she's not allowed to.
Equity.
RCJ is one of the brands in
Members set up
Cyberpunk, by
a
the way.
letter writing
Jesus.
campaign Sunday on behalf of Emine Emanet.
We are a loving environment in this town.
Dozens of people packed into a yoga studio.
I
just
need
down-
y'all to do this, by the way. When someone in your community gets detained by ICE, you pack into a studio and write a whole bunch of letters.
On the street from the kebab.
Will it do anything? Who knows?
Great
But you
person,
can try.
runs a great business here on Hatton Ave that we eat at frequently, has done a lot, especially through COVID, caring for members of the community.
all hoping their words of experience with the Eminettes would make a difference.
Their business is a beloved establishment that brings both delicious food and beautiful culture that enriches the community.
The couple's immigration lawyer previously told NBC 10 that the couple came to the U.S. in 2008 on an R1 religious worker visa. In a statement to us today, he says, quote, "They are a good family. They are not criminals. They entered the U.S. legally. The federal immigration and nationality law provides for them the legal means to rectify their situation and seek relief from removal before the immigration court."
But remember, empathy is a sin now. So, like, no, we're just going to make sure that they suffer the most that they possibly can.
The couple's immigration lawyer tells me that he's still waiting for their case to be officially entered into the immigration court system. That will then start the removal proceedings, but it will also allow for the couple to apply for legal status. It's unclear how long that can take.
They're not getting it. I'm sorry. Like, they're Turkish, but they're like Eastern Turkish. They're not Istanbul Turkish. They're Diyarbakir Turkish. So they're too brown. They can lock up anyone. The border, by the way, so special, counts as airports as well. So it's the entire country. ICE has special jurisdiction powers within, was it 200 miles of the border, which counts the ocean as well as airports. They have special jurisdiction. Then we have, they aren't 5M Turkish. What is 5? Oh yeah, the $5 million for the gold card thing. You want to know the funniest thing about that gold card, SN? When Trump announced the $5 million gold card, he said he wanted to sell them to 10 to 12 million people overseas. But there's only 2 million people that live outside the United States that can afford to buy one. And that's the funny part to me. So here we have some horrific shit. A German tourist detained by ICE said she spent a week in solitary confinement.
She says it was like a horror movie. They were screaming in all different rooms.
A German tourist says she was denied entry at the San Diego border, then taken into custody by ICE to be deported. We appreciate you being with us on this Friday evening. I'm Kimberly Hunt, and my co-anchor, Wally Aliou, is off. As Team 10 investigator Austin Grabus shows us, the tourist says that she spent more than a week in solitary
Well, I mean this one, German.
confinement, desperate to get out of detention.
Also, but not an illegal immigrant either, so, you know.
I have these posters we wanted to put all over the German embassy.
LA artist Nikita Loving is trying to free her best friend, Jessica Brocha. On January 25th, the two women walked from Tijuana to San Diego. Loving says a customs officer stopped Jessica, an artist who was visiting from Germany with tattoo equipment.
And then they're like, oh, there's something here. We need to take her into secondary screening.
2 hours go by, then a call from her friend.
Saying, hey, they're accusing me of working the last time I came on my ESTA, and they're going to deport me to Germany.
Loving says she was puzzled as she waited outside.
I'm like, can you send her to Mexico? They're like, no, she has no legal residency. We're going to deport her to Germany.
Jessica says she spent days detained at the San Diego border.
Did they think she sounded brown? No, I think they just didn't like her tattoos and piercings. Genuinely, that's probably the answer. They probably did not like her tattoos and piercings.
This is a free call.
Remember, the Nazis don't just want to kill the browns. They want to kill the people that don't fit into their social narrative. So queers, people that are alternative, people with colorful hair, people with piercings, all of you, all of us fall into the same category. And also women. Remember, like, they hate women too, you know. It doesn't matter whether you're white. It doesn't matter whether you're alt. You could be a trad wife and they'll still hate you.
From a detainee at Otelesa Detention Center. Press 1 to accept the call.
She spoke to me from the detention center where she's now been for over a month. The 29-year-old says she spent over a week in solitary confinement.
You were in a cell all alone for 8 days?
Just want to get home, you know? I'm really desperate.
Loving says she felt helpless as she tried to no avail to get Jessica out.
She says it was like a horror movie. They were screaming in all different rooms. After 9 days, she said she went so insane that she started punching the walls, and then she's got blood on her knuckles on the walls.
Jessica's story has made headlines.
She did probably
in
look like a
Germany.
lefty, yeah.
Immigration attorney Tammy Lynn says it's an unusual case.
I know that in the flurry.
It is torture, Captain Buggy, but solitary confinement is literally torture. Like, it is on its own. We are breaking international law by doing that to our prisoners anyway. By the way, we're also enslaving them, which is also, you know.
First few weeks of the new presidency, a lot of people were getting turned away that usually wouldn't.
Lynn says she's aware of another German recently turned away at the border.
And she had all her documents.
No, honestly, good. Turn them away. That shit's great.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection told Team 10 in the event a foreign national is found inadmissible to the United States and cannot provide proof of residency in Mexico, CBP will provide the foreign national an opportunity to procure travel to his or her home country.
Look, it's torture. Too real for this. Studies on being alone too long makes you crazy. Yeah, that's the point. By the way, we use those same studies to torture all of us. The economic shock doctrine comes from those same studies. The MK Ultra, like, drugging studies, the studies of sensationlessness, getting people to feel dissociated from time and reality and history of themselves. All of that is part of the research that went into creating the shock doctrine, which is what's being employed on us right now. Now, I have something cool to show y'all. One piece of, like, actual somewhat good news. The first time ever. Now, we've pretty much known this was the case for a while, but this is now, like, evidence of it being found. Epigenetic signatures of intergenerational exposure to violence found in 3 separate generations of Syrian refugees. This is a big deal. This, like, again, was already true, but it really does put history into perspective. So what this means, I'm going to link you guys the article, is that people who have suffered, like, violence, like, let's say you were in the Syrian civil war, and you have a child. The genes of your child are affected by your suffering, by the war. Like, if you're pregnant, for example, or even if you're not, even if you get pregnant after the war, the trauma that's inflicted on you changes you on a, like, DNA level. It alters your DNA, and that passes on to children. So we assess DNA M signatures of war-related violence by comparing germline, prenatal, and direct exposures to violence across 3 generations of Syrian refugees. Just jump to the conclusion. Our study responds to this call with support for intergenerational epigenetic transmission of violence trauma in humans through the identification of novel DNA M sites and evidence for epigenetic age acceleration. These results indicate important direction for future research. One findings are relevant to a research intervention efforts focused on the plight of violence-affected populations. One recent paper called for stronger evidence-based humanitarian action, proposed that epigenetic research can potentially be beneficial. This is what that is. It essentially says, like, if you live through trauma in a war and you have a kid, your kid will have trauma reactions similar to that of yours from the war. Like, maybe loud noises scare them because you were scared of bombs going off constantly. This makes too much sense. It does, doesn't it? One result has clear relevance for women. The presence of heritable epigenetic signatures of violence has important implications for addressing society's most vexing problems, including multi-generational cycles of violence, abuse, and poverty. Specifically, the possibility that the impacts of these traumas may be mediated by epigenetic mechanisms and passed on to future generations may cause the scope of prevention efforts, discourage victim blaming in the instance of intergenerational trauma, and spur policymakers to dedicate more resources to programs to alleviate violence. As in, like, you have an abusive partner and your abusive partner abuses you. Then you have a kid. Your kid has gene alterations because of the abuse that you suffered. Those gene alterations could make them less abusive. It could make them more abusive. It doesn't necessarily, there's no, like, black or white way that this works. It's just that your trauma affects your children, even when you're not pregnant when you experience the trauma. And it affects the children in a way that is related to your trauma. Was forced into a psych ward after an overdose, and it's quite literally a prison where they torment you. They don't let you see your family for more than 10 minutes and shove you into a room. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, Astolf. That sounds horrible. Captain Buggy, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson had a guest on Star Trek who talked about this recently. I'm pretty sure I recall something to this. I don't watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I don't know. But this is huge. Like, this is... We've known that it's real. But think about it this way. The Nazis exist because of this. The, like, white erasure, people are racist against white people belief, that comes from this. All of this. And think about all of the things that you live through that maybe like affect people in the future. Maybe parents, how they raise their kids matters, of course, like what they tell their kids and how they try and convince them and the personality that forms based on that. But it's also directly linked to their gene structure. So it's more than just that. It's more. Anyway, so we've been seeing some protesting in America, but we've also seen some protesting in Greece. And I gotta say, I prefer the Greek protests to ours. They're doing a whole lot of a better job. I wish we could see Tbilisi in the US. That's what I want to see. Nothing less than
Clashes broke out in Athens today as hundreds of thousands of people rallied across Greece
Thank you, Qatar.
to demand justice on the second anniversary of the country's deadliest ever train crash. And striking workers brought air, sea, and rail transport to a halt. 57 people were killed when a passenger train filled with students collided with a freight train on February 28th of 2023. On Thursday, an inquiry found that the safety gaps that caused the crash have not been filled. A separate judicial investigation remains unfinished, and no one has been convicted in the incident, fueling popular anger.
Νιώθουμε οργή. Είναι η οργή αυτό που επικρατεί αυτή τη στιγμή, που 57 ψυχές έχουν χάσει άδικα την ζωή τους για τα κέρδη των λίγων και γι' αυτό είμαστε σήμερα εδώ.
Like, understand.
Το μήνυμα στην κυβέρνηση και τους εργοδότες
ότι
δεν θα ανεχτούμε πλέον να πηγαίνουμε στη δουλειά και να μην ξέρουμε.
I want that. Nothing less than this, guys. I want this. I want Tbilisi. I want you to understand. Go get your laser pointers. Like, go outside and stop watching me. Go do this. All of you need to do this. Every last one.
To a halt. "57 people were killed."
All right, we've seen enough of that one.
These were the biggest demonstrations that Greece has seen in years. Around 300,000 people took to the streets of the capital city, Athens.
All 50 of you.
And there were other protests in cities around the country too. There have also been major strikes which have grounded flights and halted sea and rail transport.
You think 50 of you couldn't form something like this if all of you went out and talked to your friends and got them to talk to their friends and they all went outside?
The Athens rally outside the parliament started peacefully but turned angry around lunchtime local time on Friday. Protesters were hurling projectiles and petrol bombs while riot police were firing tear gas and water cannon. Some people were also trying to...
This is Europe's protest. All of them do this. It's not just Greece. I want Tbilisi. Tbilisi fought for their independence from Russia. Georgia did. Why don't we do Georgia? We're actually so much more similar to Georgia in our current circumstances than we are to like any other country. Do what they did. They're still doing it, by the way. They're still protesting in Georgia.
On the barricades.
Support peaceful movements that are not terrorist like the Republicans are.
In front of the parliament.
Like Nazis are.
So what brought so many people out to protest? Well, the demonstrations marked the second anniversary of Greece's worst ever rail disaster. 57 people were killed when a passenger train filled with students collided with a freight train near the Tempe Gorge in central Greece 2 years ago. This week, an inquiry revealed the safety issues that caused the crash have not yet been addressed. A separate judicial investigation remains unfinished and no one's been convicted, so people are angry. Let's take a listen to some of those who were at the protest in central Athens.
We feel anger. It's anger that prevails right now for the fact that 57 souls lost their lives unfairly, for the profits of the few. That's why we are here today.
If we tried protests like this, they would shoot all of us? Well, I mean, this is what's currently happening. They can't shoot all of us. They cannot shoot all of us. And also, I have a first aid kit packing method on how to build a first aid kit for massive blood loss that comes during bullet wounds in my Discord. So, you know, they're going to shoot us, but I need you to keep doing this. But, like, they're going to shoot us. Just understand, we still need to do this. The huge issue comes from counter-protests with the MAGA zombies showing up, so don't engage with them. Don't engage with them. They're there because they want you to engage with them. They want you to start a fight so it's on the news, so it's like Antifa attacks MAGA. No. And you know what? If they do show up and that happens, it's what happens. Like, they're going to kill us, y'all. My number one tip is buy a high-quality tourniquet. Yep. A Cat Gen 7 is a good one. Again, like, here, let me... Go buy one of these. Is it gonna... No? Okay. I guess not. Fine. One of these then. That's what you want to buy. That's the type of tourniquet that they'll use, like, with paramedics at the moment, at least. There is a smaller one, if that one doesn't fit you, but I can't remember what the name of that's called. So, like, we having protests. They're not like this.
Fury and fire on the streets outside.
I'm not saying do this, by the way. I'm saying do this with laser pointers. Don't throw shit at them. Point shit at them. Point it at the buildings. Point it at the cars. Don't point it directly in their eyes, because that's an assault. But distractions. Use, I don't know, stink bombs. Make little things that make an area smell really fucking bad, and drop them behind, like, the lines of the cops, and then make your way to the protest. You gotta say, like, I thought you meant, well, what we use laser pointers for in protest. That's, I mean, did you not see what they did in Tbilisi? I thought I've covered Georgia pretty substantially, but this is called guerrilla protesting. The one thing that I can't tell you to get is my favorite, and that's the firework machine gun. That's what you do with the laser pointers.
In the descriptions there was written that you shouldn't point it directly in the eyes. But
and don't do that.
I don't care.
Like, that's what I mean. And again, like, real protests look like this. Now, don't do that, but I want one. So fucking bad.
Greek Parliament in Athens. What started as a peaceful protest turned violent when some of the demonstrators threw petrol bombs,
yeah, don't do that,
projectiles, and tried to storm barricades.
Don't do that, but, like, understand the difference between the American and the European. These people are firing missiles at the government and the police. Like, small ones, but still.
Thousands of riot police were already on standby. Their response, firing water cannon and tear gas. This was the largest protest Athens had seen in years, and one of many across Greece to mark the second anniversary of the country's worst rail disaster.
We have signs and strong words. Get yourself some laser pointers, maybe some fireworks, you know, for not aiming at anybody, but just to, you know, make the atmosphere all nice. You want fireworks? It's 4th of July shit.
Tesla dealerships around the country overrun with protesters.
Do you see how few people that is? Overrun? That's not overrun. I'm sorry, but there's still there's still asphalt that I can see.
Run with protesters. They've dubbed this the Tesla takedown movement, their response to owner Elon Musk's sweeping cuts to the federal workforce. Public servants receiving a second email this weekend.
Like, again, they're firing all the public servants. But the funnier thing about that is,
please respond to this email with approximately 5 bullets describing what you accomplished last week. Going forward, please complete the above task each week. Department of Defence staff working with sensitive material no longer exempt.
It's a simple task, really, as Elon said, as the president recognized.
I don't even give a shit about that. Like, they can do any of that shit that you want. But understand that China is recruiting the people that we fire. Chinese President Xi tells Russian security advisor Shoigu that the two countries are true allies and friends. Wait, this is not the right link. God damn it. China's hiring the people that we fire. That's the point. I don't know where that link is. The fuck? Oh, and by the way, Ukraine is talking about getting closer with China. Sorry, going back to the prior segment here.
Foreign affairs, we appreciate it.
Cave Dweller, I'm not sure it ever will.
To have the strong.
We've passed the tipping point for that. There are 5 states that are trying to give the death penalty for abortions. They took trans people's entire civil rights away in Iowa. They're arresting American citizens with ICE. The economy has crashed to a degree that's worse than 2008 in a day already. Like, again, just today, we've had an economic crash that's equivalent, at least, more so, really, than 2008.
Relations with China.
And Captain Buggy, you do realize that China is on Russia's side, right? Like, by you saying base G, you're being pro-Russia in America.
And we think it's time to arrange the meetings between our leaders. I think it's momentum. It's momentum because China can play important role in the peace process.
Again, meanwhile, China just said to Shoigu that they are confirming that they are close, that they will continue to work together. Now, again, like, why are you guys not protesting? This is South Carolina right now. And Trump is golfing. He was during this video. Like, MAGA Americans right now are talking about how we humiliated Zelensky. That's how, like, fucked in the brain these people are. This is South Carolina. Right now. This is North Carolina. You guys know that it's not summer yet, right? Remember, Los Angeles was burning in the winter. It's not even fucking summer.
So the scenes in South Carolina over the weekend. Just what you see behind me. Emergency responders, residents rushing to get out of the way of fast-burning fires that erupted there. One forest fire near Myrtle Beach has burned upwards of 1,600 acres, prompting some evacuations. And that is just one of the 175
your boy John Doe, it's not
fires.
that. It's not that. It's that they get the choice between real information that makes them uncomfortable and listening to the news that strokes their ego. And they choose to listen to the information that strokes their ego. The vast majority of them, like I've had several people DMing me this week about them talking to their family members and their family members being unable to understand why Trump is bad. And I'm trying to explain it's not that they're unable, it's that they're unwilling. They know that you're right. They just don't want to feel that feeling. They can't deal with the emotion, so they just put it off and say that you're wrong. But also, yes, there is a lot of people that can't afford to live. They're worrying about their next paycheck and getting food, but that's not the majority of the country when it comes to politics. That's not why they're, unaware or uneducated. It's by choice. It's a manufactured system that makes it incentivized to choose to not know.
In that state. Several fires are also reported in North Carolina, threatening some of the areas
there's
still
also the
recovering
schools.
from
Like,
the
there's a lot that
disaster
goes into
left
it, yeah.
behind from Hurricane Helene. CNN's Nick Valencia is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for us this morning.
175 fires burning. There's no FEMA. No one's coming to help you. Are you guys happy that you got rid of FEMA, defunding FEMA to save the government? Has that helped you at all, Carolinas? Anything? No. You know what they're saying, though? Republican paid troublemakers are attending in Republican town hall meetings. It's all just a big game for the Democrats, just a big game, not like our landslide election. It's not going to work for them. The landslide 1.5% electoral victory election. Paid operatives. The protesters aren't real. We're all from South Carolina. Why did I know that? We did not know we had wildfires going on? I don't know, but we'll watch the video for you. I was going to skip it.
Yeah, good morning, Kate. The flames have died down here in Horry County, which is a welcome blessing for the firefighters that are working on getting those hundreds of fires contained. This is the big one, though, the one that's burning behind me this morning in the Carolina forest. The humidity, though, in the air has really helped improve conditions, but over the weekend it was just absolutely disastrous. You could see the haze still blanketing this part of the state. Well, even miles away, 10 miles away, there along the beach in Myrtle Beach.
Who are you talking about, even?
Ash down, fueled by those whipping winds, about 30, 35 mile per hour winds that was just really fueling disastrous conditions. We want to bring in South Carolina Forestry Commission, Russell Hubright. Tell us about what's going on this morning.
It looks like these are in the north of the state, Captain Buggy. Like, I mean, I've also lived in North Carolina, but I don't know where the fires are. Carolina Wildfire Companies. In summer, are we going to be seeing more coastal states burning? Almost certainly. Like, I'd be surprised if they weren't. Here we go, a map. That's what I wanted. So these are the three main fires that we got. The Melrose, the Falls Dam, and Myrtle Beach. So it's near Charlotte, Myrtle Beach, and I don't know where the Melrose, I guess it's close to Melrose. Cape Delaire worked for an American company here in Ireland for 10 years, not to leave last year, couldn't take the ignoring of genocide in Gaza and was told to leave politics at the door, which really meant that leave my politics at the door. I mean, Ireland is like pro-Israel, not pro-Israel, pro-Palestine though, what the fuck? And some Senator Roger Marshall, he's an OBGYN douchebag who swears he's never done an abortion. Right. I mean, I would like to see him get ratioed in real life. This is low country, Myrtle Beach is down south, but what about Falls Dam and Melrose? Yeah. Yeah, Ireland is hyper pro-Palestine. By the way, like, if you have any Irish heritage, I'm pretty sure you can just escape the US to Ireland, so maybe take that chance while you have it. Speaking of Palestine, third Bernard College student expelled after U.S. Department of Justice announced it will investigate Colombia. They are kicking students out of university that participated in the pro-Palestine protests. They, remember, especially in the New York ones, when they arrested the protesters, they also demasked them and showed their face to the cameras. They doxed them. So the ceasefire is not holding up. It's gone. It's been gone. The ceasefire was broken minutes after that it was signed. Ireland has trade connections with Palestine for decades. Wink. Oh, cool. Based. Ireland is based. Ireland is, but American companies are American wherever they are. That's true. Again, like, they hate you. And you're going to get arrested. If you are part of these protests, fuck off out of the country right now. Who knows? God knows what they're going to do to you. But have shots been fired yet? I guess that's what I was asking for. Yes, many of them. Yeah, boy, John Doe. Israel has been bombing this entire time. They've been bombing the West Bank. They've been bombing Gaza. They dropped leaflets this weekend saying if all of you don't leave Gaza, then you're all going to die because the Americans are taking over. Captain Buggy, rip me then. I mean, yeah. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Nazis got the luxury treatment. Didn't, like, the Cincinnati Nazis get the shit beat out of them by protesters? I'm pretty sure they did. Pretty sure they did get the shit beat out of them. Oh, and by the way, Pam Bondi was working for Qatar. The U.S. Attorney General was allegedly on Qatar's payroll, pocketing $115,000 a month as a registered foreign agent. At the same time, Qatar has allegedly funneled $1.8 billion to Hamas. So that's our Attorney General. My sister's boyfriend's mother sat me down about 10 years ago and wanted me to know my opinions on Israel and Palestine. I had to get up and leave because it's just too complicated. I mean, it is very complicated, but the opinions are not. Like, the Israelis are wrong, period. It's just how that works. It's the truth of the matter. Genuinely. Like, understanding why and the history and how, all of that, sure, that's complicated, that makes sense, but it is what it is. They got escorted to safety, went on school grounds. Yeah, I've covered that. The cam footage of like them asking if they could go get their like service dog back, and the cop was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll go get the like service dog back for you." Like they were not treated the way they should be. They were treated like they treated the protesters worse, honestly. But understand that the cops are Nazis most of the time. They're on the same side generally. Okay. I think we can move into like some more actual political stuff in America. It's okay, guys. My grandma told me Israel justified because of the Bible. Yeah, I'm sure. Absolutely. So speaking of parasitic cops, this one's weird. This one's insane. Cops in Salt Lake City, Utah were caught on video using a box cutter to mutilate the deceased body of a homeless man. These are the cops in America.
The department says he was a rookie with only 11 shifts under his belt. He's taking directions from these two, Officers Mark Keep and Paul
like
Mullinax.
Mental illness.
On
right
August
here.
8th, they were responding to the death of 47-year-old Jason Lloyd. His body is blurred out for privacy reasons.
You been on a dead body? No, you haven't been on a dead body.
No, this is the first one.
So you gotta help move.
No. Really?
Yes.
You helped move him?
Yes.
Okay.
You didn't think that was the thing?
No, I didn't know that.
That's the job.
He didn't know that because he's getting bad advice. Salt Lake City police confirm officers are not tasked with touching or moving bodies. But watch and listen
It's
how
the cops fucking with the newbie.
Rookie officer Dakota Smeagol continued to follow
Smeagol.
orders.
Buzz on, go help.
I feel like you're pranking me.
I'm not.
That's when he's handed a box cutter and given a task.
Don't follow orders, y'all. Like, what the, like, I'm talking about cops here. Obviously, they're going to, but like, this is what I mean. You don't believe that this is, why don't you call your boss, like your captain? They're telling you something that you don't want to do is something you have to do. Don't do it. This is psychotic, yeah.
To cut through the skin on Lloyd's body.
This is how the cops constantly behave in America.
What do you want me to do?
Go ahead and just pop all the blisters.
Right there?
Yes, sir. Anything inflated? Yeah, just poke it.
Blisters are common when someone has been sitting in the sun, but experts we've talked to say this is definitely not allowed.
Yes. You guys suck.
We had to do that.
That's okay.
I don't know how many times I can tell you. I don't know how many times I can tell you that the state is evil. They hate you and they want you to suffer and they want to steal from you. I just keep showing it over and over again, you know? No shot. Nobody said anything out of all those people. That's because all of them thought it was funny, ya boy John Doe. Cops are trained like this. They're trained to act like this.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta pop some bubbles.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting, you know, so.
You're not gonna out?
No, I'm good.
It's okay for you.
Yeah, I'm fine.
The department says field training officer Mark Keep violated 8 policies. He resigned before he could be disciplined. Officer Paul Mullinax violated 4 policies and was suspended for 3 days.
You can't even escape the state after you take the big sleep. Yeah. And filmed it knowing no accountability. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he took leave, like he left his job, but it's not like he's just gonna do private security now and make more money than being a cop. That fucks up the autopsy on top of having no respect for anyone. Like, literally, it's bad in every possible way. And again, yes, he lost his job as a cop, but he didn't get fired. He is just going to do private security and just be a different kind of cop and get paid more money for it.
Probably fit him at one time. Yeah.
Officer Michelle
These pigs are
Peterson
ontologically evil. I do agree. I do agree. What fucks it up? Like the fact that there is now new cuts on the body. That fucks up the autopsy because you don't know whether a cut is from the box cutter, if that cut was there before. What if like there's something that enters the body from the open wound as it's laying out there that then like it fucks up a lot of stuff or gets shuffled to a different state or county. I mean, like, yeah. But honestly, the private security is probably more likely because we're almost certainly just going to privatize the police force anyway. That's the thing. We're privatizing everything. I'd be shocked if we didn't privatize the police eventually. The blade of the cutter could be contaminated as well. Yeah, like it adds a lot of variables into this.
stood by and watched. The department says she violated 2 policies and received a warning.
What they had you do with the knife?
They had me pop his blisters.
Rookie officer Dakota Smeagol violated 1 policy. The department says there's no written record of discipline. 3 other officers were placed on leave, but not disciplined. So far, nobody has been charged.
They
with a
want
crime.
us to suffer, die, and or be slaves to some corporate overlord or a slave in a prison. It's literally all of these. Yes. It's laissez-faire capitalism, but also social, like, context-wise. They've applied laissez-faire to the economics and to the social context. Is let everyone do whatever they want, except for the left. It's let the right do what they want. By the way, measles is now spreading on international flights. Seoul Toronto flight KE073 had exposure on countless travelers at Pearson Airport. If you were at Terminal 3, February 22nd, South Lake Health on February 24th, 25th, you may be infected. Measles has a pretty, like, what is it, like 7-day incubation period. Also, JFK to North Philadelphia also had some exposure, February 25th, 9:30 p.m. to 26th, 3:15 a.m. If you were in any of these places, you should go checked out. You might be exposed to measles. Mexico has issued a travel warning to the United States, warning Mexican travelers to beware of Texas because of the measles outbreak, rising fast in Ontario, Oregon, and Seattle too. Yeah, they're rising everywhere that people are not vaccinated. And at the same time, funny enough, it's getting bad enough that they've got RFK to start telling people to get vaccines. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., measles outbreak is a call for action to all of us. MMR vaccine is crucial to avoiding potentially deadly disease. As Secretary of U.S. Health and Human Services, I'm deeply concerned about the recent measles outbreak. Tragically, this outbreak has claimed the life of school-age children, the first measles-related fatality in the United States in over a decade. Vaccines not only protect individual children from measles, but also contribute to community immunity, protecting those who are unable to be vaccinated due to medical reasons. It's very funny. They just someone wrote that and put it out without asking him. I'm sure of it, right? They had to, because RFK wouldn't write that. Yeah, they're woke. They got to get rid of RFK. He's gone woke. We need to impeach the Health and Human Services Secretary. He's too woke, guys. He's too woke. All right, let's have a look at some of the stocks in the market and the economy today. It's not doing great. So first off, tariffs. Tariffs are coming tomorrow. They are starting. Punningo for HHS instead. Jesus Christ. Oh, by the way, the market's so bad that Fox News put the Dow in the corner here, watching it drop. You want to know how funny that is? It's like literally Fox News is putting it in the corner so everyone can see their money disappear in real time.
But so we're going April 2nd, but very importantly, tomorrow tariffs 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico, and that'll start. So they're going to have a tariff. So what they have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things in the United States, in which case they have no tariffs. In other words, but so we're going April.
Like, it's pretty bad considering that. Is this the same video?
We had a president that...
No, it's not.
The United States has been taken advantage of for 40 years. The United States has been a laughingstock for years and years. That's why this gentleman is built in Taiwan instead of building here. It would have been better if he built here. If we had a president that knew what they were doing, and we had a lot of them very bad on trade. The United States has been taken advantage of for...
It's pretty fucking bad. So if we look at the market today, the Dow is down 650 points. The S&P and the Nasdaq fall sharply after Trump confirms the tariffs. So Dow's down 650. This was about 800. They closed it. They closed the gap and saved it just a little bit before the markets closed. The S&P erased all of the gains that happened in 2025 already and dropped to levels of December last year. Nasdaq is down. The US $10 bonds down. US dollar is down. Bitcoin is down. Crude oil is going down because OPEC is increasing productivity of oil. So gas prices theoretically should be a little bit cheaper soon. Then we also had Trump announce the strategic crypto reserve, including Bitcoin, Solana, XRP, and more. This is a rug pull that's being set up. They're going to steal from you. What happened immediately following this announcement was $250 billion was funneled into this. It's pretty bad. They're just going to steal from you. I've made an entire video on how they're going to use the crypto reserve to steal from you. It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, boy John Doe, I know squat about economics, but I always thought it was weird that the US dollar holds so much power despite it being trillions in debt. It's because it's the world reserve currency. Every country trades with the US dollar. For now. That's changing rapidly. We even had Marco Rubio on television saying that won't be the case in 5 years. And that's true, because the US dollar right now still is the reserve currency, but it won't be long until we remove it. And once that's removed, then the dollar will go down. As a U.S. crypto reserve will elevate this critical industry after years of corrupt attacks by the Biden administration, which is why my executive order on digital assets directed the presidential working group to move forward creating a crypto strategic reserve that includes XRP, SOL, and ADA. I'll make sure that you didn't include Bitcoin, motherfucker. I'll make sure to include that, make sure that the U.S. is in the crypto capital of the world. We are making America great again. They're going to steal so much money from this, as well as launder so much money from this, because that's the other use of crypto. Instead of just rug pulling and stealing money from somebody, it's also very, very useful in laundering money. And again, like, if they actually manage to make crypto the main currency, that's only good for the rich anyway. Oh, by the way, this made me laugh really hard. The why Doge is essential and important idea. Tech bro Maoists are torching the country that made them rich. November 22nd, 2024, February 28th, 2025. Doge is important. Tech bro Maoists are burning the country down. Fell for it again. Every time. Although the tech bro Maoist bit is still very funny because they are very pro-China. Also, like, it's getting bad enough that, like, look at this. This is the Atlanta Fed predicting negative 2.8% growth for the GDP this year. This is a, like, bad. We're in a recession. Faraway Zakaria actually posted that shit. I don't know if, but like he might have, and it was very funny. So you can look it up. I'm choosing to believe that it was real. A negative 2.8% growth in GDP is a recession. This is a recession. You need it to be like 2 months consistently. It doesn't matter. This is a recession. This is such a bad recession that it might realistically turn into a depression very quickly. And on top of this, just to make it even worse, to the great farmers of the United States, get ready to start making a lot of agricultural products to be sold inside the United States. Tariffs will go on external products April 2nd. American farm exports were worth $179 billion in 2022. This is going to hurt the farmers. This is going to hurt Americans. This is going to hurt other countries as well. But, like, understand that he's already been fucking the farmers over and over and over again. Let's find
Friday's
out.
disastrous meeting
I want to talk about the economic warfare that's being employed on us.
Between Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump effectively derailed a deal.
This doesn't make blue states not suffer. Domi. Blue states are going to suffer almost as much as red states are in this case. The red states just suffer first, but the blue states suffer just as much.
Friday's disastrous meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump effectively derailed a deal over Ukraine's rare earth and other minerals that are critical to building today's most advanced technologies. While it's not entirely clear that such a deal would have been in
Link them to my channel, Too Real for this.
Ukraine's best interest, Donald Trump sought to leverage U.S. military and financial support in exchange for access to Ukraine's natural resources. Now, my plan today was to discuss the details of that deal with you, but that's off the table for now. And while the deal has been described as a shakedown by President Trump, there was some rationale behind it. You see, China dominates the critical minerals sector. In 2024, China accounted for roughly 70% of global production, according to the data that's gathered by Statista. Just last month, China announced it would restrict exports of 5 critical minerals to, quote, safeguard its national security interests.
They did that after we tariffed them for shit. Like the restrictions they put on germanium, beryllium, and there was another rare earth element. That came after we put a tariff on them.
Further cementing China's effective monopoly over these crucial minerals. Experts say the move threatens to disrupt industries that rely on these metals, including the defense, renewable.
During Biden's administration, I was in favor of the CHIPS Act. All of that stuff is true.
Energy and electronics industries. And by the way, electric cars, another field in which China dominates. And according to a report by the U.S. Geological Survey, China's dominance over these critical minerals makes Beijing a persistent threat to the U.S. economy. Now, there's nothing new about economic warfare. It's existed throughout history. But what has changed is how it's waged by the world's superpowers. Today's tools, things like export controls, sanctions, embargoes, they're much more sophisticated and they have a much bigger impact. That's because decades of globalization have created a highly interconnected global economy. As a result, actions by superpowers like the U.S. can quickly...
By the way, this is what I mean by no country is an island unto itself. Any change to the system affects everyone else in the system. Any country that is a part of the global trade logistic network that suffers a hardship that affects their ability to trade trickles into every other country. It's interconnected. This is what globalism is.
Ricochet around the world. Edward Fishman, a former State Department sanctions official under President Obama, has just published a big fat new book on the subject titled Choke Points: American Power in the Age of Economic Warfare. It's already being hailed as the authoritative work on the subject matter. It's a story of how America turned the interconnected global economy into a weapon more potent than war. Fishman notes that a key insight from the George W. Bush era, under which economic warfare was revolutionized, was that the U.S. no longer needed China or Russia to support certain foreign policy objectives, such as isolating Iran to prevent it from becoming a nuclear power. The U.S. could bypass these countries altogether and go directly to Wall Street to sever Iran's financial ties.
Especially when China's the biggest exporter and produces the most stuff that we need raw resources for. I mean, this is true. But again, like, it's not even just China, because we get these resources that we use to make shit that we later export from Canada and Mexico as well, which is why the tariffs on those countries are fucking stupid. But that's also why we want to invade those countries. We don't want to pay for those things. We just want to take them.
The reason is that the U.S. dollar is the linchpin of the global financial system, making it a critical choke point. Nations, businesses, and banks don't want to lose access to it. Secondary sanctions imposed by the U.S. threaten to do just that, cut off banks from the global financial system if they did business with Iran. And the plan worked. It led directly to the Iran nuclear deal, as Iran's exports to the West and its access to things as basic as international bank transfers, credit cards that could be used outside the
J-Fed, it is pretty bad.
Country, it ground to an absolute standstill.
You should probably go change your pants.
Experts called it the most successful use of economic warfare in modern history. Fishman writes that doing business in the global economy without the U.S. dollar is like trying to travel the world without a passport. In his new book, Fishman describes how the U.S. came to...
That would entirely change how global trade works. Holy cow, if they're willing to threaten... They're literally willing to flip the entire global system on its head. We are Russia's ally now. We're going to form a trade deal with them. We're dropping sanctions on them. We're the enemy of Europe. Everything has changed. The world has changed. That meeting with Zelensky will be in history books for centuries as the critical tipping point where the American hegemony ended.
Dominate this new form of...
And yeah, he already has tariffed the EU. We're tariffing the EU on everything, 25%.
Economic warfare. Quote, it is how America fights its most important geopolitical battles.
Yes, really. They haven't started yet, but they're going to start. I believe those are in April. And you know what? It'd be really funny if we joined BRICS after we leave NATO.
Today, from thwarting Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons to checking Russian imperialism and China's bid for world mastery.
This is the system that we employed, that they just dismantled. This is what USAID was for example. And the way that they get you to go along with this stuff, it's the attention economy.
Attention worth. You ought to know the biggest companies in the world are making their money off of it. In his new book, The Sirens Call, Chris Hayes argues that our attention, what we choose to see and hear and notice, is both the most valuable resource in the world and the very thing that makes us human. The attention economy is where social media companies and advertisers vie for the right.
I don't think he cares, Ich bin dead, but also if they succeed, he'll be the God King. That'll be hailed in statues and people will be hiling or, you know, giving their heart out to it forever if they succeed. So
To every millimeter of space in our minds. And because the attention they're fighting for is so important to us, this is a big problem. Chris Hayes explains, quote, "We are built and formed by attention, destroyed and by neglect. This is our shared and inescapable human fate. Now our deepest neurological structures, human evolutionary inheritances, and social impulses are in a habitat designed to prey upon, to cultivate, distort, or destroy that which most fundamentally makes us human." End quote. Still with me, Chris Hayes, my friend.
That's true.
A colleague and host of All In right here on MSNBC, weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. And, of course, he's the author of the aforementioned book, The Sirens Call, How Attention Became the World's Most Endangered Resource, which has got a cover that's made up of the very nice Velshi green color. So I appreciate that, Chris. Let me read
Guys, please go and like
from
the
your
YouTube
introduction
stream.
where you're describing why you call it the
It
Sirens
helps a lot.
Call.
Please
You say
and thank
attention,
you.
and we're talking about attention here. Attention is the substance of life. Every moment we are awake, we are paying attention to something, whether through our affirmative choice or because something or someone has compelled it. Ultimately, these instants of attention accrue into a life. My experience, as William James wrote in The Principles of Psychology in 1890, is what I agree to attend to. Increasingly, it feels as if our experience is something we don't fully agree to. And the
You never
ubiquity
do.
of that
When's
sensation.
the last time that you fully consented to your experience of going on any media? Like anything. When's the last time you got a dose of media, whether it's social or television or movies or TV, and there was not something that was in there that you didn't consent to having to see, to having to deal with, to having to believe, because the point is to convince you to believe the thing. The entire system is laid out to convince you of things, of course. Like, that's what propaganda is, and propaganda is the media now. And thank you for the follow, Jacob Ladd. The only time I fully consented to my attention experience is when I'm specifically off media. Exactly.
Represents a kind of rupture. And that's your point, that I don't control my attention. You'd think as a thinking human that you do, but your argument is increasingly we don't.
Thank God for Vyvanse.
Yeah, I mean, what makes attention so tricky is both it's so foundational. In every instant of our lives, we're going to pay attention to something. And as I said, that's basically what your life is. But it has there are these sort of two different aspects of the faculty. One is intentional or voluntary attention. Like right now, I'm listening to you, you're listening to me. If you're, engaged in some task, if you're really, focused on a meeting at work, or you're watching your kids perform, that's voluntary attention. But the other faculty we have, and in some ways the evolutionary kernel of this faculty, is that involuntary attention. If you're walking across the street looking at your phone and a car honks, you pay attention to the car honking or the siren going down the street without getting to choose whether you will or not. And that ability to have our attention taken away from us without us knowing it, which is a sort of evolutionary necessity, is also the foundation upon which this entire form of attention capitalism is being built.
Yes.
Such that we're constantly being...
It's not spatial awareness. It's an awareness of yourself, but outside of yourself. It's situational awareness.
Pulled by things that we don't feel we have control over to pay attention to.
Right, and you use the example
it's like sleight of hand, but psychologically used to take your money. That's what it is. They're using sleight of hand magic tricks to take your money. What's up, Cat
Because if
Thrower?
you hear a siren wherever you are in the world, sounds a little different, but everybody knows that's a siren, that's an ambulance, that's a police car. Explain what you describe as the attention economy. Use a slot machine analogy.
Yeah, I mean, what we have are when you have competitive attention markets, people are trying to get your attention, right? They end up selecting for that form of compelled attention through what I call iterative interruption.
If I decide to watch it, we'll watch it. I do have some stuff lined up for after this because we're now getting into like what the government of the U.S. is saying. But if it's related to this, I'm going to have some extra time at the end. Yeah, no, Drew Gooden technology isn't fun anymore. I know who this is, and I would definitely agree with this video. So, I mean, they're a liberal, but not that that's a bad thing.
right? So the slot machine is a great example of where this all sort of drives towards. The slot machine can keep someone in the seat for 8 hours, but it never tells a story. It never holds attention in any little increment longer than a few seconds. What it does is it uses that sort of evolutionary kernel for being aware of interruption to interrupt, resolve, interrupt, resolve. That interrupt and resolve method of keeping attention is increasing.
I've seen people gamble for more than 24 hours. Captain Buggy. Go on Kick, go into the gambling section and click any video, and you will be horrified.
Increasingly the dominant one in the social media age. It's what the platforms have engineered towards, and they're managing to keep billions of users and trillions of human attentional minutes through this kind of repeated interruption.
Chris, you talk about the attention age, and as you call it, a race to the bottom. Let
For
me read from your
example, do you guys often get notifications on your phone from DoorDash, Uber Eats, Domino's, McDonald's, whatever, right around when it's lunchtime or maybe right around dinner time? If you have Uber Eats on your phone, I know you do. What are those? Those are little pings to get you to open the app because that's getting your attention. That's the siren of the ambulance driving past you. As someone who understands math, God, we're cooked. Yeah. On top of it's the algorithms. The algorithms control everything. We need to destroy social media in the form that it is. We could have had great social media. This could have been great for humanity, but no, we had the profit margin, and now it's more harmful to you than drugs. It's basically just doing drugs now. Going on social media, scrolling on Instagram is basically just doing coke. What if they want to give me 40% off max for $20? And that's what I mean. I hate that it works in so many people. It's scary. Tinder will give you a notification if you have the app and you haven't swiped in a while. It makes you want to swipe. I felt weird for not having a smartphone for a long time, but now I think it's a W. Genuinely, I've seen teenagers who have switched off of smartphones to dumb phones talking about how it's the best decision they ever made. 40% off max $20 is so real. I'm pretty sure I saw that exact deal. You see that all the time, guys. But that's why. They pick the moments and then the ambulance drives past you and grabs your attention.
Brooke, in which you say attention ascends from a means to an end to the end itself. If you can't be heard, it doesn't matter what you say. And right now it's both easier than ever to shout and harder than ever to be heard. The incentives of the attention age create a new model for public debate in which attention is its own end to be grabbed by any means necessary. It's a simple paragraph, and yet it speaks so much to exactly where we are today.
What's a Wix page, Lanky Sapien? I only got a smartphone because I needed it during COVID to enter certain place with a QR. All of you who are not scrolling constantly, based. Indie Crab, the only thing I use for these days is Discord. I do understand why people have to use Twitter for their job, but yeah, literally, fuck everything. Discord, I still have to use it. Obviously, it's my job. Twitter, I unfortunately have to use because it's my job. And YouTube. But YouTube, YouTube's not a bad thing. You can still get long form, good quality content that isn't making you stupid and isn't lowering your attention span on YouTube. You just have to kind of look for it. Wix is a website creator thing. It's like a web page template. Well, in that case, please drop me a dono, guys, so I can start a website so that we can be a bit safer in case of incoming bans. I am outside of America, so. YouTube Shorts, though, on the other hand, yeah, don't go on YouTube Shorts. I'll post YouTube Shorts, but don't go on YouTube Shorts. Watch my shorts and nobody else's.
Is there a fix for this, or are you just describing this is how we're evolving?
I mean, the fix, I think, is
Lanky Sapien.
Multi-layered. There's all sorts of ways that we have to sort of, in personal life, through a regulatory regime, rethink how we're regulating attention. But this point about public discourse, which right now it feels like we're very trapped in, is the idea that all human interaction relies on what I call in the book attentional regimes. Like right now, you and I have one, right? Every conversation has turn-taking, right? And if you don't have that, if you're on a date and that doesn't happen, it's a terrible date, right? If you're in a classroom where there's not an attentional regime, no learning gets done.
Right.
What we've seen at the level of public discourse is this total breakdown of attentional regimes. And what it means is that people that just are good at getting attention in and of itself, Donald Trump's appalling spectacle in the Oval Office the other day. Elon Musk, with the platform he purchased, they achieved this kind of attentional dominance in this environment. And
what he's saying is that there is no longer like a line that you have to cross to get put up in front. You know, like you don't have to have enough attention behind you, momentum behind you, that you can justify stepping onto the stage. These people just step onto the stage and start screaming, and people start coming and watching. He's making a very good point here. And Elden Lore Hoarder, I didn't have a smartphone until later in life, and the scrolling thing is insane. It's such a trap. Once I realized I'm not looking for anything and just scrolling, I just put the phone down. It's literally built like a slot machine. Psychologists sat there and figured out how if you swipe in that direction that you do, your brain thinks that you're pulling a slot machine.
other people outside of it have to do, which you did in your really excellent open, is to kind of pull back and choose what we are focusing on and recreate attentional regimes in our own discourse as a kind of reaction to that.
It's not a bad idea, you know? Was a game designer, yes, know what they're doing? Yeah, well, as a game designer, then you know a lot about the stuff. Like, the fact that QAnon was literally based on a VR game. We watched an entire documentary on that. It was a psyop, but they built it from a VR game where they learned that people will continue trying to solve puzzles even though there's no puzzles there to solve. Like, they will just try and find one. And that's where the Q drops and all that come in. But, like, yeah. It's a tactic that's being employed regularly. So we had Mike Johnson come up and talk.
Now is the Speaker of the House, Republican Congressman Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Speaker Johnson, welcome back to Meet the Press.
We're going to watch this whole thing,
Kristen,
by the way.
great to be with you as always.
It's great to have you back, Mr. Speaker. As you know, reaction has been pouring into that Oval Office meeting on Friday. Democrats and even some Republicans say it only emboldened Vladimir Putin. A Kremlin spokesman saying today that the U.S. foreign policy shift, quote, largely coincides with its vision. Here was the Wall Street Journal editorial board, quote,
exactly,
Putin wins the Trump-Zelensky Oval Office spectacle. Was Vladimir Putin...
I thought the Wall Street Journal wasn't allowed to write things that, like, that were opinions that were negative about Trump. I thought that like genuinely, like, Jeff Bezos came out and said you're not allowed to do that, like, last week.
The Trump-Zelensky Oval Office spectacle. Was Vladimir Putin the winner here, Mr. Speaker?
No, he wasn't. Listen, I have participated in a lot of bilateral meetings in my time with heads of state and other dignitaries. There's always a certain protocol that goes along with this.
Oh, it's not the Wall Street
Journal. Anything
Mr.
like
Speaker, you're
President
saying that
Zelensky's
we all...
behavior there. He berated and interrupted his host, and instead of expressing gratitude for the extraordinary help that the U.S. has provided his country and effectively helped him stay alive and stay in power. So the way that went down was very disappointing. I hope and pray, frankly, that President Zelensky will come to his senses, come back to President Trump, express gratitude as he should, apologize for...
Remember, this is the guy who has a group chat with his son so they can check in on each other about their porn usage. They have a special app that will notify the other one if one of them is watching porn, and then they talk about it.
Behavior there, and accept this mineral rights deal, because that is the best way for us to get to a point of peace over there in that region, and it's in the interest of both countries.
Well, I want to play you what you said almost a year ago.
Yeah, I'm not even joking about that one.
You argued in favor of sending more aid to Ukraine. Take a listen.
I believe Xi and Vladimir Putin and Iran really are an axis of evil. I think they're in coordination on this. I think that Vladimir Putin would continue to march through Europe if he were allowed. I think he might go to the Balkans next. I think he might have...
Here you go. Mike Johnson admit he and his son monitor each other's porn intake and resurface video. There you go. You're welcome. Christian men are so fucked up. Yeah, evangelical Christian men are. I'm just trying to understand how that group chat works. It is an app on their phone that if one of them watches porn, it pings the other one saying, hey, your buddy's watching porn. You need to like stop them. The point of it is so they don't watch porn, so they share it with each other. Yeah, all of these people are sexual degenerates. It's very funny. They call us sexual degenerates, but it's them.
Have a showdown with Poland or one of our NATO allies. to put it bluntly, I would rather send bullets to Ukraine than American boys.
Mr. Speaker, do you still believe that Ukraine is an ally who the United States should support?
They just gotta sync up their goon sessions,
and
exactly.
An axis of evil?
Once again, every accusation. I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say that one, yeah. By the way, the deal is Zelensky has to say sorry, sign the deal, and then maybe we'll talk a peace plan. Give us your land and fuck off. Literally, yes. That's what they're saying. Fuck these people. Like, the fact that Zelensky sat through that is impressive. Like, he knew what was going to happen. He knew that that's what he was walking into. And he did it because he had to. So, good for him. Proud of the guy. I can't really be proud of the guy, but they want him to grovel. They want all of you to grovel. They unironically want Zelensky to say, sorry, daddy. Yeah, that's not ever happening. Ever happening. Hippity hoppity, your country's now my property.
It's pretty absurd for anyone in the media or Democrats to somehow proclaim that President Trump,
I don't know
the White
how old
House,
his son
or
is, or out of
Republicans in
cookie.
Congress are on Putin's side.
Hold
It's
on.
a joke. We understand that he
What?
is a dangerous adversary. Yes, it's pretty absurd for anyone in the media or Democrats to somehow proclaim that President Trump, the White House, or Republicans in Congress are on Putin's side. It's a joke. We understand that he is a dangerous adversary and he is the one that provoked the war. When we did...
What would be my dream U.S. policy with Ukraine? Give Ukraine literally everything that they're asking for and drop all restrictions on what they're allowed to do with it. That would be my dream policy. Oh, and continue to get Europe rearming itself. I would be very much in favor of that. And not being insane with America, not invading all of the countries, not starting trade wars with all of our neighbors, like all that stuff, the good stuff. 'Cause all that does affect Ukraine. Oh, and also I would have Vladimir Putin removed from his position by force using 7 men named Dave from the CIA. Oh, by the way, the tariff shit's getting worse. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford just threatened to cut U.S. electricity to several American states if the tariffs go into effect. If they want to try and annihilate Ontario, I will do anything, including cutting off their energy with a smile on my face. Please fucking do. Please do. Please. I need this to be good. Like, holy shit. This is exactly what we need. The Mussolini treatment for Putin would be good. Oh yeah, that would be based, in fact. Oh, here's the kind of retards that are on our side.
To put boots on the ground and try to force a peace plan, but when the Prime Minister
I can't find any other word to describe the person that we're about to hear talk.
All of those included a U.S. security background or backup in case Russia still wants to act up.
Cave Dweller, we're already going to invade them.
Let's be realistic. Europeans really have no weapons. The only
Europeans have no weapons, is what this lady's saying.
realistic. Europeans really have no weapons. The only wars can be backed up with weapons. United States is the only country has weapons. On top of it, they actually dependent on Russia because they have schizophrenic energy policy.
Oh, we're dependent on Russia as the United States, are we? Yeah, fuck, that's what we've come to. United States is the only country with weapons, and we're dependent on Russia. That's what's being said on Wake Up America by a Republican congresswoman.
They have open border. The countries are destabilized and have huge economic problems. So for them just act like that, it's just really a show. But I think it's really not wise for Europe right now, actually not to try to work with President Trump, but instead of it bash him around Europe because he's the only hope that they have. Because a few years ago, when I was in Europe, I was in Ukraine, and I said, you need to take decisive actions. You need to get military ready. You need to make sure that you increase productions. They did nothing.
That's a lie.
Now, several years later, they're in a terrible situation.
This chick is Ukrainian, no less. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't really believe in, like, patriotism as a concept, but fuck that lady. Oh, by the way, Representative Thomas Massie supports the United States withdrawing from NATO. We have Elon talking about this, and we have several other politicians openly talking about wanting to leave NATO. The stupid level of stupid in the ass lickers is beyond insane. It's not even really stupid. It's corruption. We're working for Putin. Here's Senator Van Hollen on how he feels about Marco Rubio now.
And again, I know you voted to confirm former Senator Marco Rubio, your former colleague, as Secretary of State. If
What's
you can
up,
still hear me, I see you adjusting
Diodor?
your earpiece. How do you feel about your vote to confirm Senator Rubio as Secretary now?
Well, I regret that vote because
I would imagine so.
It was Senator Rubio. Senator Rubio was somebody who understood that Putin was the aggressor and the Russians were the aggressor. He didn't go around calling Zelensky a dictator. But it seems like
That's okay,
he's had
Diodor.
a total
You're welcome
lobotomy
here.
or heart transplant. I don't know what it is. But first of all, he allowed Elon Musk essentially to take over the operations of the State Department.
Speaking of, I'm curious. Do you guys think that Elon will be on stage during the State of the Union tomorrow? Like, do you think he'll be with the cabinet, or do you think he'll be have his like own special spot? Do you think Do you think he'll be with the cabinet, or do you think he'll be with the oligarchs? Do you think the oligarchs and the cabinet will sit together? I'm curious. Oh, what's up? You're from Ukraine. I mean, shit, man. I hope you're okay.
Saw how they're
Roman?
trying to dismantle AID. That was an Elon Musk initiative.
USAID,
and now,
yep, that was.
He is just parroting Donald Trump. Now, if that's why he took on the job, just to do the dear leader thing with Donald Trump, then I'm extremely disappointed. But
Slava
that seems
Ukraini.
to be the direction that he's headed.
So, yeah. Oh, by the way, Tom Cotton is mad that we're providing aid to Gaza. We didn't provide aid to Nazi Germany during World War II. This idea is preposterous. Why should Israel force to provide aid to Hamas-run Gaza? Tom Cotton, Senator. We didn't provide food aid to Gaza. We fed people in the territory that we occupied and eventually all of Germany. Israel occupies Gaza. Senator Cotton here is justifying the mass starvation of Palestinian civilians. Republicans are demons. They are. They're almost biblically demons. Well, don't worry, Diodor. The rest of the world is going to look just like that very soon. Tom Cotton is trying so hard to outperform his previous racism. It's true.
It is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin. Every single day, you hear from the National Security Advisor, from the President of the United States, from his entire national security team, Kremlin talking points.
Yep.
For the last week, the White House has been pretending as if Ukraine started this war.
Yeah,
That's
you know what? Demons are... Sorry, fucking Beelzebub. I know you're not that bad. Satan's in hell like, holy shit, man, I wouldn't do any of this crap.
Essentially saying that Poland invaded Germany at the beginning of World War II.
By the way,
There
that
are
is
still
what that's
facts.
like. Saying that Russia didn't start the war is like saying Poland invaded Germany.
Saying that Poland invaded Germany at the beginning of World War II. There are still facts in this world. And the fact is this: Vladimir Putin is a brutal dictator. Russia started this war. And the entire pretext for that meeting yesterday was an attempt to rewrite history in order to sign a deal with Putin that hands Putin Ukraine. That is disastrous for U.S. national security. That means that China will be on the march. Putin may not stop. America may be at war with a nuclear power.
Oh, yeah, it probably was him,
And
actually.
for what? For what? It appears as if America is trying to align itself with dictators.
We are switching the global, hegemony. We're no longer on the side of Europe and NATO. We're on the side of Russia, China, Iran. Diodor, that sounds fucking awful. That sounds like the worst possible place to be as well, because everything would trigger that.
Donald Trump wants us to have our closest relationships with despots all around the world, because that makes it easier for him to transition America into a kleptocratic oligarchy where Elon Musk and Donald Trump rule and steal from the American people.
True.
If we were allied with democracies, that would be harder. But if the United States' closest partner is Russia, then it makes it a lot easier for Donald Trump, Elon, and their billionaire pals to steal from the American people, to steal our data, to steal our Medicare, to steal our Medicaid. And
by the way, all the data that they steal from you, you know, that goes into like XAI, right? Oh, and like, just understand that the Russians ain't shit. This is why their win condition was America, and they still fucked that up because Trump's a fuck up, and he couldn't drop Ukraine aid without also pissing off the like European Union into a point of frenzy where they're now forming their own NATO. Our military registration enlistment offices break all the guys and take them into the infantry front. I mean, yeah, you guys need them. By the way, like, look at this. Their losses are staggering. They keep calling Mar-a-Lago to help get, like, peace. They're using civilian non-armored vehicles. And there's copyright music. We've seen them. We've watched videos of the Russian forces in Ukraine. They are dog shit. They have to have help from North Korea, man. And then they brought North Korean soldiers who spent hours wanking in the field instead of fighting. 10,000 of them, most of them died. I think like 3,000, 4,000 of them died, and then they had to get reinforcements. And then they had to get another set of reinforcements. The Ukrainians are just fucking annihilate. You guys are doing great. But, I mean, come on, it's embarrassing at that point. It genuinely is. Now, this was in Germany today. Apparently, MAGA's pretty mad about it. I like that. See, like, this is what I mean by, like, art is the best way for rebellion. Throughout history, art is what got revolutions to start. Art is what got people to understand what's happening. Art is what builds the class consciousness. I mean, good place to practice English. You engage with people and then you learn. That's kind of how language works, isn't it? Gotta talk. The worst is what happened in Bucha. I believe it was the beginning of the war. Genocide. Literally, this is genocide. In every case, because what they're trying to do fits the narrative of genocide as well. Before most people owned books or could read, art is how we demonstrated shit like this. Exactly. And those are sick-ass floats. And fascists hate art because they can't produce art, erratic cookie. They're not able to. They're not able to make art. They're not able to. That's why they all love AI, by the way, because AI does the work for them that they can't do. So I'm not a big fan of James Carville, but this was a very funny video, and I think he's actually kind of right. Russians are actively targeting civilians daily across the front lines, particularly in the city of Kherson. Yeah, you showed me some of that earlier. You posted some in the Discord. It's disgusting. They're war crimes, man. This isn't even edgy art, more like some cheeky parade thing. True.
Is madness. And I don't mean madness like I'm mad at you, you mad at me, you didn't say this. I'm talking about madness like King George III kind of madness. And it could be a combination of being a fat fucking slob, which of course he is. It could be that he's...
By the way, please start talking about them like this. Fat fucking slob. I know some people are going to be like, oh, but that's like fat shaming. No, it's not. We're not talking about, like, it in that context. That's woke. Gotta be dark woke. Call Donald Trump a fat slob. A fucking slug.
Could be that he's can't sleep at night because his beached whale body can't allow the circulation it needs. I don't know. I'm not a sleep specialist or a medical doctor. But I think we should revisit the possibility of a syphilis diagnosis.
I'm only body positive to non-fascists. Exactly.
Is madness. And I don't mean madness.
He might actually have syphilis. That's a pretty relevant and fair point. Because he might have already, like, we already had suspicions that maybe he might have syphilis. And those went away. And, I mean, it fits the narrative. It fits how he behaves. It fits his brain rot. It fits his history. Dude might actually have syphilis. Rick Wilson knows how to get under Trump's skin, the Lincoln Project guy. The Lincoln Project guy is like, that's the thing. The Lincoln Project is not on our side, but they make some good-ass fucking content. I'm looking for a specific video that I saw that was so very funny. It was directed at Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying some dumb shit, and this guy's like, "You're one to talk with your beach body, your blonde beach body bullshit." I don't know. I can't remember what it was like. The actual insult was, but it was very funny. God damn it! Looks like I'm not gonna find it. I hate when that happens. It is what it is. He might be sick, but what's the excuse for the rest of them? Oh, well, like, they're all mentally ill from being demons. The point is money. Money. Guys, cave dweller. It's just money. It doesn't have to be syphilis. Being wealthy, after a certain point, there's a line on how much money you can have, and that line directly correlates to the amount of empathy that you're able to produce. The more empathy you're able to produce, the higher that line is. When you pass that line and how much money you have, it starts damaging your brain. Beach whale body, meaning whales get stuck on the beach. I mean, that's true. Like, it is a case for every billionaire that they are mentally ill. It physically harms you. It's like doing drugs. Having that much money changes your brain because it changes your ability to relate to other people. And your ability to relate to other people is directly, like, the cause of your ability to feel empathy. So, like, you know, that's kind of why rich people are the way they are, is because they don't feel that. And that's why I say they're not people like us. They're human beings, but they're not people. Being rich is called fuck you money for a reason. It gives the ability to care less and less about everything. Yeah, exactly. Marxists deal in relationships. I mean, true. I do deal in relationships. You're actually right. I'm not a Marxist either, but like I am a socialist. I'm on the left. Relationships are the currency. It's not profit. You should be forming as many as you can. And the more relationships you have, the better your life will be. And you got to be some kind of hoarder to begin with already. I'm not sure about that, Arberlin, but possible, you know. And also, people that are born into wealth are dumb as well as crazy. Now I understand why Jane Fonda kept emphasizing the importance of empathy now in her Oscar speech last night. Yeah, well, they're also trying to make empathy a thought crime. They're talking about the sin of empathy. Elon Musk is talking about suicidal empathy. They're trying to make the word empathy a thought crime. I'm convinced that there's a scientific reason that hate makes you look ugly inside and out. Have you seen how hideous some of these bigots are? I do fully believe that you can see hate in someone's face. Like, evil does have a physical manifestation in the face more times than not. It's hard to not look at somebody and be able to clock them when they're evil. At least maybe that's like my special skill, but I do think it does physically show in the body. To an extent. You know, you can't like phrenology this. You shouldn't make decisions based on it, but your vibe check, that's fair enough. And, I mean, like, look at this shit. U.S. MAGA Nazis declare open season on Republicans that are not loyal to Trump or Musk. They're purging their own party. Here's the Night of Long Knives has begun.
Invasive species that has just been categorized and classified here in Texas by the Trump administration. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that invasive species is the Texas rhino. And the Texas rhino, guess what? It's just been declared open season.
Like, first off, dehumanization, all that, but like long like Homo sapien, fascists literally only track in loyalty because they are perpetually paranoid. This is the point, but that is the base of fascism. Fascism, true fascism, requires that you give everything to the state, that you exist for the state. They're doing what's happening online, on conservative social media, IRL now. Is that what's been happening? I mean, that tracks. But yeah, no, they're consolidating. That's kind of what that is. It's the consolidation of these powers. This was funny. J.D. Vance went on vacation to Vermont and was greeted by people who live in Vermont.
Video sent in tonight, a view of what it looked like traveling Route 100 in Waitsfield this morning as hundreds of protesters lined the streets, signs displaying the anger over Trump administration.
They want you to feel paranoia and feel, but they want you to give everything to the state. They want you to feel like you eat for the state, you work for the state, you breathe for the state, you breed for the state. That's what fascism is. That's the full, true idealism of fascism.
policies and flags showing support for the country of Ukraine. People gathered on both sides of the road to express their anger to Vice President J.D. Vance as him.
Again, this is weak. This is weak shit. We looked at Greece earlier. We looked at Tbilisi in Georgia. This is America. Looks like the folks of Vermont watched videos of the recent Greek protests. I mean, not enough of them clearly, but yeah.
Vacation here in Vermont.
Oh yeah, all of you should be camping out at your Congress people's like door. You're gonna get arrested for it, but like yeah, block the road, camp out at their door, stay outside of their house at night. It's your job to pester them. You're the Karen now. If you don't do this, and not enough of us are, then it's over. Again, the Nazis took 1 month, 3 weeks, and 6 days to dismantle the Democratic Republic. We are 1 month and a week in.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Lucy Camp.
They take a page from
3
fucking
separate
Europe.
locations held protests today: Warren, Waitsfield, and at the base of Sugarbush. Our Haley Morgan spoke with those that came out to make their voices heard.
Hundreds of people lining the streets as J.D. Vance takes a family vacation in Vermont.
Ski Russia because J.D. Vance has no friends in Vermont, but he's got lots of them in Russia, so he should go there for vacation.
That's very
I really
funny.
believe that the way to fight fascism, which is what this is to stand together, to not let them divide us.
J.D. Vance
Usha sleeps at night covered in silk and drowning in money.
plans to ski at Sugarbush Resort this weekend with his wife and 2 kids. Several grassroots organizations and protesters line the streets of Waitsfield, about a mile down the road. Organizers say they believe there were over 1,000 people against the dozens.
What's the population of Vermont? Vermont has 650,000 people. There was 1,000 people here. That town likely has more than 1,000 residents in it. The ski company should reject him and boycott him into oblivion? Yeah, they should. By the way, like, stop buying American goods even if you live in America. If you can afford to do that, go and look to make sure something's not made in America. Again, if you can afford to do that, because I'm pretty sure most Americans aren't going to have that much freedom of choice with their money very soon, but...
of Trump administration supporters.
I'm a federal employee. I watched 11 of our federal public servants get illegally fired.
Or by local.
And it's all due to the complacency of this jerk.
And as cars drove by, the crowd continued to grow. Meanwhile, in Warren, protesters and supporters shouting back at each other, making their message known.
We wanted to give him a positive welcome rally of support of Vermonters and the process and the things that him and President Trump are doing for our great country.
And at the mountain, Secret Service vehicles and personnel could be seen stationed throughout the resort. Skiers say it was exciting to ski at the same mountain with the vice president.
It's awesome. I hope I get to see him. So I hear his kids are in ski school.
I think it's totally fine if J.D. Vance wants to go skiing anywhere he wants. That's great. Come to Vermont. But
yeah, kiss your Social Security check goodbye, all of you.
Right? A First Amendment right to free assembly, free speech.
Again, you people still think the
Reporting in
Constitution
Warren,
matters.
Haley Morgan, Channel 3 News.
It's genuinely depressing that these people still think the Constitution matters and exists. This was very funny.
Yep. JD, how does it feel being Putin's puppet?
Hey, how you doing? That's the answer. I don't know which one's him, but I'm thinking it's the one that is failing. Oh! No, that was him.
Oh, good.
Fucking hell. Thank you for the follow. Alright. So, let's get a bit more of a rundown. How do dictators effectively maintain control of the military? It seems like all of it takes one guy going rogue to ruin everything, right? Well, right now they're purging the military. and generally, yeah. And it's actually kind of surprising that they managed to get this strong of a hold on the Pentagon, but it seems like they're kicking out everyone that's not part of their group, and money controls the rest of them. Again, all of this is shock doctrine. Go back and read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. It'll explain exactly what's happening to us because we've done this over and over and over again to other countries, including Russia, including ourselves, actually. We kind of did this during 9/11 to an extent.
Republicans are having a hard time with this. They try to move on to the next question. They express annoyance with their own constituents for asking about it. They get brusque and short in their answers. Or, like Senator Lisa Murkowski, they just purport to be really perplexed, really confused, really scratching my head. They have a hard time with this.
I think his strategy in the first presidency, he didn't go full into his plans and the optics, was to lay the groundwork, then come back later and fully enact it. When they first came in, they had no idea what they were doing, Captain Buggy. And, like, the plan now was only developed after he left office. This what we're seeing right now is Project 2025. All of it, every last bit, everything is in there. And that was developed not by Trump, and it was developed after his first presidency. The first presidency was fuck around, made friends with, you know, the Kremlin at that point, and opened up the connections, did lay some groundwork, but that wasn't the intention. And then, yes, the second one's to carry it on, and the third one's to build the Reich, so. Judging by the cop video earlier, most of the work's already been done for them. Kinda, yeah. Oh my god, Touring News, thank you for the raid. I very much appreciate that. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What we're doing right now is we're talking about who's going to benefit from the switch in American hegemony, the alliance with Russia, the likely dropping of sanctions tomorrow during the State of the Union. So thank you for the follows, all of you as well. I very much appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
All the Republicans do, especially the guy at the top.
Pretty cooked. Oh, thanks, Chap. I very much appreciate that as well.
The past week.
You're awesome.
Can you say yes or no whether you have talked to Vladimir Putin since you stopped being president?
Well,
there's the Discord.
If I have a relationship, I don't talk about
the mandate for leadership, SN, has been something the Heritage Foundation puts on the president's desk every new presidency, but they used to be like tiny little pamphlets. Like very, very, very little pamphlets. They were not a 900-page document. It was like a checklist of 10 to 12 things. And they would all get done by each president, both Obama and Bush, for example. But this is different. This is a whole other level. And Zachap is awesome. He's based.
I don't talk about, no, I don't talk about that.
You talk about talking to Netanyahu.
I don't talk about that. I don't ever say. Why don't you talk about it? I don't ever say about, why not? What does that mean? I mean, that was right before the election. But it continued after the election.
Again, and right before the election, just for the new chatters, let me pull this up. So this was from Nikolai Patrushev, from a Russian presidential aide. Quote, the election campaign is over, Patrushev noted, quote, to achieve success in the election, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. As a reasonable person, he will be obliged to fill them. That's one. But then you have Dugin, which is another high up, you know, Russian propagandist, talking about redistributing the world, great China, great India, great, you know, Russia, great America. Ukraine is theirs. Oh, look, what's at the bottom over here? Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltics and parts of Eastern Europe definitively belong to us in the new map of global redistribution. There's no question about this. If Western Europe becomes American, we probably won't object too much either. So pay attention in that where this is actually going, because their plan has been what we're going on this entire time.
People get so mad
when
I play this tape. People get very angry with me when I play this tape. And, you know, honestly, bring it on. It makes me appreciate it all the more because clearly,
I mean, they want
at least it strikes a nerve.
Make climate change worse. So, Iron Curtain 2.0.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin since you've been elected?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've been elected?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that.
It doesn't matter whether Trump talks to Putin or not, because Elon does regularly. Elon's met with Putin while Trump wasn't president. While the war was going on under Biden, Elon has met with Putin.
Talking to Vladimir Putin.
Who? Have you spoken to him? I don't want to say.
So you've already spoken to Vladimir Putin.
I don't want to say that.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I can't say. Why can't you say?
Because Putin will get
Why
mad at
can't
me.
you say? What precludes you from saying?
The law, for one.
Listen, it's Friday night. Let's just do this.
Not that that really matters.
Let's just cut to the chase here. Let's do a little look-see at the landscape to see why exactly it is so hard.
That's true, H.H. Madsen.
For Republicans to deal with this topic. What exactly is so hard for Republicans to talk about? What exactly is it that we are doing, up to and including switching sides in a war? But it's not
switching
limited
sides
to that.
in a war that also destroys our hegemony, crashes our economy, crashes Europe's economy, creates a incentive for Europe to rearm, and yeah, all of that. Oh, and also getting ready to invade South America and Canada.
It's all things that don't seem like
you for the
good
follows,
news for the
guys.
United States. That makes them particularly hard to talk about. But nevertheless, with Donald Trump back in the White House, we keep doing these things relentlessly and urgently, and they all cut in the same direction. And it's really hard for Republicans to explain.
Sorry, excuse me. I just saw this and I need to show you because her explanation is wrong. This is the right answer. Why is it so hard for them to talk about it? It's because they fucking hate you and they're demons.
I'm talking about the West Bank. 40,000 people driven from their homes by violent settlers. You've been watching the violent settlers, crazy people. I assume you don't agree with them. They make Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump look moderate, the far-right Israeli settlers.
They are as close as we've got to radical Islamist terrorists.
And they are driving people out of their homes, 40,000 people. Do you condemn that? I'm not seeing you say a word about that on
Islamic, they're Jewish.
Social media and your shows. That's happening right now. I don't hear you criticizing Israel for it.
I don't.
You don't criticize Israel for driving 40,000 people from their homes?
No, I don't. I don't. Look, Israel...
It gets worse.
Has to...
There's a specific question here
make the same
that I need
mistake
you to hear the answer to.
They're doing exactly what they did in Gaza, actually.
Yes, it is
displacing
Joe Walsh.
people from their homes.
What do you mean they're doing what they did in Gaza?
Well, 1 million people have been driven from their homes in Gaza.
Because
and
of
now
why?
we have 50,000 people.
Why?
Because Israel is breaking international law.
Oh, not because the ruling governing entity of Gaza
is
declared
Israel,
war on Israel on
motherfucker.
October
Even if
7th.
that were true.
And that's not true?
No, there was a war before October.
Yeah, Maddow's great.
I know Joe Walsh
like,
is well.
Maddow is good. I like Maddow. She doesn't go as far as I would like her to, but also she likely can't. And I don't know how far to the left she is, but she is one of the few that's still even worth watching remotely. Like, obviously, there's more info than that's being put out. You still have to read between the lines. It is still mainstream media, but she is one of the few that's actually worth watching.
Began on October 7th, but there's been
No,
an occupation since
I know
1967. Hamas didn't even exist in 1967. So the war didn't begin on October the 7th. But my question is, you're saying now today... Okay, let me ask you this.
They initiated the latest stage of this war.
200 kids killed in the West Bank since October 7th. Are you okay with that?
No, I'm not okay.
Israel? Okay, do you condemn Israel for killing 200 children in the West Bank?
I'd have to know, Mehdi.
You'd have to know how the children were killed.
Yes, I'd have to know how the children was killed. Who's responsible for the children
Israelis
killed?
The Israeli airstrike, okay? Does that mean, holy fuck, Joe Walsh is this evil? Yes, they all are. They all are.
Just like I want to know every Israeli...
These are kids killed.
A sniper shot to the face, which, by the way, if you go look it up, most of the children that die in, like, Palestine are just being sniped for fun by Israeli Defense Force. There's doctors that talk about this, in that almost every child that was brought in that they had to care for had a bullet wound. Like
every settler killed in the West Bank. Look, Mehdi, this is
200 kids killed, and you can't bring yourself to condemn that.
I do condemn it. I want to know.
You did just a moment ago. You literally did not.
I don't know who killed those two.
Israel
did, according to every international observer, human rights, the UN.
Show me.
Show me what?
Show me
children.
Show me every instant where the two, and I'll show you a terrorist attack where 6 Israelis.
There is not.
Oh yes, whataboutisms.
Many of these cases involve children.
No, I'll show you a terrorist attack where
Israel.
Yeah, they're all like this. They're all like this. They're evil, man. They're fucking evil. That's why they do what they do. They want to take from you, and they don't care if you suffer. In fact, if you suffer, it's probably more ideal for them because they enjoy it.
Because of what it obviously means. It's clear why they do not want to talk about this stuff, and it gets all the more clear when you just line this stuff up. Let me show you what I mean.
Guys, go drop a like on the YouTube video, please. It definitely helps.
Donald Trump's handpicked Attorney General. She gets sworn in to lead the U.S. Justice Department. On her first day on the job, what is the first thing she does? Headline: U.S. cuts task forces on foreign influence and Russian sanctions.
I wonder. I mean, to be fair, we're literally going to drop the sanctions, probably tomorrow.
Quote, in a memo sent to staff Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed she had disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, a unit dedicated to investigating violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Bondi did not elaborate, but figures on the Republican Party's conspiratorial far right have accused the government of abusing FARA to unfairly target political operatives like Paul Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign.
Political operatives that specifically are taking money from Russians and are influenced by the Russians?
Campaign chair, who was indicted in a probe into Russian influence in that year's U.S. election.
Oh, like Michael Flynn, who was also indicted because of you being a unregistered foreign agent for both Turkey and for Russia. The guy who literally worked on and created the QAnon psyop with the Russians. The guy who is being glazed on Russian state media all the time. How about Kash Patel, also being glazed on Russian state media all the time? Also being glazed by QAnon, Michael Flynn. They're all playing the same game. They're all on the Russian side. They've all been there since 2016. Like, it's very funny that now we can finally say that Hillary Clinton was at least correct about this. She's still a ghoul, but she was right about this. And Russiagate was real. Everything that we saw was real. I've shown the actual like guy before, but I have to go looking for the link of the FBI agent who said that there was no collusion between Trump and Putin, which is why we stopped the Russiagate investigation. That guy's in jail for colluding with Russia as an unregistered foreign agent. Everything was correct. We had it then.
Also on Wednesday, the day of her swearing in, Bondi disbanded Task Force Klepto Capture, an initiative started in 2022 to enforce sanctions against Russia. Who's all that good for? Shutting down the Foreign Influence Task Force, shutting down enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and getting rid of the task force that enforces sanctions against Russia. Who are all those things good for?
I wonder.
Why do we do those things? And so urgently, her first day on the job. Here's another one, which happened that same day. Quote, in a little notice directive on...
I was going to say, just while we're talking about that, because this also affects the same thing, here's what the Treasury did today. The Treasury Department is announcing today that with respect to Corporate Transparency Act, not only will it not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the beneficial ownership information reporting rule under the existing regulatory deadlines, but it will further not enforce any penalties or fines against U.S. citizens or domestic reporting companies or their beneficial owners after the forthcoming rule change takes effect. The Treasury Department will further be issuing a proposed rulemaking that will narrow the scope of the rule of foreign reporting companies only. Treasury takes this step in interest of supporting hardworking Americans. This just makes it easier for foreign companies to function in the United States and to take your money. This makes just generally corporations richer and you poorer to begin with. But this also very much helps Russia. Considering how many times I got called a Russian bot during the 2016 election, hilarious. I mean, were you pro-Trump in 2016? Because, like, I can understand you getting those kinds of messages then. I mean, obviously you're not, or I hope you're not, but, like, that was real. And by the way, the Russian bots are still everywhere. I keep getting them, like, on Twitter. I've had 3 come into chat today.
On her first day in office, Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered a halt to a years-old...
Oh, okay, I thought you were a tanky.
Federal law enforcement effort to combat secret influence campaigns by China, Russia, and other adversaries that try to curry favor and sow chaos in American politics. Buried on the 4th page of one of 14 policy memos Bondi issued Wednesday, the order disbands the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force. Last year, Justice Department prosecutors and FBI agents exposed an alleged scheme in which Russia-backed media funneled $10 million
like
to
Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, Lauren Southern. There was another one. All of these people were getting paid by the Russians. Tim Pool was getting paid $100,000 per episode. Dave Rubin was getting paid $400K a month. These people were making a lot of money from the Russians. Crowder. No, it wasn't Crowder. He wasn't on the list. Crowder's just a Nazi. I'm not sure he was like part of Tenet Media. Those are the ones who were lazy enough to get caught. I mean, to be fair, no consequences happened. All of them just said, oh, we didn't know. Wet Camera Inc., I feel like they didn't even do good propaganda. They didn't. They didn't even try. Tim Pool is like, Ukraine is the greatest enemy of the United States. Like, that's it. That's the only thing I remember. But that's because, like, they're all idiots anyway. You ever watch Tim Pool or Dave Rubin or Lauren Southern? Like, God forbid you spend 5 minutes on watching them. Your brain just feels like it's being harmed. I'm watching the health bar go down. Like, the sides of my vision are becoming red as the pain starts to come in. YouTube is the worst when it comes to bots. As soon as there's any pro-Ukraine videos or live streams, they flock like, better be polite to the birds. I don't tend to get too much of those on YouTube. I get to most of those on Twitch, actually.
Conservative U.S. media company that hired prominent right-wing influencers. Here's how the New York Times bannered that one bluntly. Quote, Trump dismantles government fight against foreign influence operations.
Good.
Dozens of employees who had been working to fight foreign interference in U.S. elections have been reassigned or forced out.
The one thing that I am really thankful for is that they're very overt and clear with what they're doing, which makes it easier for us we it's like, imagine if, like, think about how hard it was to think about Trump is a Russian agent. This was still, like, we knew, a lot of us knew, I knew, but a lot of us were still worried that maybe this doesn't translate, that you can't talk about this because it makes you feel like a conspiracy theorist. Other people look at you like a conspiracy theorist. That doesn't happen anymore. Now, because they're being so clear, because they're being so overt and open about it, it's easier for us, it's easier for Europe to break away. Like, they're making it clear. So I do appreciate that. And like, there's YouTube bots all over the comments, but like, I don't tend to get them in my chat.
That includes not only the FBI, but also CISA, the cybersecurity division at Homeland Security, which we soon learned the president's top campaign donor had installed a 19-year-old operative who reportedly personally operates websites in Russia and who has been associated,
named Big Balls,
with multiple criminal cyber hacking gangs.
Yeah, that's the guy we put in front of, on top of cybersecurity. Let's get that 19-year-old incel that has a criminal history of working with other hackers in Russia, and put him in charge of U.S. security. That sounds like an excellent idea. You guys understand that we're likely going to have a big, like, terrorist attack soon. This kind of is the setup for it, for martial law. If we got rid of, like, the CIA and FBI. Meanwhile, the people there were warning this can open the door for a massive terrorist attack. We got rid of the FAA. Planes are falling out of the sky. It's not really too much of a reach to think one might accidentally fly into a building. But at the same time, they might just false flag us themselves. Again, Russia's in the government, you know? They could just do something and then claim that it was an attack and then declare martial law, because they want to declare martial law at some point. Like, whether they do that or not, we'll find out. But, I mean, we're building a fascist state, are we not? And they've got the groundwork laid down. The next step is making the fascism much more overt. They have, like, their people, like, MAGA's all frothing at the mouth, ready to go, like, murder brown people in the streets. Trump tried to declare martial law in 2020, I believe. Exactly. This time he can. Everyone that stopped him last time is gone. Last time he tried to shoot protesters with live ammunition. That's going to happen this time. If you go to a protest, please make sure to have, like, a good first aid kit, have, you know, a tourniquet, have packing gauze, be ready, you know, because it's going to be bad. But we're going to get that eventually. Whether it starts with an attack that's real or manufactured doesn't really matter. But, I mean, we have every possible, like, box checked for an attack is going to happen soon. Medics are important in protests. Saw one do hero shit in the middle of the street during BLM. True. In my Discord's resources for safety section, sorry, I have a link to a Substack that teaches you how to build a first aid kit for specifically going to protests for massive blood loss. It's great. Please, if you're a medic, do that and go to these protests. Like, it's dangerous, but you need to go. This is war. You understand that, right? We are at war. This is already to the point of both civil and international war. We are at war against the fascist monarchy that's coming to take our Constitution away from us. Your Second Amendment right exists so you could fight against the monarchical tyranny of a king. Now, I'm not saying go outside with guns and start shooting folks. Don't do that. But buy a gun, stay in your house, and if someone comes into your house, that's, you know, the law in your state does say what you can do. Don't show your face during a protest. Keep your mask on. True. Look what happened with the Palestine protesters in Columbia University. The police who arrested them demasked them, and now they're all getting kicked out of school. And by the way, like, if you can leave the country, leave the country.
That's who the president's top campaign donor installed at CISA, giving him full access to systems and data at the U.S. government's cybersecurity agency. A 19-year-old kid with ties to Russia and cybercrime. Who's that good for?
I wonder.
How do you explain to your constituents who that's good for and why we are doing that as a country? And what else? What else is hard to explain to ye olde constituents when it comes to that radical
Remember,
switch?
Trump did say regularly and often that it would be very easy to end the war. That it would be happening on day one, in fact. That it would be an easy task and then he would just get it done. I wonder why he thought it would be so easy.
In the U.S. government that Lisa Murkowski described. How about this? Headline, CIA plans largest mass firing in nearly 50 years. Well, that's good for someone. Who's that good for? That came right after this. Oh, Trump's new hand-picked CIA director sent a list of CIA employees to the White House in an unclassified email.
That got out into the media. Yeah.
Quote, current officials confirm that the CIA had sent the names of employees to the Office of Personnel
Classified
Management,
intelligence.
complying with an executive order signed by President Trump. Senator Mark Warner, top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, wrote that the sharing
That'll get you put in the gulag, what, camera, but you can give it a go.
Of the officers' names.
You can challenge him. I mean, like, you don't have to say it in a video game. He's dumb enough that he might say, remember the guy he was pretending he wanted to fight Zuckerberg in a cage match? Like, just do that. And annoy him until he either bans you or says yes.
Disastrous national security development. One former agency officer called the reporting of the names in an unclassified email a, quote, counterintelligence disaster. Ah, yes, a disaster for the United States and for U.S. intelligence in particular. But very good news for someone.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of things that ought to be classified, headline, how Trump's security clearances order could make the U.S. vulnerable. The plan to give temporary security.
They're literally killing the country. This is like the fall of Rome, but worse. We're watching it happen. They're taking it down brick by brick.
Clearances without background checks opens the door to breaches and espionage, experts say. Giving out security clearances without background checks that look for things like, you know, criminal entanglements, lots of debt, anything that they could blackmail you over, or any contacts with foreign governments.
Excuse me, what the fuck? Parents are holding measles parties in the US, alarming health experts. This is what happens when you don't believe in science anymore. These parties are an attempt by parents to intentionally expose their children to someone infected with measles to build natural immunity.
Governments. To make
sure. And no,
that
he has not been president for 100 days yet.
That you're not, you know, secretly working for. We're not doing the background checks
anymore. It is a death
anymore.
cult.
Trump just has
thank you.
ordered
It
that
is.
the classified material be made available to whoever he says with no checks. That doesn't seem like good news for the United States. But again, it's good news for someone.
Like, that's just idiots. But, like, at the same time, this is death cult shit. And siding with Russia is also death cult shit. It's the death of our society, at the very least. Millions of Americans are going to die. Like, thousands are dying now. Millions are suffering. And millions are going to die. Do you understand? Like, just today, we had an economic crisis that is equivalent to that of 2008. Just today. Just this day. Wait until tomorrow when the markets open.
How about when they decided that the first agency they would destroy would be USAID? Who cheered the loudest for that?
Speaking of, I'm going to show you guys
Russia
what actually does.
USAID cuts. Calls agency
worse at turning off
interfering. Yeah, it was fantastic news for someone. No one was seen to benefit more or to be more loudly cheering it on.
I don't think people understand how extremely invasive background checks normally are for high-level security clearances. Just skipping that shit now is equivalent to letting the Bank of America say fuck it to a third grader can underwrite the loans now. Literally, they check everything. They background check the people that you know when they background check you for this security clearance. And yes, I know that's not how measles works, Aurelia Astra. That's why it's very scary. Measles dismantles immunity to many viruses by causing virtual reset of B cell recall. That bit I didn't know. So yeah, that's even worse. I hate it here. Please leave. You can leave. There's places you can go. I have information on how to try and come to Australia in my Discord. Give it a go. Russia couldn't take Kyiv in 3 days, but Russia took Washington in less than 100. True. Russia won the war. The Cold War. The Soviet Union might have collapsed, but the people in charge stayed in charge, and now we lost. We lost the war.
Then Vladimir Putin.
I've been through them before. I've seen them deny clearance over overdue library books. That's how fucking picky they are. Yeah. Women who contract measles during their 3rd term run the risk of having a child born deaf. Oof.
And that was before the specific news confirmed today
that's okay,
that among the projects Trump is explicitly and specifically turning off right now, this week, is the program by which the U.S. helps Ukraine keep its electric grid up and running. Even though Russia has repeatedly targeted that electric grid throughout the war. Because Russia's idea of how it wants to win...
Russia's literally bombing the fucking, whatchamacallit, Chernobyl power plant. Oh, by the way, like, I showed this earlier. This is so cool, though. It makes me so very happy. If anyone likes science, read this shit, because it'll make things make a lot more sense to you.
Unprovoked war it declared on our ally is to make the civilian population, including kids and the elderly and hospital patients and everyone, their best idea for how to prosecute that war is to cause them to freeze to death by bombing the electric grid in February.
Oh, yeah, no, they bombed Chernobyl. They're bombing Zaporizhia. They don't care. They're bombing very close to nuclear power plants. Some of them actually hitting that. There was one that hit, I think it was the actual dome of Chernobyl just a couple of days ago. Like, it didn't break anything,
more than
but...
any other evident targeting, they have targeted the electric grid that serves the civilian population in Ukraine.
They've been doing that since day one.
It is the United States that has helped Ukraine masterfully keep the power grid up despite those repeated onslaughts by Russia. Until this week, when Trump just cut it off.
Yeah. Like, Russia wants to do to Ukraine what Israel is doing to Gaza. Understand that is the reality here. Because they want to claim that area. They want to take the people who are so beaten and broken that they don't even remember that they're Ukrainian and manipulate them. This is shock doctrine. They were bombing the elephant. There's a video of Chernobyl. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. This is the most naked puppetry I've seen in a long time. It is. In fact, I'm saying I'm kind of thankful that it's this naked because it makes it difficult for you to not see it.
News for someone, right? President dressed up the defense secretary he handpicked off the cast of the Fox and Friends weekend show.
True.
Put him in a bright blue suit and sent him to Europe, where he volunteered, unasked, that Ukraine...
Why is his suit so bright compared to everyone else there?
...expected to keep all of its own territory. He said that would be, quote, unrealistic. It would be, quote, unrealistic to not let Russia take parts of Ukraine. He then volunteered, unasked, that Ukraine...
Hegseth said that our Navy would lose to Russia's Navy, guys. Russia's Black Sea Fleet got wiped out by Ukraine, who doesn't have a Navy. And our defense director said that our Navy would lose to Russians. Like, that's how much the puppetry goes, how far it goes. It's laughable.
Ukraine will not be allowed to join NATO.
Like, one carrier group could take on the entire Russian Navy at this point.
Now we've got pro-Trump Republican senators saying, yeah, not just Ukraine won't be allowed in NATO, we ought to get out of NATO too. Which, of course, would collapse NATO.
Well, to be fair, at this point, we should leave NATO. Well, I think we should. If we're going to be on Russia's side, then we can't be in NATO, can we? It's like when we left the Human Rights Foundation, like the organization. We shouldn't have been in there anyway, because we're against human rights. I feel like that kind of tracks.
Who would that most benefit? For whom would that be really good news?
Good to see you, by the way.
Donald Trump says, let's let Russia back into the G7.
Of course he does.
Donald Trump is reportedly preparing right now for his own big...
I want the G6 to be the G5. I want them to kick America out.
In-person summit with Vladimir Putin.
We are actually just against
Donald
human
Trump
rights, yes.
already started
We're anti-human, long like Homo sapien. That's what our government is. The U.S. government is anti-human right now.
Meetings between the...
We're trying to make climate change worse even. Sorry, I keep pausing, but like that's what I mean. We are the most anti-human. We want to increase every disaster that is destroying humanity. We want to make food harder to get. We want people to be miserable. We are anti-human.
With Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump already started high-level meetings between the Russian and U.S. governments, including an inexplicable 3.5-hour meeting specifically between the president's real estate
It's the same thing, you boy John Doe. Being pro-capitalism is being anti-human.
Vladimir Putin himself.
It's a death cult.
Witkoff came back from that meeting and how'd that go? Went pretty well for someone. Headline, parroting Putin and Trump, Witkoff says Russia was provoked into invading Ukraine.
Like literally, where are all those people that were in my chat that were arguing against me saying that NATO started the Ukraine war? That I was wrong? Where are all of you? Are you still here? Because I don't see any.
Headline, Trump envoy can't name a single concession Russia will make in peace deal.
A single concession, not even one.
What does it seem like is going on here?
Quid pro quo?
Imagine if a foreign adversary...
Yeah, NATO sucks, but Putin sucks more. I'd rather have NATO than Putin doing this. I'd rather have NATO than the Fourth Reich. And so for the time being, we got to take what we got.
Imagine if the Putin government somehow could just do a thought experiment. Imagine they could somehow exert control or influence over the government of the United States. What do you think the Putin government would have the U.S. government do if he could control it?
Is that even a secret, Oxpecker? Zuck's bomb shelter? Teal has one in New Zealand. All of these people are preparing for the end of the world because they're all fucking Yarvanite, like, accelerationist psychopaths.
Headlines would you expect to see about the operations of our government under that kind of a scenario? And what would you expect the news out of the Oval Office and the White House?
Y'all should start journaling every day. Like, write stuff down. How many of you can think about, like, any of your notebooks that you write your daily stuff in, you journal in? One of those could survive and be a historical, like, artifact decades later when we're trying to understand what happened during World War III. Someone could find your notebook and get a sense of the events that were happening around you at the very least. This is like, we're there. We're already in that era. So maybe start documenting your life so after the war, people might be able to get some idea of what actually happened there. I knew my dumb notes were good for something. I mean, Ginger Fluff, they're not dumb, but you know what I mean here. Clamjammer, yes, the idea that Russia was just so scared of NATO creeping close when they have more nukes than the US, hilarious. It was simple capitulation the whole time. It was. And none of those people are showing their heads anymore because they're all bothering MAGA now. All of those bots that were directed at us are now directed at MAGA. I've already burned through 12 journals because I started when I was 14, but I've never documented anything political. Just like how you're doing. Your life is the point. It's not the politics of it, because the politics of it can be, like, extracted from the journaling of your life. I just think drink and pretend everything's fine. You're gonna die that way, man. Stop drinking, start exercising, go talk to your neighbors, fix it. No one's fixing it for you. No one's coming to save you. If you're just gonna drink and pretend that everything's fine, then you're gonna die that way. To be blunt and honest here, you have to save yourself and your community. Each of us is responsible for this. We have to do it. They'll be fine to Ginger Fluff.
On a day like today.
Just walking, honestly. Go for a walk around your community and talk to people. Go into a bakery, buy something. Go to the library, chat with people. Go to the fire department, chat with people. Go knock on your neighbor's doors and bring them some food that you bought at the bakery. This is what you should, first of all, A, exercise, B, community engagement for, when the hard time comes. Because again, you want to be able to ask for help. If you're unable to buy any food and you're starving, it would be nice to have a neighbor that you know well enough that you might be able to ask for some food. Conservative on Reddit is having a mental breakdown. They're having to delete the "We Are Baddies" threads as MAGA people are walking up and going, when did MAGA align itself with Russia? Yeah, a while ago. MAGA aligned itself with Russia when Tucker Carlson went to, like, Moscow, got made fun of by Putin on camera for an hour, and then went and glazed, like, supermarkets in Russia. Honestly, every time I come to the stream, there's some point that I hear something that pisses me off so much that I start doing push-ups. Honestly, good, Corn Cob. If I say something every stream that gets you so mad that you start exercising, then I'm doing my job correctly. It's kind of the thing. Oh, did you guys hear about this?
Washington have agreed.
South Korea and U.S. agree to use the term denuclearization of North Korea, not of the Korean Peninsula.
To consistently use the phrase
and yes, he did,
denuclearization of North Korea and not to use the phrase denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Our Kim Bo-kyung tells us more.
Seoul and Washington have agreed to use the term denuclearization of North Korea instead of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula when addressing the North Korean nuclear issue. South Korean ambassador to the U.S., Cho Hyun-dong, made this announcement during a monthly meeting of South Korean correspondents in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. As Seoul does not have...
South Korea probably does expect the U.S. to abandon them too, because I would imagine that we'd be more aligned with North Korea now, wouldn't we? Because if Russia's allied with North Korea to the point where North Korea will send more than 10,000 soldiers to Ukraine to fight for Russia, and we are allied with Russia, that makes us allied with North Korea over South Korea. Which kind of fucks up the entire math of, like, what's happening in South China Sea, what U.S. defensive plans are against, like, all of China. Only that they think that DPRK would denuclearize. I mean, to be fair, this is South Korea, so they're just scared of North Korea because this is what's happening from North Korea.
What is that noise? On a good day, it sounds kind of like a jet engine, but on other days, it's much more unnerving. And it's coming from that mountain in North Korea.
Money wins, ya boy John Doe. That's kind of what it is. It's money wins.
Sometimes it sounds like a siren, sometimes like a ghost, sometimes like animal cries. Our grandchildren say it sounds like wolves from North Korea.
It changes between sounds like car brakes, tearing noises, and metal grinding. It's extremely irritating.
This small South...
The South Koreans started this because they were blasting K-pop out of speakers. Remember what happened when Libya gave up their weapons? True. Do not disarm. Not now, especially. We're literally in World War III. It's hard to, like, say this without sounding, like, alarmist, but world leaders are meeting everywhere around the globe talking about emergency plans. We're talking about, like, America's switched entire sides, left all its allies, made new ones, talking about, like, we're all talking about war. America's talking about war with Mexico and Canada. Canada's preparing for war by America, being, like, invaded by them. This is objectively the situation, so keep that in mind.
South Korean
Yeah,
town
no
has
new
had to
war's
learn
president is going to create the largest war in human existence.
live in the shadow of the North. But last year, it became the victim of an unconventional retaliation war. North Korea sent rubbish-filled balloons across the border. Furious at the constant propaganda South Korean residents had been sending, the South responded with K-pop blaring across the border. So North Korea started its own noises. And it's driving residents nuts.
I stayed up all night. It gives me headaches and my grandchildren can't sleep.
The sounds get even worse at night.
I'm exhausted now, just exhausted. I wonder what we should do, if we should move
terrifying.
away, but to move we'd need to sell this house. And given the situation, nobody wants to buy here.
To help residents cope with that noise,
Yeah, that was what he was saying in that interview with Zelensky.
dozens of homes here are being equipped
Every
with
accusation is a
soundproofing
confession,
windows.
ya boy John Doe.
And there's even talk of financial compensation. But residents here just want those noises to stop. And many here believe it's the South that has antagonised the North, and that is retaliation.
What we want is simple. Stop the broadcast to North Korea. That's it. If we stop, they might stop too.
These residents are the major victims of the hardline policy.
To be fair, that is true. Like, just stop and maybe they will stop. And if they don't stop and you have stopped, then you can talk about it again later. When they claim you're doing it, you can guarantee that they're doing it 10 times worse already. Exactly. It's always the... I've yet to see one that isn't the case like that. Okay, now, let's watch the Majority Report. This is a pretty serious topic, you know, like we're going to start seeing problems from this. Left media is not safe from the oligarchy, especially now that we have the Russian oligarchy. Look at Russia and look at how censored media is there. We're going to have similar problems here very soon.
Edward the Black, David Pacman says the Trump...
Which is why you need to drop me a follow on YouTube. You need to go and join the Discord and maybe even drop me a sub.
Administration will soon come after left-wing media online. Are you guys protecting yourselves? I mean, this is something I've been...
Where's David Pacman? We're not watching David Pacman. This is Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar.
Thinking about.
Okay,
I'm not going to lie.
Cedar, I think.
I've talked to a couple of people. I'm not exactly sure what we can do. Not exactly sure what our exposure is, to be honest with you.
But check out the app.
Check out the app, obviously. I mean,
app of what?
It's a good thing to have the app because we can always reach you despite...
well, the press corps is all going to be podcasters and Nazis. It's like Breitbart, podcasters, New York Post, and One American News.
Any other thing. The app is free, Majority app.
Yes,
you can listen to the audio. I mean, it's... do I think it's impossible
What backup platform exists, though? Because Twitch is owned by, by Bezos. YouTube is also going to have the same type of censorship. There's no other streaming platform. We need a streaming platform that's based outside the United States. All opposition will be controlled opposition, which is what I'd rather not do. We need streaming that is hosted outside the US. I've looked into doing this, but it would cost, it would cost a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And I'm not a fan of him because he talks slowly, but I do like his ideas.
They could
Discord is also owned by Americans.
Our YouTube channel shut down? No, I don't think that's impossible. Do I think that Twitch
Jeff Bezos
owned
just
by
gave a
Amazon?
directive.
Do I think that's impossible? No.
We love the free market, sir.
Understand. Let's put this letter up from Jeff Bezos today.
Hence why I say don't Fed post on Discord.
Just to give you a sense of of what is happening with the oligarchy. And we're not going to have the same oligarchy, let's say, that Putin has. Because Putin has the ability...
I have YouTube Premium.
...of pushing somebody out a window, literally. And
but if I get banned from Twitch, then they'll ban me on YouTube too, I would imagine.
Here, I don't think it's quite as naked if things like that have happened or do happen. But I also think Donald Trump has very, very much aligned interests with his billionaires. He doesn't care. I don't think Donald Trump ever cared about anything as much as, what pops into his head at any given point, what he thinks is going to help his legacy, what's going to keep him out of jail, what's going to put money in his pocket.
I love the support.
And I would say everything is subservient to the latter. But here's Jeff Bezos. And again, we mentioned when they pulled that endorsement, I never thought that endorsement was going to help Kamala Harris.
TeamSpeak, yeah, I remember TeamSpeak. I used to use that when we played RuneScape. That's a German thing? Is it? Does that still exist? I've pondered alternative streaming platform memes. My best idea is peer-to-peer, not quite live streaming. Yeah, MX Matty, that's what I've kind of come to too, but I don't have the reach to set up something like that. You would need you would already need an audience base that you can then contact and confirm that this is what you're doing. You would need to be able to pay for it as well. It's a lot. it's too much for any one streamer to be able to do on their own. It needs to be like a collective ownership thing, if anything.
Indicative of how these billionaires were going to line up and what they're willing to do. Here's Jeff Bezos writing in on Twitter. I still call it Twitter.
The Everything App X.
I shared this note with the Washington Post.
I stream as much as I can. 8 hours is a bit much for me. And I do occasionally get there. Tomorrow's going to be a long one. But I mean, prime time for you is different than prime time for everyone else. I stream like 9 a.m. in the morning, my time.
This morning. I'm writing to let you know about a change coming to our opinion pages. We are going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars: personal liberties and free markets. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints.
I can stream for like longer to cover Hassan, but we need something to do. Like I need long videos to watch. I need to go make lunch, leave the chair empty so that the people who are here from Hassan's community don't feel like homesick. I'm EST. I usually work 4 to 11, so I listen while I work. Damn, really? I base off of EST. Like the time for stream is usually based off EST. Chair stream. At least I have a cat that can come sit in the chair. Look at the boy. Just sleeping in his little TV that he destroyed. That TV used to have stable foundations. And look at what he did to it. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, we're talking about you. Oh, he's a sweet boy. Hassan had a problem with Bill Burr supposedly nitpicking at stupid little shit, even though, really? Problem with Bill Burr? Why? I brought the cat as much as I can. The boy's sleeping and he'll shred me if I try and pick him up because he likes murder. But, thank you. Destroying a TV is pretty cool, huh? I mean, yeah, I think it's pretty based for Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Alright, I gotta pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna leave you with the chair, and I'm gonna leave you with, the unk. The unk in the chair, eh?
Opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others.
Wait,
you follow this?
Chair.
He's becoming the Washington Free Beacon. Is that what it is? Honestly. Yeah. This is going to be Breitbart. His opinion pages are going to be Breitbart. This isn't Hannity and Combs. It's just Hannity. Nobody knows what that means. There was a time when a newspaper, especially one that was a local monopoly, might have seen it as a service to bring the reader's doorstep every morning a broad-based opinion section that sought to cover all views. Today, the internet does that job. I am of America and for America and proud to be so. Our country did not get here by being typical. And a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. First of all, that's absurd. That is patently absurd.
The freedom bit?
Well, you know what undercuts that? Let's just go back to...
No chair. Sad. No, I fixed it. His problem with Bill Burr is Bill is closer to an anarchist or a libertarian socialist. I'm literally a libertarian socialist. That's very funny. I didn't realize Hassan doesn't like libertarian socialism. Like, I didn't think he was one, but I didn't think he would have too much of an issue. Something to do with Burr's criticisms of the state. Okay, I agree with his criticisms of the state anyway. Socialism is when no chair. This is true. You know how Destiny and Vosh and some of those other guys were exposed? I heard things about Hassan as well. To be fair, all of the exposed things about Vosh that I've seen have yet turned out to be, like, false every time. I've never, ever found any actual evidence for it. I've looked. I've actually tried. I've looked. I've not found any evidence for it. Destiny is the only one that, like, you can find evidence for being, you know, terrible. Hassan is just like Hassan, and Vosh is just Vosh. I haven't seen anything bad about either of them that's credible. It's not libertarian socialism. He's against normal libertarians. Well, I mean, normal libertarians are against libertarians like me. I'm an original libertarian. Libertarianism today is just like corporate democracy and nothing for you. It's libertarianism economically and nothing socially. Whereas I believe in socialism economically and libertarianism socially. Destiny and Vosh are a whole other, but Destiny's a whole other level. Vosh is another level above like Hassan, but I still have, again, Vosh does, like, all the rumors about him. It's not, I've yet to find any evidence that they're real. Any of them. Vosh is a weirdo on Discord, but the worst stuff about him is probably just him being misogynistic. Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, he does the misogyny, which is not great, but he does it in a way that, like, fits his community, because he built his community off of, like, incels that he managed to convert to, like, regular humans. So, like, I can see why, and it's not good. I don't like the misogyny, but that's about the worst I've seen of him, yeah. He's weird on Twitter, where he posts some, like, weird shit about horses and stuff, and that's just kind of it. That's just it. There's nothing, like, too crazy. Hassan, to me, is too soft. He comes off sometimes as kind of a lib. At the end of the day, none of our streamers are even in the same ballpark as the Tates or anyone in the RW sphere, and that's because they own all of the companies. They get prioritized by the algorithm while we get suppressed. The algorithm actively suppresses us. For example, ad revenue. I've been running an ad every now and again when I go pee, just to see, because I don't run ads. I wanted to see if I was making anything off of them. And I have received nothing on any of the days, 0 ad dollars on every day that I ran an ad, and I had at least 60 people in stream when I ran that ad. Therefore, they're just not paying you for ad revenue when you, they're just not paying you for ad revenue when you're on the left and you do politics. Well, at least a full-on debate perv. Okay, not like I watch them. Yeah, all got base feel. Yeah, like it's the same. It's exactly how you described. Yeah, but Bill Burr has a great cold-blooded takedown of Elon Musk a week ago. Yeah, I like Bill Burr. Bill Burr has been based. MLK cheated on his wife. I don't want to marry you. I just need you to propagandize the info that's good for the proletariat. If you do good enough, then that's enough for me. Who said that, Clamjammer? You could probably trick them with different tags than stream your normal content. Yeah, but that's lying and tricking people. That's actually against TOS. Did you confirm your ads were playing? I did see the thing go off. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily really, like, matter. I don't really want to run ads anyway. By the way, saw Emma meeting the two. It's quite awkward. Really? Like, I mean, to be fair, Emma and Vosh are, like, friendly. Contra used to be too. Contra got mad at Vosh because Vosh made a misogynist joke at J.K. Rowling, who's like a person that you can like. I have no moral or ethical issue with you being a misogynist to J.K. Rowling. None. So.
The early years of America, like our first big sort of like
Contra still makes videos. Her last video was excellent. She's making another video now. I think I saw a post from her a little while ago saying that she's working on a new one. It's like once a year.
One of our biggest exports was something called cotton. And it made people very, very rich in the South and very rich in the North because you'd have to finance the shipments of these. Was that based on, what is it, personal liberty and economic freedoms?
Of the plantation owner.
And free markets?
This is what I mean by, like, the fascism in America is really going to struggle because fascism is directly opposite to, like, every American ideal that even MAGA believes in, because every right-wing talking point that's given to MAGA is still framed through the lens of libertarianism, of liberty and justice and freedom, and real social fascism, convincing the public to become fascists, requires them to sacrifice all of these things. And Americans, historically, are not great at giving things up. I mean, again, you're talking to a country who would rather kick a homeless person than feed him a meal. So you're asking Americans to sacrifice everything to the state. I'd like to point out that that's probably not going to work all that well.
That's what he means. Like there's a book, Edmund Morgan, I think, historian of slavery, that all the slave owners that were theorizing about freedom meant their freedom and economic liberty to
have slaves,
take slaves into like free states. Even
you can't. They have this concept of freedom of the contract. Now, just because a contract is coerced in this instance, or the other members of this, they're my chattel. They can't sign a contract. Or I'm trying to think of what era it is that we had such a huge expansion. Oh, I know it. It was like the war, so the government. Or in the wake of.
Sorry, Sam. You're a bit slow for me, so we're gonna move on. But like the point is still there that left media is very, very much in danger. It's not safe. It can all just get taken down like that. Again, tomorrow, State of the Union, Trump could just say, "No, this is terrorism. They're a national security threat." Gone. God, the same. That's why I can't watch TDR. It's like I like what they say. It's just a bit too slow for me. I heard MSNBC fired all their non-white actors and contributors within the last week or so. I wouldn't be surprised. They kind of all need to even. Like, it's not like they even get a choice anymore. Clamjammer, their positions, which they could wrap it up and go a little faster. The thing is, like, you can see that he's still forming his position. I do the same thing when I'm streaming, and that, like, I'm talking about something, and I'm thinking about what I want to say, and I say it slowly, and I'm, like, working on the point. Like, I'm forming the point as I'm speaking, and that's what he's doing there. I'm just faster at it. A few streamers I watch got permabanned BS reasons lately. This happens fast. Yeah, like, maybe, like, even Hassan's thing. Like, at least with him, he had some sort of a valid-ish reason for a ban. Like, even still, I don't think it's valid at all, but, like, they're coming for us, man. The thing is, the thing with Trump is, when he says that he'll announce some huge news, I can't tell if it's going to be his new crypto scam or the US leaving NATO. Probably both. Probably dropping sanctions on Russia. Maybe creating Trump's youth. Fuck knows. We're announcing the gas chambers are open. I don't know who the hell knows. I don't know.
In the wake of that
Australia is still in its indecisive phase. And do we side with America or do we side with the UK? Because, you know, we are part of the Commonwealth. We're part of the UK Commonwealth. But at the same time, we're an American ally. We're in the Five Eyes. We have American bases on our soil. So we can't do both. Any information we share with America, we're sharing with Russia. And that's a security threat for the UK, which is the country that we are more allied with, technically. So I'm curious to see where Australia's going to go. And also, like, it really does affect my own life going forward.
Oval Office meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and the US president. Urgent talks in London have seen European nations uniting to secure peace in Ukraine, even if that means boots on the ground. As he put forward a 4-point plan, UK PM Keir Starmer has called for a new coalition of the willing. That phrase is possibly no accident. It was famously used to describe the coalition of 31 countries who gave support to the US.
I am naive enough to think that US will unite with EU and Canada. Look, it's 50-50, Indy Crab. It really is. Because we're scared of China. We're very close allies with China at the same time. America's moves on China might destabilize our economy. The economy crashed today and tomorrow and this coming whole week and next week. Like, there's going to be a lot of factors that go into this. I mean, they've already announced they're not going to pursue anti-Russian cyber attacks. Like, how much worse can that get? Russia has our nuclear codes now. Maybe Claw Jammer. I mean, the Russians are in charge of you, but in Australia-wise, we don't want that here. I'm hoping to see Australia side with the UK and Europe.
Led invasion of Iraq in 2003. Britain was the biggest contributor, 45,000 troops and weaponry, while Australia also sent around 2,000 troops. Now, as Europe faces a crisis...
I've talked with people that were in Iraq from Australia during both the Gulf War and the first Iraq War. the Australians were generally like up in front of the Americans. The Americans used the Australians as like, all right, you guys go first, make sure it's safe, we'll come afterward. Australia can save the EU a shitload of money if they side with the EU. It's like the prison guard getting annoyed as hell with the prisoner that he was talking with, smuggled something up his ass because he doesn't want to go in there. Like, Australia's main industries are extraction of natural resources and the export of them. So, like, yeah, it kind of could help Europe quite a bit. I mean, to be fair, we sell most of this stuff to China, but that could be quite helpful. Operation Human Shield, just as America intended. Late night last night, it is the natural progression of any Western European empire. They're going to invade Russia. I don't think we're going to invade Russia. I think Russia's invading Europe, man. Russia has 150,000 soldiers stationed in Belarus. They're not going into Ukraine because the north is too fortified. They're going to go into the Baltics. Trump's held all media military support. We will not help NATO if it gets attacked, which leaves Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania defenseless because we also pulled our troops out of there. I thought Russia were getting their shit kicked in. They are by Ukraine. They are by Ukraine. But they have a lot of soldiers. They're getting their shit kicked in Ukraine, but they're like, let's give it a go for Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Maybe they'll make better progress there.
Calling for another coalition.
Yeah, he did. He said no more support. It's not like we didn't already know that, though. Like, it's not a surprise.
Of the willing, perhaps with the expectation the US will play its part in return. Here's our Europe correspondent, John Paul Gonzo.
European leaders are finally standing together. Ukraine's allies stepping up as Donald Trump's dizzying diplomacy forces a new union.
We urgently have to rearm
They kind of were.
A
long like Homo sapien.
coalition of the willing. The UK and France will start devising a peace plan to end the war, which will then be presented to the United States.
Guys, there's a non-zero chance that America will invade Ukraine to help the Russians. Like, it's not a high one. It's not a high one, and I don't think it'll happen, but it is a non-zero chance. Von der Leyen spotted, day ruined. I mean, they had some good points today. We're gonna, you know, Von der Leyen, I'm not too knowledgeable on, like, their beliefs and ideology, but, where is she? God damn it. Had it here. Look, she said we need to rearm Europe, so...
States. Emmanuel Macron proposed a one-month ceasefire, which doesn't cover ground fighting, only attacks by air and sea, and those targeting energy infrastructure.
Remember, at the same time, just last night, there was another hybrid attack on, whatchamacallit? No, it was Finland. No, it was Sweden. Swedish, internet lines under the sea. They keep doing that. That's what the hybrid attacks are, by the way. That's how that starts. They're going to cut internet and Wi-Fi connection, phone connection to everybody, and then they're going to invade. It's all the test runs. That's why the hybrid attacks are there.
Prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air, together with others. Europe must do the heavy lifting. And to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
There was only one winner of that exchange, that was Vladimir Putin.
So
Having said all of that, probably a wake-up call. And, you know, the conversations that I've had since in the past 72 hours are pretty much about, let's move on, let's get back on track.
Here's Sweden.
Attempted sabotage on the Baltic Sea island of Gotland may have targeted the water supply over the weekend, according to Swedish police. The head of the island's water and sewage system said that the pump system had been tampered with. They reported a cap that supplies water pumps with power was sabotaged.
So yeah, we've already left NATO at this point. I hope they form a stronger group against us that accelerates this train wreck so we could just collapse and rebuild ASAP. I am now an accelerationist. I want America to collapse. I want all of them to sanction America. I want all of Europe to add the sanctions that we have on Russia onto America. Do it. Do it tomorrow. Do it now. God, maybe that State of the Union speech tomorrow will be so nakedly disgusting that they will. It seems insane to picture the U.S. have a leader as level-headed as Staub these days.
Stopped.
Punish us, yes. Actions need consequences.
An internet cable was severed off Gotland, the latest in a string of incidents involving cables in the region that have raised concerns of possible Russian sabotage and spying. Sweden announced in January that it would be bolstering its military presence by deploying warships and reconnaissance aircraft in the Baltic Sea.
I want unlimited sanctions against America right now. All of them.
These vessels are part of the NATO Baltic Sentry operation.
Camel, they're going to be invading there
potential
first.
Sabotage.
Like that, the Nordic countries are where Russia's going to invade one of the first places. Thank you. Much appreciated. The likes definitely help the algorithm show me more. Wait, actually, before we do, no, I'll finish this one.
There was another significant and symbolic
Would
show
sanctions on the US even work? We have the largest production system, yet we don't produce anything. Yes, it would work. The sanctions would work very well. First of all, we would have no ability to export our goods. We would have a crashing economy indoors because no one's buying. So no one's buying our goods. We can't sell them. We have the ability to produce, but we don't have the necessary manufacturing processes, the plants. We don't have the logistical systems. We're trying to build all of that, but we need to break that. I'm happy you left that place before this happened. Genuinely all the best. Yeah, I got lucky. Left in 2018.
support, King Charles hosting President Zelensky at his home.
For now, at least.
Oh, yeah, by the way, for all the MAGAs that are saying that Zelensky was humiliated, man went to England and got greeted as a hero by the Prime Minister and the fucking King.
Trump's state visit to the UK is still expected to go ahead.
You're not
there
wrong,
were
long leg
calls to cancel it following that bust-up in the Oval Office, but Keir Starmer insists he won't be distracted by that, saying his focus is on peace.
The Ukrainian president also wants to move on, insisting he is willing to sign a minerals deal. I think our relations
They all have to pretend like America's not their direct enemy still. We're going to have that for a while. America is the enemy, but they're going to pretend for a little bit at least.
The US will continue, he says. We are not making any steps back. An olive branch perhaps to Donald Trump to start over. John Paul Gonzo for 10 News First.
Not that it's going to do anything, but they still have to pretend.
London.
Well, let's bring in network political editor Ashley Raper for more on this. And Ash, we've signed up as coalition partners before. Could Australian troops be called upon again?
So far, Ursula, there's no indication that that will happen. The Prime Minister has instead pointed out repeatedly over the past few days that the Australian government has given $1.5 billion in military assistance to Ukraine so far. That includes Bushmasters, the protected vehicles for Ukraine to use, and has said that's always under review.
Everyone in the world knows who got humiliated in the meeting, and it was the Trump cabinet. Literally, J.D. Vance sitting with his tie so long that it tucks in. And he looks like he's in a car seat for a child with his fucking tie.
When the opposition leader Peter Dutton was asked today about whether Australia should send troops, he ruled it out, saying no to troops, that there was no need. But
the Ukrainians love Bushmasters, eh? Oh, fair enough.
The Prime Minister and the opposition leader have been emphatic in their support for Ukraine and backing its President Volodymyr Zelensky after his clash with the US President Donald Trump at the White House. It's been a rare show.
Except he did friendly neighborhood Mexican, like a lot.
I was disappointed by the scenes out of the White House.
Oh shit! I was caught off guard by Australian Hitler. What's up, Baldy?
And I believe that President Zelensky requires the support of European countries, of the United States, and countries like Australia as well. President Zelensky.
This is interesting because, again, this is our Hitler, and I have a video of him at a Christmas party where they're wearing "Make Coal Great Again" hats and talking about "Dig, baby, dig." It's kind of weird. He looks like bad Australian Buddy Holly. True.
And he deserves support.
The brave people of Ukraine led so extraordinarily
by President Zelensky are fighting not just for their national sovereignty and for their democracy, they are fighting for the international rule of law. And it is an easy choice that Australia has made. It's a bipartisan position that Australia has had. We've contributed $1.5 billion.
And Ash, despite this international upheaval, we're expecting the election will be called soon.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I'm not hopeful for our election here. Side note, but ever since they gave Zelensky shit for not wearing a suit, I feel like everyone should stop wearing suits now. I hate suits now. The thing is, like, that was all because like Elon wasn't wearing a suit when they walked in either. It was just a dig at Zelensky to be a dig at Zelensky. It was probably while the Russian like media was there recording it. But remember, the Russian state media snuck in somehow to the fucking Oval Office. They had a Russian sneak in, a Russian state agent snuck into the Oval Office in the White House. And we're expected to believe that. With a camera and recording equipment as well.
April the 12th has long been talked about as a potential date for the election, and it is firming up. Those involved in politics are preparing because an April 12th election means the Prime Minister will have to call it on Sunday or early next week. But it's by no means certain that Anthony Albanese will in fact take the drive to see the Governor-General on this timeline. There are some variables this week. The government...
There you go. Here's Zelensky in a suit. With Biden, a respectable, president, at least in that context. Yeah, like, how does a Russian agent sneak into the White House? Can someone tell me? How does that happen? Didn't we have, like, an entire Cold War about that? I feel like we did, didn't we? All right. Let's von der Leyen.
We had
no, of course they let him in. It was planned, Captain Buggy.
a very good and frank discussion. Basically, we've discussed everything that is around peace and strength. And of course, security guarantees are of utmost importance for Ukraine, but we need comprehensive security guarantees. This includes that we have to put Ukraine in a position of strength, that it has the means to fortify and protect itself from the economic survival to the military resilience. It's basically turning Ukraine into a steel porcupine that is indigestible for potential invaders.
That's not a bad idea.
And therefore the focus is not only on the military supply, but also, for example, securing the energy system and making sure that over time this is a strong and
right now protecting the energy grid is kind of like priority one because Ukraine kind of needs the energy grid to be able to do stuff. Like it's a task. Let's see if they're up for it.
Country. The second element I brought to the table is that we urgently have to rearm Europe. And for that I will present a comprehensive plan how to rearm Europe on the 6th of March, when we have our European Council to the leaders.
Trump's not in charge long like Homo sapien. It doesn't really matter, but like theoretically.
What level of spending should individual countries make to defense?
One thing is very sure, we have to have a surge in defense. We really have to step up massive the defense expenditure. And for that we need a clear, big plan from the European Union for the member states and of course for common European domains, like for example advanced air shields. We need a common European approach, but also the member states need more fiscal space to do a surge in defense.
The EU should not let Nord Stream 2 happen again at all. There's no way. Like the European Union should bomb it if they try.
Have you won the argument with European colleagues about stepping up to the plate in terms of
Absolutely. We all have understood that.
Seriously, think about that though. If the fucking White House let a KGB reporter, FSB, not KGB, come on, at least use the right words. Zelensky wasn't safe on US soil from the beginning. He should never ever come back here until literally did not. We threatened him today. Hold on.
After a long time of underinvestment, it is now of utmost importance to step up the defense investment for a prolonged period of time.
Did you guys not see this?
So to speak, everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It can be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long because
No, you're
I
fine,
believe
Claude,
that
JR.
Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody.
This
Everybody has
is
to get-
a threat of assassination. If somebody doesn't want to make a deal, then they won't be there for much longer.
Made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It could be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long. Somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not.
Like, that's just a threat of, we're gonna kill you, right? That's regime change talk. Yes. That's what it is. We're going to kill him, is what we're saying. What side will Australia take after or during the war? What's the climate over there? I don't know yet. It's hard to think because we are definitely allied with America. We have 9 American military bases. Pine Gap is how they can see like all of Asia and like the Middle East, parts of Russia. Like they watch that through us. But at the same time, we are part of the Commonwealth. So we're part of we are technically more allied with Canada, New Zealand, and Canada, India, and the UK than we are with America. So, and then we're like economically dependent on China, but we're also very afraid of China. Australia's not going to make a decision until things change a little bit more. Pine Gap is literally U.S. sovereign land. Like, y'all don't even control it. What the fuck? It's technically a joint, like, U.S. Australian military operation. But understand that if it really was that, the Chinese ships that were conducting live fire tests off the coast of Australia this last week, that only got reported because of a commercial pilot flying over and spotting them, that would not have happened if we actually had anyone in Pine Gap. Pine Gap has a geosynchronous satellite that can see the entirety of the region, and we didn't catch the strongest Chinese battleship doing live fire tests in between Sydney and New Zealand. Yeah, right? Boy kind of showed us how crazy that cooperation is. Yeah, exactly. In fact, there is a new Boy video out that I kind of want to watch, but I'm not sure if it's TOS at the moment. I'm curious when China invades Taiwan, what will the U.S. do with its military bases there? America's basically given China permission to invade Taiwan. So I think Trump has basically said, do it in like a year. Let me pull out all of the chip stuff first. Paraphrasing.
Vendredi soir.
Sorry, you're going to have to listen to some French. This is the French Prime Minister mad about Donald Trump. Here, I'll put the English up there.
Dans le bureau ovale de la
That's
Maison
not
Blanche,
English subtitles. The
s'est
fuck?
déroulé sous l'objectif des caméras du monde entier.
Why are the subtitles not in English? God damn it. I don't speak French. U.S. Air Force and Navy is completely unmatched. True. Yeah, boo French. French jump scare. I'm sorry. We'll move on. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, we're all kidding. I've read that it's easier to move to New Zealand over Australia. Do you know how true that is? It is easier to move to New Zealand over Australia, but Australia is the better place to live. New Zealand has its own far-right problems, where Australia kind of does, but not really. Like, we have a growing far-right here, but the last Nazi rally that I covered that happened in South Australia they were chased off by mounted police officers and arrested, so, you know.
Good evening, Lester. Shares of U.S. automakers fell, but so did chip makers and other companies now really worried about a potential trade war.
I just wanted an update on the economy.
And tonight, President Trump raising tariffs on most goods from China by another 10%.
Love that. That's excellent.
With only hours to go, 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico seem all but certain.
The tariffs.
And an extra 10% on China. Jesus Christ, we're so cooked.
They're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
American auto companies bracing for big new costs. This factory in Livonia, Michigan, churns out 205 million auto parts a year.
Fuck the auto parts. I hope you all listened to me and made friends with your neighbors, because food's going to be hard to get your hands on.
This will get put into one of our nut assemblies.
Chuck Dardis is president and COO. He buys 30% of his materials from Canada. Chuck, tariffs on Canadian goods mean what for you in your business?
They only focus on cars.
Dramatically.
$1,000 and up to $12,000.
Like, yes, cars are going to go up quite a bit. I don't give a fuck about cars.
Trump has cited fentanyl flow as a reason for the tariffs.
I would just say this to people in Canada.
It is economic violence. It's economic warfare. Here's probably a, for consumers. There we go.
President Trump is moving forward with his plan to impose 25% tariffs on nearly all. The president also plans to impose an additional 10% tariff on imports from China, marking the second time.
It's very funny that they had RFK go out and say, get a vaccine. That's how bad it got already.
Levies against China since taking office in January. A tariff is a tax on imported goods purchased from another country. So if a company purchases foreign goods, it must pay a tax to its home country's government. Let's bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Kelly, which products will be most affected by these tariffs, and how soon could people feel that?
They got RFK to do that, yeah.
That impact.
Okay, so let's start with the first. Oil is a big one. There's a 10% tariff that would be going into effect on Canadian energy. And
Sorry, we'll get back to this in a second. This is just too funny. Robert F. Kennedy measles outbreak is a call to action. MMR vaccine is crucial to avoiding potentially deadly diseases. Vaccines not only protect individuals and children from measles, but also contribute to community immunity, protecting those who are unable to be vaccinated due to medical reasons. He's like, get a vaccine for fuck's sake. It's so funny. You guys know we have dysentery now. We have dysentery, we have cholera, we have polio, and we have consumption. We have really gone back to the 1898 times. He was right. Trump kept his campaign promise. The year is 1898.
A lot of our crude oil from them. So think about the price of gas that you're going to pay at the pump. Think about the cost to heat your home. Other areas, automobiles, so cars, also car parts. We get a lot of cars coming into the U.S. from Canada and Mexico.
He got yelled at by his boss because his constituents were mad that they're all dying from measles, and these idiots started doing measles parties where they will bring their children to someone's house who has measles so their kids could get measles because they think it's like chicken pox, even though that makes everything worse forever.
And then sort of a broader range of goods, everything from fruit and vegetables to electronics, clothing, toys, a lot of those things that we get from China. How quickly things could go into effect on that oil front, you could actually see prices increase within the next few weeks. But on some of these...
OPEC did say that they were going to increase oil production, so gas prices might not be too bad.
Other pieces, it's going to be more about what inventory these companies have in-house already, whether they would need to be buying something in the near future where they would pay that import tax. Broadly, it takes about 6 to 9 months for it to fully flow through to your wallet.
Familiar.
So Canada's foreign affairs minister says that their country has a package of retaliatory measures in place, ready to go in anticipation of this. What would that look like, and how would that affect both economies?
It was a Tea Party
so it's
crazy.
about
I forgot about them. Man, the Tea Party was just like pre-MAGA. It was proto-MAGA. But do Americans know what powers their air conditioner? No. And we've already seen the was it the premier of it was Premier of Ontario say that he'll shut off electricity to Americans, which is like, I need that to happen. I need that to happen so bad.
$55 billion of goods that they would tariff us, essentially. And it's everything from machinery and transportation to meat, agricultural products. We also send a lot of oil to Canada. So that's sort of what it would look like there. When it comes to a trade war, no side wins. So I think the hope is that at some point, these two countries would come together.
We saw a significant sell-off in the markets. This really took place the same time that
the put sales that were being abused to make them even more money. Yes, I do. Remember that clam jumper? Remember the Three Sisters planting scheme? Corn makes good pole, beans grow up that pole, and squash covers the ground with big leaves. They all fix nutrients in the soil. Actually, thank you for that. It's very helpful and provide natural weed resistance. That's pretty based.
President Trump said there was nothing Mexico or Canada could do to stave off these tariffs. An index that you like to call the fear index on the rise as well. So what is driving all of this, and what can we expect perhaps ahead of Tuesday's congressional address.
Well, you and I sat here earlier today and we were talking about this. I mean, the second that he said the tariffs were going into effect, you saw the big sell-off in the market.
Yeah.
In fact, we had been...
Again, this was like 2008 type crash, but I love seeing the greed and fear index and it being extreme fear. I really do feel like I'm in Australia and this is all the way on this end saying catastrophic fire risk. That's not me being smart. That's an ancient Native American lesson. Yeah, I know. I just didn't know about that. But, you know, I'm not exactly a big planter. Not good with the greens. Not even following my own advice there. Such a hypocrite.
Up earlier in the day. So it really was driven by this. The fear index essentially tracks how much volatility we expect over the next 30 days. It spiked 20%.
Captain Buggy, does the media realize Trump's doing these tariffs to intentionally harm relationships in our economy on behalf of the Kremlin? Probably, but they're not allowed to say it. I mean, I expect some of them do. At least like Maddow would be smart enough. Tyler the Flower, hopefully become Trump's top dancer and earn daddy's money. You'll just, you know, they're just going to put you in a camp, right?
So ahead of tomorrow, you could see more volatility, but really over the next month, as investors digest, is this going to happen? Is this not going to happen? You could see even more.
And again, this was just today.
Come out as hard. If they want to try to annihilate Ontario, I will do everything, including cut off their energy, with a smile on my face. So, and I'm encouraging every other province to do the same. Quebec, Manitoba, BC. We all have to act in unison. Out east, they rely on our energy. They need to feel the pain. They want to come at us hard. We're going to come back twice as hard.
I don't know what he likes. I don't care what his issues are. I don't care what's wrong with him. That man is based, and I need him to do it. And, like, it just does make sense, Camel. All right, let's jump back to NATO for a second.
I'm here on this tiny Swedish island in the middle of the Baltic Sea.
We were talking about Sweden. We got distracted a little.
See, where NATO's newest member is preparing for war. Tensions are high on Gotland as the Ukraine conflict continues, and as critical subsea cables are damaged in suspected sabotage. Troops here are training in drills designed to repel invaders. No one here specifically naming the enemy, but it doesn't take a lot to imagine that it's Russia we're talking about.
Does not take much.
It's all part of a seismic shift in strategy that has seen Sweden end decades of neutrality, pour millions of dollars into its defenses, and ready civilian bomb shelters built during the Cold War. Nowhere is Sweden's change in stance seen more visibly than here on this island. So we're going to this Swedish military base, which only reopened in 2018, and is one of the...
What the fuck is wrong with Tim Pool? Democrats are licking Zelensky's ass and couldn't, and most couldn't even point to Ukraine on a map. Republicans are saying fuck Ukraine, and most couldn't point it out on a map, and then they reply exactly. You were duped into working for a covert Russian op, like the gullible dingleberry. You expose yourself every time you hit post. Like, it's true, but I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to say there. Oh yeah, didn't you go over that Russia has been damaging undersea cables for years now? Yes, they're called hybrid attacks. Greatest NATO ally of all time, Mr. Putin made Finland and Sweden join NATO. It's very good that Finland and Sweden joined NATO, actually.
The regiments in the country that have seen large uptick in recruits. Since 2020, the Swedish military has increased the number of conscripts here from 0 to hundreds, and predicts it could double again over the next few years. Conscripts will train in exercises similar to this armored battalion. The soldiers here are practicing how to repel a potential invasion. An invasion will happen either from the air or by the sea, so that's what they're practicing. In the event of an attack on NATO, many expect Russian...
He isn't even trying to say Ukraine isn't a country because he's a tool. I mean, yeah. Finland continues to scare Russians even beyond the snow. Finland is, like, this is their biggest flank. Because they want to invade Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. They have troops in Belarus. If they attack any of these, then that leaves their flank open for Finland, the northern flank. And also, I mean, we have Poland and Romania. Now, they want to take Poland at least, but at the very least, like, Poland and Romania are more difficult to go after than the Baltics are, but Finland is still a big issue when they do that. Which is why, like, cutting off the undersea cables between like Finland and other countries would be quite important there to like make sure that word doesn't get there just as much. Northern flank sounds kinky. Mate, we're playing Civ here, guys. You guys realize that you know we're fucked when we're playing Civ. When the world governments start playing, you know, conquest games, then we're fucked.
Troops to land on Gotland first. He's
Ukraine
only
alone
around
can
200
demolish
miles
Russia if we just
from
fuck
Russia's Kaliningrad exclave.
With a fighter jet, that takes between 15 and 20 minutes.
It would be
and
great.
with a missile, half that time.
Gotland's position makes it a crucial military asset. Whoever controls the island essentially controls the Baltic Sea.
I forgot that Russia controls Kaliningrad here, which is why they think all of this is theirs, as well as Belarus.
When Sweden joined NATO, it gave the alliance the ability to cut off Moscow's supply routes in a lake of other members. But if Moscow took control of the island, supplying NATO's Baltic states would be more difficult. They would likely be resupplied via the narrow Suwalki gap between Poland and Lithuania.
Which is why, likely, when they launch that invasion, they're also going to launch a naval invasion of Gotland.
If that area was
as well
also
as cutting
breached by
off the
Russian
undersea
forces,
cables.
NATO's Baltic states would be cut off.
It's called hybrid warfare for a
You
reason,
are
you know?
located on this island with capabilities. You could, in one or another way, have an
Kaliningrad is
impact
basically
on
a
what
30-mile wide IED, yeah.
goes on both in the air, on the surface, and underneath the sea level as well.
To prepare for such a scenario,
Well, I mean, yes, he is, but also we need water, and Canada has a large quantity of frozen like ice. That's water for us. They also have lumber, which is what we import most of our wood from them. They have access to like natural resources that we need more of. You could cross that water with basic worker and Civ, not even a boat. I mean, to be fair, they're playing Civ 7, so.
Sweden is ramping up defenses here. Troop numbers are growing so rapidly that every time they finish construction on a new barracks, the military says they have to start building another. Although preparations for war are being made now, the threat to Gotland is not new. For centuries, this place has been the target of invasions because of its strategic location. The Vikings were here, and in the 1800s, the Russians also briefly occupied the island. To understand how this impacts the public of Gotland, I'm meeting the mayor, Mate Folin. Hey, nice to meet you.
Was it good, Tyler?
She's ultimately responsible for readying Gotland for a potential war or crisis. Seeing the military come back to Gotland, how has it changed people's outlook?
I would say most of us, I think, we feel more safe with it because
you know things are bad when these people are saying, "Oh yeah, the military presence is making us feel more safe."
Quite near, but some also feel more insecure because it is in your face. There's something going on. We also have a lot of people in Sweden that we thought that we could rely on that war will not come into Europe again.
How do you feel about Trump in the White House? Have you given much thought to that?
Oh, every day. I think it's disturbing and alarming because I think
disturbing and alarming is
are not willing to take the responsibility they have done over time. It will be no NATO in the same extent as it is today. It also, of course, alarming when he's out, also talking about
scary and alarming is not a bad answer, Camel.
Stuff like that, because it's inside NATO, and that is it's a big concern.
The expansion of the military is dividing opinion across the island, where a large part of the economy relies on tourism. So Sweden's armed forces are going into towns to try to convince communities that an increased military presence is a necessity.
Men vi som bor precis intill, har ni några begränsningar på hur mycket ni får låta? Jag menar, vi har ju flyttat ner permanent för att...
They're complaining about the noise. Jesus Christ. We're so fucking cooked. Where like the military is setting up bases to form a defense against invasion, and there's all these geriatrics being like, well, how much noise are you gonna make? Because it's making a lot of noise and it's bothering me.
Få ett lugn. Och så kommer ni, och jag förstår att vi inte har något att säga till om, men det måste ju ändå finnas rimliga begränsningar.
There has to be reasonable restrictions.
Many locals feel uneasy about militarization taking place on their doorstep, as well as the increasing threat from Russia. Others say they're concerned about security challenges following the US election.
Because they all moved here as a retirement place. It's a quiet village on an island. Indie Crab, the citizens of the EU will, which I hope never happens, get a huge wake-up call of what Russian forces are doing when they liberate the territories. Yeah. Clamjammer, it's so fucked up that literally every single other country knows more about our politics than even we know what their country is called, because the US controls the fucking world. And we have to reset all this shit. I mean, to be fair, we are resetting it now. Why are they all so old? That's why. Bjorn is a nice name, though. I do like the name Bjorn.
Flyttade hit för 12 år sedan. Och
I like the O with the dots on top of it, because Turkish has that too. We call it an
tycker att det var bättre att Kamala
I would have
Harris
preferred it be Kamala Harris. Yeah, me too, mate.
Det skulle inte bli så polariserat.
Me too, Bjorn.
Jag skulle känna mig tryggare i tillvaron. Men nu är det sån där. Vi får gilla läget.
Despite rising anxiety over the island's long-term security, members of the Swedish military say it's unlikely to be attacked anytime soon. But that hasn't stopped residents from preparing for any escalation. The Swedish government is ramping up checks on underground bunkers to make sure its population is ready for a crisis.
Is that for chemical weapons?
Yeah,
chemical attacks?
Smoke, chemical.
This bomb shelter and dozens of others scattered across the island are now at a heightened state of readiness.
I bet Gotland's got an
Most
idea.
of them were built during the Cold War. It comes as a shadow war heats up in the sea that surrounds them. A string of underwater incidents have struck cables in the Baltic Sea.
There we go.
Some Western officials accused Moscow of sabotage, but Russia has denied it's part of such an effort.
It's Russia. There's no one else doing it.
The incidents triggered NATO to
like
deploy
China does
regular
this
naval patrol.
in the South China Sea and the Pacific, but Russia's the only one that does this near Europe. You notice how Trump looks around the room when he's a lot when he's rambling? You notice how much weight he's gained? I think he's looking for a reporter snack on. I think the man probably just has syphilis. Only Danes and Norwegians got the cool AE and the O and the A. Just too bad Musk chose the AE. Yeah, that's true.
And enhanced surveillance in the area.
Kind of killed that letter.
As history has shown, this island will continue to be a strategic asset in the future. Those who are training here say
we had thought about that before. Like, that's not the first time it came up. Like, there's a pretty good chance that he does have syphilis.
Both anxious and ready to defend it.
Of course, sometimes you get scared.
No, RFK just has the worm.
You have to find
he has Shai
moments when
Halud
you
in his
can
head. That's RFK. It's Shai Halud telling him, you know, like, we must do this. We must get more worms everywhere. Turkish got more cool letters. Yeah, we got that soft G, which is like a G you don't pronounce. I like that. I like that Turkish combines the SH sound into just like an S with a line under it. And same with CH, so you don't have to go like, whenever you go sh or ch, it's one letter. Just to be clear, it's not an O. It's, I don't know how to pronounce that out loud as a word, though, stock photo Samoyed. So I'm going to say it's an O with dots or an O with a line through it. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Be scared, and when you have to press it away and just move forward.
What do you get scared from?
Like the war in Ukraine, it's scary.
Even if the Ukraine war comes to an end, tensions in this part of Europe between
because
Russia and its neighbors in the north will likely persist for
RFK has the equivalent of Ratatouille's rat pulling his neurons around, except it's Shai Halud. Yeah. Thoughts on Turkish Delights and Rosewater in general? I'm not the biggest fan of Turkish Delight. I mean, I'll eat it. I prefer Turkish Delight that might have, like, pistachio in it. Rosewater is alright. Like, I don't drink it. Every time I hear Shai Halud, the Lolo TikTok plays in my head, I wouldn't know what that is because I don't like to scroll on TikTok very often. Look, I just want to show you guys one more thing. And it's not something you haven't seen before. In fact, I'm sure it's something that you've seen quite a lot. But just a little reminder, as much as this person is a fucking ghoul, and by the way, baklava is Turkish, the end, I agree. So is döner. Fuck gyros or euros, it's döner, but it is what it is.
Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit.
The denial on his face is so funny. Hillary was right, yes. But even going back and just listening to him try and counter this, it's so funny.
Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United
No
States.
puppet.
And It's pretty
You're
clear.
the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians have engaged in cyber attacks against the United States of America, that you encouraged espionage against our people, that you are willing to spout the Putin line,
Toddler response
sign
is
up
correct.
for his wish list, break up NATO, do whatever he wants to do, and that you continue to get help from him because he has a very clear
Yes,
favorite.
that's a very I'm not lying face. One more time.
Get help from him because he has a very clear favorite in this race.
She was so fucking right. I hate her, but she was right. He got all assed up, and that's how you know it was the truth. Yes, no one responds like this unless they know that she's right.
Person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's
You're the
pretty
puppet.
clear-
You're the puppet.
It's literally a toddler's response. Isn't there a hurricane heading to Australia? Shouldn't you be in shelter right now? Yeah, I did hear about that. I haven't looked it up because I'm not in the part of Australia that's usually like in danger of hurricanes. It's actually a cyclone over here, but I don't actually know where it's going. I should probably look that up, eh? Oh, it's making landfall in Brisbane. I'm fine. That's Queensland. Brisbane's northern suburbs look likely as landfall. Yeah, emergency warnings going on New South Wales. Sorry, that's Queensland and New South Wales. That's rich folk. That doesn't bother me at all. Look how mad he initially got. Yeah, literally, Captain Buggy. Like, it was so clear right then and there. I'm not a puppet, you're a puppet. If anybody knows of Don Rickles, I'm spoken to Trumpies online to compare him to Rickles. I was never entertained at all by Trump by anything at all. Anybody can do what he does if they have a shitty enough soul for it, or a lack of a soul for it. Yeah, Camel. But Americans love that shit. We eat that shit up. We love soulless, horrible fucking people. We love true crime. We love, like, drama. I don't know. Yeah, I hate having to agree with HRC, but damn, Romney was right as well when he said that Russia was the biggest threat to the US. God damn, we lie such naivety. The thing is, like, I knew all of this back then, too. Like, it still does not compute in my brain that so many people got fooled by this. I knew it from the, 2016, I was well aware of this. I knew this when Obama was president. When Romney was running. Usually when you get accused of something outrageous, the response is confusion if you're innocent, not nervous laughter and, pointing at the other person. Yeah. Alright, well, thank you all for tuning in today. Please hop into Discord, drop a like on the YouTube stream, and maybe even drop me a donation if you're feeling generous, because shit's hard and times are tough. Economically, at least, for all of us. So, you know. Thank you for the follow, Weasel Wagon Wilbert. Also, love the name. Let's see if I can raid somebody. Oh, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that as well. All right, let's see. Who are we going to raid? Who are we going to raid? Hassan's gone, so we need to support, like, leftist streamers. Here's one. That's a good idea. We're going to raid Cinemarxism. All right. Let it load in. And thank you. I will see you all tomorrow for the State of the Union and for my panel on Wix show. Have a good night.